Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 401. The housekeeper briefly recounted what happened after Yang Kai left. Yang Kai listened to it, and with the results of his own investigation, Wei Wei understood what happened. After coming out of the door, and feeling it carefully, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the real essence of the second old man was running fiercely. However, the situation the couple faced at the moment was slightly different. Dong Suzu has already made a breakthrough, but her body has not stabilized yet, and the energy in her body has not been fully absorbed. As long as she has absorbed all that energy, the 8th layer realm of the Immortal Ascension boundary will be completely consolidated. But Yang Yingfeng has to face some dangers. The 4th master also broke through the 1st floor, but now he is facing the signs of breaking through again. The shackles in the martial artist's body are like a lock. Every time he breaks through, he opens a lock and pushes open a door. Any martial artist can only open the lock through accumulated practice. During this period, you can take some genius treasure to speed up the progress. However, the huge energy contained in the Wanyao spirit liquid not only allowed Yang Xie to open the first lock and open the first door in this short period of time, but also had the tendency to open the second lock. Breaking through 2 layers in succession is a joy, but it is also a disaster. Yang Kai used to often ascend several small realms in a row, but at that time his strength was very low, and there was no danger in ascending several layers. 4th Master Yang is different. He has a chronic illness, and he is at the 3rd level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Now that he has reached the 4th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, he should consolidate it for a period of time and then improve his cultivation, some buffer time. If he doesn't understand martial arts well enough, it is very likely that he will not be able to break through the 5th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. At that time, the huge energy in his body will have nowhere to vent, and it will only explode in the body. On the other hand, if he already has a certain level of understanding of martial arts, this will not only not be a disaster but also a huge benefit. The key is to see whether his own understanding of martial arts has passed the test. The consciousness spread out, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his heart. Yang Kai's slightly panic expression calmed down, and he waved to the housekeeper. It's all right, you go down, I'll watch here. If anyone comes these days, if you visit, you can say that my father has relapsed and is recovering from his injuries. Yes. The housekeeper bowed slightly and stepped back, obedient to Yang Kai's arrangements. The invisible and intangible divine senses are put away, wrapping all the positions of the parents, blocking all the exposure of the breath inside. In this way, people outside will not be able to perceive the movement here. After doing this, Yang Kai quietly stood outside the house and waited. He was not worried at all, because he had enough confidence in the 4th master. If it weren't for the events of the past, Yang Sai's strength would not have been so low. Over the years, his strength has indeed increased very slowly, but the precipitation of the years is enough to make him realize that his understanding of martial arts is not inferior to others. Moreover, 4th Master Yang's own aptitude is not bad. After so many years of accumulation, just being promoted to the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary is not a big deal for him at all. It's just that Yang Kai never thought that the second old man would make such a move because of the myriad medicine spirit liquid. After half a day, the 2 breaths in the house, the one belonging to Dong Suzu stabilized, it should have absorbed the energy and consolidated his cultivation. On the contrary, Yang Yingfeng's momentum has been slowly climbing up, seemingly endless. After another half day, this momentum suddenly rose and sang, as if piercing the sky, soaring up to 90,000 miles, with a pleasant taste in the destruction. The energy between heaven and earth was in chaos. Yang Kai grinned, and inside the house, there was also a low exclamation from Dong Suzu. The ecstasy and excitement in that cry was beyond words. The momentum that climbed to the top was quickly recovered, and after a while, everything was calm. Kai, come in. Yang Yingfeng's majestic voice came from the house. Yang Kai pinched his nose and walked in. The 4th master's tone was not quite right. Yang Kai estimated that he would have to accept some cross-examination. It's no wonder that the effects of the Wanyao spirit liquid are too heaven-defying. How could the two elders not be suspicious? Entering the house, Yang Kai just smiled, looked at this and saw that without saying a word. Dong Suzu looked at Yang Kai both amusingly and distressedly, biting her red lips lightly, but also did not speak. Yang Yingfeng frowned and broke the silence. Tell me honestly, what exactly are you taking for us? Before Yang Kai opened his mouth, the fourth master said again, don't say that the medicinal liquid was prepared by myself using the materials I gave you. I know what grade those materials are, and it is absolutely impossible to configure such a heaven-defying treasure. Fourth master is wise. Yang Kai's face became solemn, and he quickly flattered. Dong Suzu almost didn't laugh. Yang Yingfeng couldn't help laughing too, but he still kept his face straight, looking straight at Yang Kai and didn't let go, as if he would not give up. These things, called myriad medicine spirit liquid, cost tens of millions of different grades of medicinal pills, through some special formations, the essence that took thousands of years to condense. Yang Kai pondered, said a few words casually. The fourth master and his wife couldn't help but look at Yang Kai in astonishment. Tens of millions of medicinal pills, thousands of years. At first glance, it sounds like a fantasy. But Yang Kai's expression told them that this was true. No wonder it has such a powerful effect. The accumulation of time and quantity has already made these medicinal liquids beyond the level of this world, and I am afraid that these things will not be easy for Yang Kai. Thinking of this, both husband and wife feel a little distressed. It's not that I feel sorry for the preciousness of myriad medicine spirit liquid, but I feel sorry for Yang Kai's efforts and hardships in order to obtain these medicines. It's very precious, isn't it? Yang Yingfeng gave him a deep look, but didn't ask where these things came from. There's more. Yang Kai was relieved and said, but he couldn't help but have some doubts. How much did you drink? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help blushing, and Suzu also looked embarrassed. After a long while, Dong Suzu stretched out his hand to signal. Then, I just drank the bottom of a cup, and your father drank a whole cup. Yang Kai couldn't help but chuckle twice. He really didn't expect the second old man to be so courageous. He also blamed himself for not clarifying the efficacy of the medicine. He only told each of them to take 1 drop a day, but the two elders thought that the myriad medicine spirit liquid was prepared with some heaven-level materials. How could they expect it to be so powerful? It's not a bad thing that one of them broke through the first layer and the other broke through the second layer. In the future, you can't drink like this, Yang Kai urged. The second old man had a serious expression. The breakthrough this time can be said to be an unexpected joy. Dong Suzu, needless to say, breaking through to the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary is equivalent to saving her from years of hard work. And fourth Master Yang benefited even more. Not only did his strength increase by 2 levels and he reached the 5th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but even the evil energy attached to his dantian seemed to be loosening due to the breakthrough. Not daring to be neglected, Yang Yingfeng immediately chose to retreat, using the myriad medicine spiritual milk to drive away the evil spirits that had been clinging to his dantian for many years. Dong Suzu also has to retreat to stabilize his current cultivation. The fourth master's mansion became extremely peaceful in an instant. Only Yang Kai and a dozen or so youku people in the family were active. Golden Feather Eagle would come once a day to beg for food from Yang Kai. 5 days later, Du Chengbai came to visit and told Yang Kai a piece of good news with great interest. His application to exchange a set of Zon-level martial arts for a Golden Feather Eagle from the family had been approved. This is indeed good news for Yang Kai. The only thing that made Yang Kai a little confused was which set of Zon-level martial arts was used in exchange for the Golden Feather Eagle. He does not have many martial arts skills, and there are only 2 sets of Zon-level martial arts. Except for the star marks, only the 10,000 swords of the 9-star sword 1 faction are unified. When facing the enemy, they mostly rely on the flexibility of the real essence and their own reactions. Martial arts can indeed improve the combat effectiveness of a martial artist at the beginning of cultivation, but at the level of Yang Kai, unless it is a martial arts of the Zon level, other levels of martial arts cannot fundamentally change his strength. The change of magic energy is enough to do the job. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to hand over the star marks to the family. As a result, the drawbacks of this martial skill are not small, and there must be ample time to prepare when it is used. Moreover, even if outsiders practice in the past, it is a hassle to reserve and use the energy of the star marks. Yang Kai does not have to worry about others will use it. What threat does this pose to him? Second, Wanjian Gai is a secret of the 9-star sword sect. If others know that Yang Kai understands this trick, it is bound to associate him with the death of the Nine-Star Sword Sect's top disciple, Wu Chengyi. The strength of the Nine-Star Sword Sect is not weak, and Yang Kai does not want to be an enemy of it yet. Working in the Yang family, as long as you have chips on hand, the efficiency will always be very high. Unlike in other families, you have to get through any interpersonal relationships. The entire Yang family cares about interests. When he arrived at the old elder hall and handed over the star mark martial skill, the white-haired elder immediately gave Yang Kai a document, took the document to find Du Chengbai, and the golden feather eagle that followed Yang Kai back completely changed hands. From now on, it will only belong to Yang Kai, not the Yang family. On the day he got the golden feather eagle, Yang Kai took it to the Bamboo Jia gang, and let Peng Kai and the others take care of it, so as to pass on the information without Yang Kai running away. 3 days later, Yang Wei, the boss of the younger generation of the Yang family, returned to the central capital, and on the same day, 2 other direct descendants of the Yang family also returned. 2 days later, another person returned. The loud cry of the golden feather eagle resounded throughout the entire central capital, and it seemed to set off a surging dark tide. The world knew that the direct descendants of the Yang family had almost returned, and the battle for the heirloom was not far away. The Yang family's direct descendants who returned to the central capital are constantly in contact with the other 7 young sons and sisters, but only Yang Kai, the 8 winds remain unmoved, as if the battle for the direct descendant has nothing to do with him. The most popular among the Yang family's children are undoubtedly Lu family Lu Qingyao and Chu family Chu Yaimeng. So far, the 2 have received numerous invitations, but the same is that neither of them has clearly stated that they want to be with them. Which of the Yang family's children is on the same camp? It is rumored that Lu Qingyao once said that whoever can win against him will form an alliance with whomever. The words of the young masters on the 3rd floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary made the young disciples of the Yang family roll their eyes. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or-A Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 402 Huo Family, Huo Xingchen. Among the children who returned to the Yang family, only one Yang Wei reached the level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and most of the others were at the level of the True Essence boundary. It's not that the talents of the Yang family's disciples are not as good as Lu Qingyao's, it's just that the Yang family's disciples have not been able to get help and support from the family for so many years, and the cultivation environment is slightly inferior. Yang Wei's cultivation is not necessarily worse than Lu Qingyao. But in any case, Lu Qingyao's strength and outstanding aptitude are unquestionable. To win over him is to win over the Lu family. With such a big help, everyone is watching, but no one has the ability to eat it, and everyone's depressed mood can be imagined. As for Chu Yaimeng, she didn't say anything like Jay, but several Yang family children who had contact with her could tell that she didn't seem to have any interest in herself, and she didn't dare to be too reluctant, so she could only put it down temporarily. Plan later. At night, the sky was gloomy, with dark clouds on top, and it seemed that a violent storm was coming, which made people a little breathless. The moon was dark and the wind was high, and even a faint coolness came from the core of the air. Yang Kai sat in the courtyard with his eyes closed, surrounded by invisible powers of divine consciousness, which he condensed and slammed into the void. The 2 elders are in retreat, and after a few days of hard work, Yang Kai's realm at the 7th level of the real Yuan has reached its peak, reaching a stage of bottleneck. Although he knew that this bottleneck would break through sooner or later, Yang Kai didn't want to wait for it to come. There is no progress in the cultivation of true essence, so I can only cultivate my spiritual sense to see if I can find some inspiration from it. Yang Kai has already cultivated his consciousness, but it is strange that until now, he has not cultivated the Sea of AA consciousness. The divine consciousness without the Sea of AA consciousness is the rootless tree and the sourceless water. Fortunately, there is the help of Wenshenlian, otherwise the spiritual consciousness that has been cultivated would have dissipated long ago. It is precisely because of this reason that Yang Kai's current divine soul ability has been displayed, and the power is not ideal. There are only 3 small levels away from the Immortal Ascension boundary, and Yang Kai wants to know what the situation will be after he cultivates out of the Sea of AAA consciousness. Therefore, during this period of time, he cultivated more and more hard than before. As long as he has free time, he will not delay. Unlimited use of divine soul attack. The consumption of divine consciousness power is very fast, just over an hour before and after Yang Kai has a feeling of weakness. He stopped quickly and closed his eyes. In the second half of the night, a light rain fell in the sky, and the sound of wings flapping came into his ears. Yang Kai frowned and looked up at the sky. A looming golden light rushed down like lightning. After falling on Yang Kai's shoulder, Jin Yuying squeaked softly. Feeling the meaning conveyed by its cry, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly rose into the air and flew towards the Baikeng district. Golden Feather Ying has been helping Pang China in Bamboo Jia for the past few days. It is raised and managed by a special person. It will only come back once a day to ask Yang Kai for the myriad medicine spiritual liquid. It actually flew back in the middle of the night. Obviously Bamboo Jia helped it. What happened? The Bamboo Jia gang is not very powerful, the strength of its personnel is uneven, and there is no oil or water to make, so generally no one will attack it. But tonight was clearly different. Thinking of the quarrel within the Bamboo Jia gang a few days ago, Yang Kai had already made up his mind. Not counting the loss of true essence, Yang Kai had already arrived in Baikeng within half an hour. In the old nest of the Bamboo Jia gang, there was a lot of noise at the moment. Pang Kai led several masters in the gang to retreat under the siege of a group of people. The rays of light of various martial arts and secret treasures bloomed around, and people fell from time to time. Can't afford it. The blood was flowing, and the rain could not wash away the redness of the ground. The number of Bamboo Jia gang is not large. At this moment, the number of enemies has more than doubled, and the opponent's masters are not all on the field, and there are even people standing by the side, but in a short time, the Bamboo Jia gang will be killed and injured countless times. The signs of defeat are all evident, and if we fight again, I am afraid that everyone present will die. Pang Kai was also full of scars, gritted his teeth and supported it hard. When the enemy attacked, he had already released the Golden Feather Eagle. Now he only hopes that his new master can bring someone to rescue. After all, he was also a son of the Yang family, and his subordinates should have some masters, right? The only thing that puzzled Pang Kai was whether Yang Kai would be willing to rescue him. Wu Qian, Pang Kai shouted sharply at a middle-aged man in the enemy camp. You Shuangguang Club and our Bamboo Jia gang have always been in the water of the well, so why are you here today? That Wu Qian laughed when he heard the remarks, and the corners of his mouth were as cold as a knife. Pang Kai, why do you know why you ask? My son said that those who do not obey will only die. Do you know who is behind my Bamboo Jia gang, who dares to face each other like this? Pang Kai roared while parrying the attack. Wu Qian curled his lips when he heard the words. The people of the 8 great families will never interfere in disputes between small forces like us. Life in the central capital is too boring, they want us to fight more, so that they can have some fun. Do you think that after you die today, the person behind you will avenge you? Dream about it. Pang Kai looked bitter, knowing that what Wu Qian said was not a lie. People of the 8 great families really won't interfere in the fights and killings of small forces like them. For the people of the 8 great families, if these small forces are destroyed, it is no big deal. Every year, countless small forces are destroyed, but these small forces are like bamboo shoots after a rain. It was for this reason that he did not dare to expect Yang Kaihui to rescue him. After the two of them spoke, on the roof of the Tongtian Inn, the young man was looking at the battlefield below with a smile on his lips. His eyes were full of interest, as if he was enjoying a good performance. Beside him, several other experts from the Shuangguang Society quietly accompanied him. These masters did not hesitate to squander their real energy, but they released the real energy and pushed away the raindrops that hit him. So even though he was standing on the roof like this, he was dressed neatly and was not wet at all. Seeing the wonderful things, the young man even touched his palms and laughed, and the masters next to him accompanied them carefully, not daring to complain at all. Young Master Huo, the Bamboo Jia gang is dead, do you think these people will be killed or taken away? Mu Nando, the manager of the Shuangguang Society, asked softly. Then Mr. Huo heard a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and did not answer directly, but said lightly, this young master has a habit, that is what I want, and I have to get it at the first time, if I can't get it. Then I don't want it anymore, so, you know. Mu Nandu's expression froze, and he nodded quickly, this subordinate understands. Zhang Guangwei was supported by this young Master Huo when he was bored, how could Mu Nando dare not obey the master's order? Before this young Master Huo wanted to subdue the Bamboo Jia gang, but was rejected by Pang Kai, which obviously made him unhappy. In this case, there was no need to keep them. Mu Nando bowed slightly, his figure swayed, wrapped in a blue light, and shot down quickly. But before he could reach Pang Kai and the others, a streak of light suddenly shot down from midair. Feeling the devastating energy contained in that attack, Mu Nandu's complexion changed greatly and he hurriedly turned around. in one direction, dodge to one side. At the same time, the other members of the Shuangguang Club shouted from the roof, "Young master, be careful." When Mu Nando fell to the ground and looked back, he couldn't help but squinted. He found that this young man jumped out from nowhere, but he actually rushed in front of several experts of the Shuangguang Society, and his goal was to be surrounded by stars like the moon. Huo Gongzi in the middle. Wei Wei lost her mind for a while, and hurriedly flew back. At this time, it was natural that the main house's safety was the most important thing. While he was still halfway through, Mu Nandu's eyes widened, because the young man was unbelievably strong, with a blood-red long sword in his hand, the sword chi was raging, and countless blood-red petals flew out. No one of the masters could be able to show his sharpness, and they all avoided it again, and in the blink of an eye, only the young master Huo was left standing there. Lu Qingyao is here. Mu Nando only had time to think of such a thought, when he saw the young man walking up to young master Huo and grabbing him with ease, as easy as pinching a snail with 10 fingers. Young master Huo didn't even have time to react. It was only at this moment that 2 tyrannical divine senses suddenly attacked, and immediately, 2 majestic figures appeared, standing in the air with extremely cold eyes. Yang Kai held that young master Huo's wrist in one hand, and held a sword across his neck. He didn't even look at the warriors of the Shuangguang Society, but stared at the 2 figures in the air with a sneer. The opponents are 2 masters of the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and their strength is no less than that of the Blood Servant. The Huo family is one of the 8 great families. Since this young master Huo is a member of the Huo family, he is naturally guarded by experts. It was just such a small force battle. The 2 masters were embarrassed to show up, and they believed that no one could do anything to their son under their surveillance, so they quietly hid aside, but did not expect Yang Kai to be so fierce. Even they took down their young master before they had time to react. It was too late by the time it arrived. 2 strands of consciousness wandered around Yang Kai, hesitated for a moment, and slammed into Yang Kai's mind. Divine consciousness slammed into his mind, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's sneer was even worse. The 2 of them changed color suddenly, only then did they realize that the other party was not an ordinary young man. As a true essence martial artist, he can withstand the attacks of the 2 of them, and he must have a spiritual treasure on his body. To have such a treasure, his identity must be high. Fortunately, the 2 of them did not attack just now. With killing intent, he just wanted to save his son from the right hand. Even if he couldn't resist, it wouldn't cause him any harm. Therefore, this beam is not deeply knotted, and there is still the possibility of resolving it. Looking at Yang Kai again, the eyes of the 2 masters became solemn, and there was some jealousy. It wasn't until this time that young master Huo came back to his senses. His courage was not bad. He didn't change any color at all. He just sneered and said, "Dare to put the sword around my neck, you are funny, really funny." Yang Kai chuckled. "Really? Do you know who I am?" Huo Xingchen chuckled with a playful look on his face. "Didn't ask. Huo family, Huo Xingchen." To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or-A Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 403. You wait, I remember you. Huo Xingchen, the only son of the Huo family, Huo Zheng is also a tragic figure. As the head of one of the 8 great families, he has countless wives and concubines, and works every night, but after so many years, only Huo Zheng is the one son, but daughter gave birth to a lot, enough to form a pink army. At this point, he and Hu Man, the leader of the Bloody Battle Gang, are somewhat similar in purpose. However, he was luckier than Hu Man, and finally had a son who would inherit the lineage. Because he is the only seedling in the family, the favor Huo Xingchen has enjoyed from childhood to adulthood is incalculable. Whatever he wants, the entire Huo family revolves around him, which has also cultivated his special personality. Before the younger generation of the Yang family returned to Zhongdu, there were 3 young people in the entire Zhongdu who were the most popular. The first is Lu Qingyao from the Lu family, who has the strongest acupoints and the best aptitude, and the second is Chu Yimeng from the Chu family. Naturally striking. The third is this Huo Xingchen, who is the #1 dude in Zhongdu City. Drinking and gambling, having fun is his specialty, bullying the weak, causing trouble and fighting is his true character. The family next to him supports some underground forces, and they will not be managed by their own family members, nor will they be involved in the battle between these forces, but this Mr. Huo is too boring, and every time the forces under his command have any battle, will definitely be there in person, standing in a safe place to watch the battle to relieve the boredom. He was guarded by 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were not inferior to the Blood Servant. Huo Xingchen would not worry about his own safety, but he didn't expect that this time, the boat had capsized in the gutter, and he was caught with a sword under the surveillance of the 2 guardians, on the neck. Not only was Huo Xingchen not depressed, but he was still excited. When talking to Yang Kai, he even secretly condensed his true essence, waiting for an opportunity to find an opportunity to escape from Yang Kai's hands. This kind of thrilling and exciting feeling of hanging on by a thread made his blood boil and roar, and he couldn't help but give birth to a kind of pleasure that couldn't help but want to open his mouth and scream. Feeling his change, Yang Kai's expression was a little weird, the red blood sword in his hand exerted a little force, and pulled out a dark red hole at his neck. "I'm so stupid." Huo Xingchen couldn't help but yell, "I said I was Huo Xingchen from the Huo family, how dare you treat me like this?" He was also startled when he spoke, and quickly dissipated the condensed power, for fear that the person behind him would really kill him. He really likes excitement, but he doesn't care about his own life or death. "Who are you?" Huo Xingchen also realized that something was not right. His name was resounding throughout the central capital. If the other party had no identity, how would he dare to treat him like this? However, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundaries finally saw the clue. One of them clasped his fists in the distance and asked in a deep voice, "Dare to ask which young Master Yang is your excellency?" The young man in front of him is very unfamiliar, and he has never seen it before, but judging from his various performances, he must be a member of the 8 great families. Only the younger generation who returned from the Yang family would look strange to him. Yang Kai. It turned out to be young Master Kai. The 2 suddenly realized, and hurriedly clasped their fists in salute. Yang Kai looked indifferent and nodded slightly. When several people spoke, the battle below had stopped. With the lives of their masters being held in their hands, the people of the Shuangguang society dared to make any changes, and they all quit the battle circle and waited for instructions. For the rest of their lives, Pang Kai and the others gasped heavily, gathered around, and looked up at the roof in astonishment, with a tearful look on their faces. They didn't expect that the new master who had been killing all directions in the hall a few days ago really came to rescue them, and he came alone. What made them even more incredible was that he actually succeeded. Although he has long recognized Yang Kai's strength, Pang Kai has only discovered now that he still seems to have underestimated his ability. Young Master Kai, an expert from the Huo family pondered, "Can you let my young master go before talking?" "Don't worry, we won't do anything again." The other person also nodded heavily and looked serious. Yang Kai frowned, thought for a moment, and withdrew the scarlet blood sword. He is not worried that the other party will go back and refuse to admit the account, and the other party will not have such thoughts. Both parties are well aware of this. Now that he was free, Huo Xingchen hurriedly took a few steps forward and looked back at Yang Kai carefully. After seeing his face clearly, he couldn't help shouting, "Grass, so young. How old are you?" There is a deep sense of frustration in his voice. It seems that he can instantly restrain him. Yang Kai should not be younger than him. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and did not answer. "Hey, my son is talking to you," Huo Xingchen shouted with a depressed stomach. "Master." The master of the Huo family was extremely helpless and pulled him to his side. Before knowing what kind of temper this Yang Kai had, the Huo family master was not at ease to let the young master of his family continue to provoke him. "Let's talk about the situation here." Yang Kai chuckled. "Young Master Kai, please speak, the 2 of you are all ears." Pang Kai. Yang Kai beckoned below. Pang Chi's body was shocked, and he flew up quickly, cupping his hands. "This subordinate is here. Count the casualties." "Yes." With a sound, he hurriedly flew down again, and began to count and count. The battlefield after the war was a mess, and the members of the Shuangguang society and the Bamboo Jia gang were very different from each other. Although there was still hostility in each other's eyes, they couldn't fight again. Huo Xingchen looked at Yang Kai with interest. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai stood there with his hands down, waiting quietly. The second elder of the Huo family was secretly shocked by his calm demeanor. After a while, Pang Kai flew up again, with a hint of grief on his face, and replied, 68 disciples in the gang died, and 189 were injured. Yang Kai turned his gaze to Huo Xingchen with an indifferent expression. The latter shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Cut it out, I'll pay you. The dead are 50,000 taels alone, and the injured are 10,000 taels. You can pay, you can use the magic medicine, and the genius treasure is mortgaged." "Are you stealing money?" Huo Xingchen shouted. Although he was the only heir to the Huo family, Yang Kai's price made him a little overwhelmed. If he really followed his calculations, he would have to accompany several million taels this time. Young Master Kai, isn't this price too expensive? A master of the Huo family didn't want to talk to each other. He really didn't expect Yang Kai's appetite to be so great. No negotiation. Yang Kai shook his head firmly. I won't pay, Huo Xingchen said with a stubborn neck. After all these years, he really hasn't been afraid of anyone. Yang Kai laughed silently and strangely. Do you think you have a chance to bargain? The voice fell, and a faint floral fragrance suddenly lingered on the nose of everyone. Huo Xingchen's chest suddenly burst into a little red light, and immediately, the red light scattered hundreds of thousands of rays, directly wrapping him. Brush brush. Thousands of petals fluttered around Huo Xingchen's body, wrapping him in the middle, making it airtight. Huo Xingchen's forehead instantly oozes cold sweat. The two masters of the Huo family couldn't help but change color. They didn't even notice when Yang Kai moved on Huo Xingchen. These 1,000 petals were obviously a secret treasure of killing. Without their knowledge, the young master of the Yang family placed them on them. On the master. The two masters finally no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, and they no longer dared to compare him with ordinary young people. These methods are really scary. You dare to kill me? Huo Xingchen was still very stubborn until now. It's okay to let you lie in bed for a year and a half. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Huo Xingchen suddenly lost his temper. Aware of the coldness and impatience in his eyes, an expert from the Huo family quickly said, Kai Gongzi, we admit our fault, and we will compensate you according to what you said. Please let my young master go first. Don't challenge my patience. Yang Kai sneered, full of warning. Absolutely not. The man nodded solemnly. The 1,000 petals suddenly condensed into a little red light, flashing back to Yang Kai's body and disappearing. The three of the Huo family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Huo Xingchen's face was gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. However, a master of the Huo family gave Yang Kai a thoughtful look and said, Young Master Kai seems to have some signs of breaking through. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded calmly. It was already at the bottleneck stage. Today's battle does not seem to be very dangerous, and the battle was decided in a few breaths, but in front of the Huo family, Yang Kai was still under a lot of pressure. Unexpectedly, under this pressure, his own bottleneck was actually broken. Seeing him admit it, the two masters of the Huo family couldn't help but take a deep breath. Huo Xingchen was even more shocked and looked at him, with a look of envy in his eyes. Young Master Kai still needs to make a breakthrough. You don't have to worry about things here. This is just a boring move by my young master. The two old men will handle it. Hearing what he said, Pang Kai and Mu Nando looked at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. People from both forces were killed and wounded, but it was just because of the boredom of a young master. In the eyes of these young masters, human life is really nothing. Okay, Yang Kai nodded. The breakthrough was imminent. He didn't have time to stay here for nonsense. He quickly swayed and flew towards the main hall of the Bamboo Jia gang. Yang Kai, Huo Xingchen suddenly shouted from behind. Yang Kai paused and turned to look back. Are you going to participate in the battle for succession? Huo Xingchen asked with a smile. Yes, okay. Huo Xingchen burst out laughing. You wait, I remember you, and I will participate too. Yang Kai couldn't deny it, flashed into the hall and disappeared. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, Huo Xingchen smiled coldly. Interesting, very interesting. A master of the Huo family quickly relieved. You don't need to get angry, young master, as long as you stand in the right position in the battle for the succession, you can always find your way back. At that time, he will know that it was not a wise move to offend you today. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 404 Don't Make Trouble. Huo Xingchen slightly dominates. Why don't you tell me? Besides, I'm not angry either. It seems that I haven't been so happy for a long time. This kind of petty fuss really can't satisfy this young master's stomach. After a pause, he said again, by the way, do you have that much money on you? The two masters of the Huo family were embarrassed for a while, slowly shaking their heads. Who would go out with millions of taels on their bodies? It's not a good thing to owe people money. Huo Xingchen pinched his chin and muttered to himself. In the main hall of the Bamboo Jia gang, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, condensing a body of true essence, attacking his bottleneck. An hour later, the beams in the body shattered, the tumbling real essence slowly subsided, and the realm of the body took a step up, reaching a new realm. The 8th floor of the True Yuan realm. At the moment of the breakthrough, Yang seemed to see a lotus flower shining with multicolored brilliance, and it flashed away before his eyes. Multicolored warming lotus. Since getting it, Yang has never seen it again. Although he knows that it exists in his mind, he has been nourishing his spiritual consciousness without stopping, but because he has not opened up the sea of AAAA knowledge, it's impossible to see it with your own eyes. Now that such a situation occurs, Yang is a little overjoyed, and he can't help but wonder if his sea of AA consciousness is about to be completed, so he will see that moment. Yang only had a rough idea of the strength of his own consciousness. It is not worse than the ordinary 8th level ascension boundary, and the base core is equivalent to the spiritual strength of an expert at the 9th level ascension boundary. This is only the situation of the true essence boundary. To what extent will the power of consciousness increase? Regarding the upcoming big Jia, Yang is looking forward to it more and more. The immortal ascension boundary has always been the ultimate threshold for warriors. In this world, except for a very few people who can break through the immortal ascension and reach a higher level, most of the remaining warriors can only reach the height of immortal ascension in their entire lives. Stepping into the immortal ascension realm means that a warrior has embarked on the road of being a strong man. In order to achieve this goal, countless warriors have been cultivating without sleep or food, exploring day and night, and searching hard. Some people even lived in the deep mountains and forests all year round just to understand the true meaning of power and spy on the mysteries of the realm. However, there are still most warriors who spend their entire lives and are also blocked from this threshold and sigh and regret their lives. But even if he was lucky enough to break through to the Immortal Tournament, there are 9 levels of Immortal Tournament, and the martial arts are still long and far, and there is still a layer of realm that the world does not understand. After breaking through to the 8th floor of the true Yuan realm, Yang did not get up immediately. Instead, he sat in the same place and slowly realized the changes brought by this new realm. After being washed by the myriad medicine spiritual liquid, each breakthrough can make Yang produce some obvious changes. At least now, he feels a lot stronger than before the breakthrough. This is an inexplicable feeling. If there is a real metaphor, it is the current self, who can easily defeat the self before breaking through. A day later, Yang slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were silent for a long time before he stood up. Open the gate and step out. Outside the hall, more than a dozen people were divided into 2 columns, and they were looking forward to seeing Yang walk out. Yang glanced at his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. He found that the few people on the left were some high-level executives of the Bamboo Jia gang headed by Peng Kai, while the ones on the right were several high-level executives of the Shuangguang Society headed by Mu Nando, who had played against Peng Kai and others before, and even Wu Qian, who almost killed Peng Kai, was on the list. The people on both sides bowed their heads and greeted respectfully, but Mu Nando had a look of helplessness on his face, while Peng Qi's face was flushed and he even had a feeling of exaltation. Yang frowned and glanced at Mu Nando suspiciously. "Why are you guys from the Shuangguang Society still here?" Mu Nando hurriedly said, "Report to young Master Kai. From now on, Shuangguang will go up and down and obey young Master's orders." "What's the situation?" Yang was even more puzzled. "Young Master, that's how it is." Seeing this, Peng Kai hurried forward to explain to Yang After he entered the main hall to retreat and broke through last night, Huo Xingchen and the 2 masters put together the silver notes on their bodies, and only collected a few 100,000 taels of silver. When Peng Kai saw that Huo Xingchen looked a little unsightly at the time, he proposed to let him make an IOU. Anyway, he was the son of the Huo family, and he was not afraid of his default. It was a good intention, but he didn't want Huo Xingchen to say anything, and even beat Peng Kai. After thinking about it in the end, he mortgaged the entire Shuangguang club. After giving Mu Nando an order to submit to Yang Huo Xingchen led the 2 masters of the Huo family and swaggered away, leaving only a group of people from the Shuangguang Society who could not laugh or cry. There are more than 1,000 people in the Shuangguang club, which can be regarded as a small force developed by Huo Xingchen himself. Usually used to relieve his boredom, but now it has been changed hands like an item, and Mu Nando and the others are naturally sour. No matter how bitter and unwilling, Mu Nando did not dare to complain at all. He could only lead a group of people to stand here and wait for Yang to come out. After Peng Kai finished speaking, Mu Nando's heart couldn't help but lift up, secretly looking at Yang reaction and expression, wondering how he arranged his people today. Unexpectedly, Yang was silent, and his face was extremely flat, and he had no idea what he was thinking. Mu Nando couldn't help being a little frightened, and quickly said, "Actually, young Master Huo does this, you won't suffer from it, young Master Kai." How do you say? Yang Kai glanced at him. Mu Nando was overjoyed, knowing that he was talking, and quickly said, the Shuangguang Society has accumulated a lot of property in recent years, and if it is mortgaged, it will be enough to compensate for the loss last night. How many? There are several million taels, and these young sons also rewarded some and saved them all. Yang Kai led the leader and suddenly asked, how is your Shuangguang Society compared to other forces in Zhongdu? It's not enough, but it's more than the next. Zhang Nando laughed dryly, it's not a big force. What if you are one with bamboo joint? That can definitely become the top 15 forces. Mu Nando was full of confidence. Then become one, and there will be no profound light society from now on. Yang Kai glanced at Peng Kai, this person will be your deputy in the future. Yes, Peng Kai was overjoyed. Although Mu Nando had a bitter face, he didn't dare to complain and could only laugh. A Shuangguang association has accumulated so much wealth, and Yang Kai suddenly found that he seems to have underestimated these small forces. Not every small force is as poor as the bamboo joint gang. With a grin, Yang Kai said, I want you to get acquainted with each other as soon as possible, and then go to nibble on those small forces that are not as strong as you. Ah, Peng Kai couldn't help but be startled, but Mu Nando looked normal. Isn't this inappropriate? Peng Kai hesitated. In recent years, the Bamboo Jia gang had never fought anyone else's idea, and they all focused on self-protection. Suddenly, they were about to turn into robbers. Peng Kai would inevitably hesitate. What do you think? Yang Kai glanced at Mu Nando. The latter hurriedly said, there's nothing inappropriate, it's just the strong prey on the weak. Last night, if young Master Kai hadn't rushed out of the sky, the Bamboo Jia gang would have disappeared. In the central capital, it's not uncommon for such small forces to fight for nibbles. Peng Kai, yours. The concept is too old-fashioned, eh? Peng Kai blushed for a while when he was told, and said nothing. It seems that you Shuangguang will often do this kind of thing. Yang Kai looked at Mu Nando with a deep meaning, the latter smiled awkwardly, the main purpose is to accompany Mr. Huo to relieve the boredom. So far, I have only done it twice. But I've found out all the forces that can be eaten up, and I'll just wait for the day when Mr. Huo gets bored again, and I'll lead him to watch the fun, hee. Now that there is a new master family, Mu Nando naturally intends to show it well. Seeing that Yang Kai is quite interested in this, he hastened to talk about it. Peng Kai immediately realized that it was not good, and let Mu Fudo go on. Maybe the position of the leader might not belong to him. He immediately stated, with Brother Mu's help, I think we can indeed eat others. Then do it. Yang Kai nodded, leave a part of the wealth you get for your own development, and the rest, give me all the materials for alchemy and refining equipment, and the grade must be at least the top grade. Yes. Peng Kai and Mu Nando replied respectfully, and looked at each other, knowing that Yang Kai was about to prepare for the battle for succession. He didn't dare to be negligent, he pleaded guilty, and led their respective men into the hall to conspire. Standing in the same place and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai laughed in surprise. He didn't expect Huo Xingchen to do such a thing. But it's not a loss. The number of people who can use it has increased, and it will only roll like a snowball in the future. Fourth Lord's Mansion. As soon as Yang Kai came back, the butler immediately greeted him. Young master, the master said that you should hurry to the study and discuss with you on important matters. Understood. Yang Kai responded and hurried to the study, feeling a little strange in his heart. He didn't know what the fourth master had, but he had to discuss it with himself. Before coming to the study, before entering the room, I heard Dong Suzu's voice from inside. Don't worry, Kaier should be back soon. Yang Yingfeng complained, as a mother, don't you even know when your son left the house? Dong Suzu said, it's not like you don't know the same thing, and now you come to blame others, you are unreasonable. Fourth Master Yang felt helpless. There were two hard laughter from inside the house. Yang Kai's expression changed, a smile appeared on his face, he pushed open the door, and walked in. Seeing Yang Kai's return, Dong Suzu quickly stood up, gritted his silver teeth and said, you bastard, what did you do last night? You didn't return home at night, and didn't come back until this time, so I was taught by your father. Quote. As he spoke, he leaned over and cocked his nose to sniff. What are you sniffing? Fourth Master Yang was suspicious. Let's see if he went to drink flower wine last night. Dong Suzu's face was very serious, he sniffed for a while, and nodded with relief. Fortunately, there is no alcohol smell, no rouge smell. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai was helpless, gesturing to the side, there are outsiders. Oh, to be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or-A Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. 405 Give me an explanation. There was a visitor at home today, and I was dragged to play cards all afternoon. There are still guests coming tomorrow, it should be the last group of people this year. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the study, Fourth Master Yang was sitting upright, Dong Suzu chuckled lightly, and there was a man and a woman sitting on the side. The man was burly and the woman was pretty. They were the two blood servants who welcomed him back to the central capital, Tufeng and Tang Yushan. Seeing Yang Kai come back, he quickly stood up from the chair and clasped his fist at Yang Kai, "Little young master." Yang Kai responded with a smile, "Sit down." After Tufeng and Tang Yushan took their seats, they couldn't help but be surprised when they glanced at Yang Kai again. They found that Yang Kai had actually broken through a first-layer realm and reached the level of the 8th layer of the True Yuan realm. How long has it been? And it has been less than 2 months since the last breakthrough, which is a bit too fast. They were also present when Yang Kai broke through the 7th floor of the True Essence realm last time. At that time, everyone met for the first time. At that time, the two blood servants only thought that the young master's aptitude was good. Looking at it now, it is not only good, but it is not too good. But why is it rumored that he only stayed in the dragon transformation pond for a long time before coming out? Thinking of this, Tufeng and Tang Yushan both shook their heads secretly, not quite understanding. "Kaier, sit down too." Fourth Master Yang said in a deep voice, "There are some things I need to discuss with you." Okay. Seeing that he was so serious, Yang Kai also realized that things were a little unusual, and hurriedly sat aside with Dong Suzu. After being seated, everyone was silent. Only Yang Yingfeng frowned, and after a while, he said, "Let's talk about the first thing first. Yesterday, the Elder's House issued an order to each of the heirlooms, which is related to the battle for the heirloom. It's good news. Tang's blood servants will be involved." Yang Kai raised his brows and couldn't help showing a happy expression. The blood servant in the blood servant hall. Everyone is the strongest among the strong. Basically, in the realm of the immortal ascension boundary, it is difficult for them to meet their opponents. Unless it is a master from the big powers with strong capital. With the help of blood servants, it will be much easier in the battle for succession. This is a good thing. Yang Kai was astonished, not understanding why Tufeng and Tang Yushan looked a little frowning even with Fourth Master Yang. It's a good thing. Yang Yingfeng nodded. However, there is an order from the Elder's House. It is true that the blood servants of the Blood Servant Hall will participate in the battle for the succession, but their mission is only to protect the safety of the young masters and not be responsible for other matters. Yang Kai frowned slightly, thought for a while and said, "That is to say, they can only passively counterattack, can't let them take the initiative to attack, right?" "Yes, the blood servant is too powerful. If you take the initiative to attack, you will easily solve an opponent." Yang Yingfeng nodded. "I understand." Yang Kai glanced at Tufeng and Tang Yushan with a smile, "But is there any other condition to get the help of blood servant?" The two blood servants couldn't help but be surprised, they didn't expect Yang Kai to even guess this. Yang Yingfeng also smiled and nodded. "There are conditions, you must contribute a certain amount of credit to the family. For example, the power you have learned in other sects in the past few years. The Elder's House issued this order, no doubt to ask the Yang family direct descendants to turn over all the secrets that were not passed down in those sects. This is also what the family must do before every battle for succession, to collect the world's treasures. That's why the Yang family has so many martial skills and exercises, so rich, all over the world. When it comes to the storage of martial arts, the Yang family is absolutely number one, and even the other 7 masters cannot compare with the Yang family in this regard. The more things you turn over, the better, the more powerful the blood servants you can get, and the more choices you have. Although the blood servants are all powerful, in the blood servant hall, there are still strong and weak points between them. Tufeng and Tang Yushan are relatively powerful beings in the blood servant hall. Above them, there are stronger ones. Blood servant, that is a powerhouse with the 9th level of the immortal ascension boundary. And everyone can get no more than 2 blood servants at most. This is the limit, Yang Yingfeng added. Hee. Yang Kai laughed twice. "Dad, are you worried that I don't have enough things in exchange for the help of the 2 blood servants?" Yang Yingfeng nodded solemnly. Last time, Yang Kai handed over a set of Zon-level martial arts to the family for a golden feather eagle. When Yang Yingfeng wanted to come, it would be good to be able to learn a set of Zon-level martial arts after his son had been away for so many years. How could there be wealth? You don't have to worry about this, I'm prepared. Yang Kai smiled confidently. None of the people present were outsiders, and he didn't need to hide and tuck into things. Yang Yingfeng suddenly remembered the Wanyao spirit liquid and frowned. Do you want to use that thing? The myriad medicine spiritual liquid is really amazing. If Yang Kai exposes it, he will definitely be able to get the help of the two blood servants, but the family will not sit idly by, and it may cause some trouble. As a father, Yang Si grandpa is naturally worried. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Yingfeng was finally moved. It was only at this moment that he realized that he did not understand how much his son had. Glancing at Tu Feng and Tang Yushan, Yang Kai smiled and said, Tu Feng, Yushan, it looks like we are going to work together. He thought that the two blood servants came here this time for this matter. When they returned to the central capital all the way before, Tu Feng and Yu Xian had already stated that if the family allowed the blood servant to participate in the battle for the inheritance in the future, they would definitely follow Yang Kai's left and right to serve as a dog and horse. The agreement of that day is still in my ears. Tu Feng and Yu Xian will not forget it, and Yang Kai will naturally not forget it. Now is the time to redeem the promise. Unexpectedly, after Yang Kai finished speaking, Tu Feng and Tang Yushan did not show the slightest joy, but instead had a sad look and a wry smile. Their eyes flickered, and they did not dare to look at Yang Kai at all. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly subsided, his eyes gradually turned cold, and he snorted softly, "Are you two going to give me an explanation?" The looks of the two of them already said a lot. But neither Tu Feng nor Tang Yushan are the kind of people who go back on their word. Although Yang Kai is a little unhappy, he still wants to hear what they will say. Why do they show a far-fetched look, a look of avoidance? Kair. Fourth Master Yang snorted and said, "It's not what you think, don't misunderstand." Dong Suzu also hurriedly said, "Yeah son, don't talk like that. Yushan and I have a good relationship in private, and we often discuss martial arts together. Knowing that she brought you back this time, my mother doesn't know how happy I am." Seeing Yang Kai's signs of anger, Dong Suzu couldn't help but startled. She had never seen Yang Kai with such an expression. The previous Yang Kai was extremely well behaved, and he was completely different from the current one. Seeing his expression, Dong Suzu couldn't help but be frightened in his heart. He knew in his heart that his son had really grown up and had his own opinions and ideas. For a while, he felt sad and happy. The two elders are interceding. Yang Kai's expression is slightly hazy. He took a breath and said, "If I misunderstood, I will only chase people now, and I will not say anything." After hesitating for a while, he said again, "However, you still have to give me an explanation." Tu Feng and Tang Yushan both smiled bitterly, looked at each other, stood up slowly, half-kneeled on the ground, with a look of shame on their faces, said solemnly, "It's not that Yushan and I don't want to work for the son. If possible, the two of you will be subordinated. I am willing to go through fire and water for the little son, and never give up again." The voice was sonorous and powerful, and it struck the ground. When Yang Yingfeng heard it, a storm surged in his heart. Tu Feng actually called himself a subordinate in front of his son. And Tang Yushan did not refute. The blood servant hall is a very special group in the Yang family. The blood servant not only means identity, but also honor and loyalty. But their loyalty is to the entire Yang family, not to someone. Back then, there were also two blood servants who welcomed him to the Wei clan, but their attitude towards him was really lukewarm, and they were just doing their duty to complete the task all the way back. Not to mention the past, but now, Fourth Master Yang has not been so respected by any blood servant, and no blood servant has shown surrender to him. But what he didn't do, his son actually did it. Why wasn't Yang Yingfeng shocked? On the other hand, Yang Kai looked indifferent, without the slightest hint of honor and disgrace, and his performance was quite ordinary. For a time, Fourth Master Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration that a father is not as good as a son, but also a little happy. No wonder Tu Feng and Tang Yushan hurried to find their mansion. Originally, Yang Yingfeng was still a little unclear, so now it seems that there is no reason. Then what is the reason that you can't be loyal to me? Yang Kai asked with a cold face. It's not impossible. Tu Feng's expression was painful, and he was ashamed. Tang Yushan quickly took over the conversation. Just before this, the two of you have something to ask for. Get up, let's talk. Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly realized that what made Tu Feng and Tang Yushan tangled must be related to what they asked of him. This discovery cannot help but make Yang Kai happy. These two people are not ungrateful people, but their performance just now was too impatient. But it also depends on what you expect from them. Tu Feng and Tang Yushan stood up slowly, both looking embarrassed. Tang Yuxian's delicate little face turned red. This matter shouldn't bother the young master, but I have nowhere to go, so I can only ask for it with shame. I hope the young master will not take offense. Tu Feng sighed deeply. What's the matter? I told the fourth master about this just now. My subordinates are a little bit snarky now. Let the fourth master talk about it. After Tu Feng finished speaking, he sat back down sullenly. Yang Kai turned his attention to Yang Yingfeng, who took a sip from the teacup and said, Kaier, do you know how many brothers have returned to the central capital now? He suddenly asked such a sentence. Yang Kai was a little confused, but he was not in a hurry, just nodded, almost no. Then about your fourth brother Yang Xinwu, do you know? Yang Kai pondered for a while, remembering what Yang Zhao said in that restaurant last time. He couldn't help nodding his head. I heard. Yang Yingfeng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Yang Kai didn't seem to hear things outside the window, and the news was actually quite well informed. Knowing that he was also doing preliminary work and inquiring about various news, he couldn't help but feel relieved. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 406. Are you willing to be my enemy? Yang, a direct descendant of the family, Yang Xinwu, the fourth oldest of the younger generation, was ambushed on his way back to the central capital and was seriously injured. The two blood servants who greeted him from the Wei tribe performed the blood tyranny technique, and they tried their best, but they still failed to keep him comprehensive. He hurriedly brought him back to the family for treatment, but the situation was getting worse and worse. No matter what elixir he took, he didn't improve at all. He was seriously injured and died the day before yesterday. So far, among the Yang family's children who have returned to the central capital, a total of 5 people have unfortunately been ambushed. In addition to Yang Kai, there are the eldest Yang Wei, the 5th Yang Kong, and the 7th Yang Ying. However, the 4 of them were all near misses. Except for Yang Kong and Yang Ying who suffered minor injuries at the time, Yang Wei and Yang Kai were both unscathed, much luckier than what happened to Yang Xinwu. Before the battle to seize the air had begun, one of the children of the clan had already died. This was something that had never happened before. The Yang clan was furious, and was about to find the culprit and wipe out its 9 clans. The reason why Tu Feng and Tang Yushan came to Yang Kai this time was precisely because of the 2 blood servants who greeted Yang Xinwu's Wei clan. The family wants to execute those 2 people. Yang Kai frowned, thinking of a possibility. Fourth Master Yang shook his head slowly. The family doesn't mean this. After all, the 2 of them did their best at the time, and they were full of scars, and both of them were not lightly injured, and they still haven't recovered until now. As blood servants, they have done their best. The family will not do this. Every blood servant is not easy to cultivate, and they are also loyal to the Yang family. As long as those people in Chenglu Old Hall are a little sensible, it is impossible for the 2 blood servants to be executed for this reason. If this is really done, it will also make other blood servants chill. But certain punishment is unavoidable. Fourth Master Yang shook his head helplessly. Tu Feng said sadly, the 2 brothers have not recovered from their injuries. Now they have each been beaten 100 times, and their meridians have been broken countless times. I am afraid that their achievements in this life will stop here. The board used by the Yang family to beat people is not an ordinary board, but 100 large boards of special treasures. Even the blood servants in their peak state can't bear it, not to mention that they are still injured. Back then, 4th Master Yang ate 30 large plates and lay on the bed for several months. Tang Yushan on the side also looked sad and sad. For failing to protect 4th Young Master, they were already extremely guilty. Now that something like this happened again, those 2 brothers are a little disheartened. Tu Feng pursed his dry lips, and his face was filled with sorrow. I can't take this blow, so what kind of blood servant is it? Yang Kai snorted. Kaier. Yang Yingfeng snorted softly, shook his head and said, you don't know the blood servant's loyalty to the family to say this. They are not discouraged because their own strength cannot be improved, they only care about your 4th brother. If your 4th brother hadn't died, they might have been better off, but now, hey. Yang Kai glanced at the 4th Master, and nodded after a long silence. Perhaps I underestimated the loyalty of the blood servant. Turning his head to look at Tu Feng again, he said, then what are you begging me to do this time? Heal those 2 people, I don't have that much ability. No, Tu Feng shook his head lightly. Me and Yu Xian, I want to ask the young master to let those two brothers serve you in the battle for succession. Yang Kai was stunned. Why? Tu Feng said. Although they didn't say anything, we can feel it. In this battle for succession, if there is no young master to use them again, the two of them may abandon their cultivation, apologize to the family, and retire to the mountains and forests. The protection of Yang Xinwu by the two blood servants was not good, and the younger generation of the Yang family had a bad impression of them. Now they are injured, and I don't know how long it will take to recover. I am afraid that no one will use them in this battle for the succession. Joke. Yang Kai shouted. The family has spent so much financial and material resources to cultivate them to the present achievement, and they will be abandoned if they say it is useless. Since the blood servants are loyal to the Yang family, their cultivation base is also the Yang family's, and it is not their turn. They make their own decisions. Although the words were ugly, Tu Feng heard some unusual meanings and said excitedly, so, the young master is willing to use them. Tang Yushan also hurriedly said, as long as they feel that they are still useful, they will not be so pessimistic. When did I say it? Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, and suddenly realized that Tu Feng could actually climb up the pole. However, Yang Kai finally understood why Tu Feng and Tang Yushan came to find him today, and also knew why they said that if they could, they would be willing to follow him to serve as a dog and horse. If he really agreed to Tu Feng's request, he could only choose those two blood servants. As for Tu Feng, Tang Yushan, who was familiar with him, it was destined to fall into the hands of others. This is an unkind request, but among the young sons of this generation, Yu Xian and I are familiar with the little son, and the other blood servants and other sons haven't said a few words, and have no friendship, so I can only ask for it with shame. Who made your blood servants so aloof? Everyone regards themselves as some kind of big man. Yang Kai pouted. Tu Feng laughed dryly. The other sons don't have the means or ability to subdue us. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzu heard these words in their ears, looked at each other, and saw surprise and joy in each other's eyes. In other words, Yang Kai has already subdued Tu Feng and Tang Yushan. Little young master. Tu Feng rubbed his big hands with a look of hopeful love on his face. Tang Yushan was also looking at him eagerly, his beautiful eyes full of pleading. Yang Kai was silent, his face was gloomy, his fingers tapped the back of the chair, making a stern sound. The room was silent for a while, and both Tu Feng and Tang Yushan raised their hearts to their throats, staring at Yang Kai for a while, waiting for his decision. The fourth master picked up the teacup and sipped it, his face was meticulous, and he had no intention of speaking. Dong Suzu lowered his head even more, with two fingers circling back and forth, looking bored. The second elder obviously did not want to interfere with Yang Kai's decision. After a full cup of tea, Yang Kai suddenly stopped moving. Tu Feng and Tang Yushan looked positive, and quickly held their breaths. If I say, I don't want to use them. Yang Kai looked at the two and asked seriously. Tu Feng smiled bitterly, and said, young master is enough to think about it. At least Yushan and I know that the younger son prefers to let us follow you. This is an honor for the two of you. Tang Yushan nodded heavily on the side, showing gratitude. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a falcon, staring at the two of them, and said solemnly, are you willing to be my enemy? Tu Feng and Tang Yushan both looked solemn and said, I hope that day will never come. I pray that you won't be chosen by other young masters. Yang Kai grinned, and his face filled with confidence, but even if you are chosen by others, I will snatch you back. Hearing the sound of Yang Kai's words, Tu Feng and Tang Yushan were overjoyed, and hurriedly stood up from their chairs and said in surprise, young master agreed. Yang Kai nodded, reluctantly said, actually, I don't like those two people, but since you are asking, then I will reluctantly let them follow me. The two subordinates will serve in the hall on behalf of the blood, thank the young master. Thank you young master for your grace. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also showed a red light, and she smiled happily. Go, tomorrow I will negotiate this with the old temple of Changlu. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes, both of them walked towards the door with excitement, obviously wanting to convey the good news to the blood servant hall. When he got to the door, Tu Feng turned his head and said, by the way, young master, although those two brothers are seriously injured and can't provide you with much help, but, they too have excellent aptitudes. Quite outstanding. How is it better than you? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Better than us. Tu Feng looked awe-inspiring. The hall master once said that if those two brothers had enough fortunes, it is very possible for them to break through to the level of immortality. I see. Yang Kai nodded lightly, no surprises or expectations. Tu Feng nodded slightly before leaving with Tang Yushan. When there were only 3 members left in the house, Yang Yingfeng said, I have heard the names of those 2, and it is said that they are indeed the 2 most qualified blood servants in the blood servant hall. It would be a loss for the Yang family if you go back to the temple and retreat to the mountains. Over the years, there has been only one master of the blood servant hall who has been promoted to the top of Zhenwu, and now he is respected as the supreme elder of the Yang family, with a high position. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Say something you don't like to hear, I don't care if the Yang family loses. Yang Yingfeng laughed in surprise. I understand. It is precisely because the family is so powerful and the family relationship is weak, that each direct descendant will not have a great sense of belonging to the family when he first returns, or else there will be no sibling rivalry. But Kaier, you have made a lot of money this time. Yang Yingfeng smiled comfortably, indicating something. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. A little bit, but I still hope that Tu Feng and Yu Xian will follow me, after all, they are already familiar with each other. What's the profit? You father and son, don't play dumb riddles. Dong Suzu was confused and worried, it's all the son's loss, okay. The 2 unknown blood servants were seriously injured and could not help Yang Kai in a short period of time. Even if they recovered, they would not necessarily play a greater role than Tu Feng and Tang Yushan. Yang Kai and 4th master looked at each other and smiled. The former slowly got up and said, Tell your mother, I have to make some preparations first, and I have to go to the old palace of Cheng tomorrow. Let's go. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand and looked at Yang Kai's strong back, and couldn't help but feel an unreal feeling. Grow up, really grown up. Regardless of his scheming and means, he seems to be much stronger than his own father, and there are so many magical things on his body. I really don't know what he has experienced in the past few years. Inside the house, Dong Suzu was still entangled, and he sat on the 4th master's lap with one hand, and asked, Tell me, what did my son earn? 4th master smiled slightly and explained the mystery in it. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 407 I regret it. I'm very sorry for the delay in the arrival of Jia, so hurry up, sweating. Quote. The old palace of the Yang family. The hall is huge and spacious. The floor is covered with thick soft blankets. There are many beautiful landscape pictures carved on the 4 walls. The incense burner in the middle of the hall burns the incense of tranquility and tranquility. Many gems, twinkling with stars. Several gray-haired old guys dressed in simple clothes, sitting or standing, are studying the chess manual in front of them, or comprehending the mysteries of a kung fu technique, enjoying themselves. These elders seem to be ordinary, and they are extremely restrained. They are not much different from the ordinary old men outside. In fact, they all possess unique skills and are famous. In the middle position, Yang Zhen was sitting on the vain child. Although he was over old, he still had a youthful appearance, and he could vaguely see the high-spiritedness of his youth. As one of the people in charge of the old Hall of Elders, coupled with his old age, it is inconvenient to go out and move around, and he can't go all out to make contributions to the Yang family as he did when he was young, so Yang Zhen sits in the old Hall of Elders all the year round. Do some business with a few other elders who are also elderly. At this time, Yang Zhen drooped his double eyelids and looked rather lethargic. He folded his hands in his sleeves and listened to the young man in front of him talking about things. After a while, the young man finished speaking, and then looked at Yang Zhen eagerly, waiting for him to reply. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Zhen stared at the young man with a look of impatience in the seemingly cloudy eyes. Unpromising stuff. Yang Zhen snorted. Did you bring back this garbage to the Yang family after going out for all these years? You want to exchange for the follow of the blood servant? I think you are older than me. Confused. The young man was reprimanded by him, and his face was red and his neck was thick. Go back, I will write down these credits for you, but they are not enough to exchange for the following of any blood servant. Yang Zhen waved his hand and said impatiently, wait until you have enough credits, but it's not enough to win the heir. The battle is about to start, I'm afraid you don't have time to prepare, the battle for succession, you should give up as soon as possible to avoid making jokes. The young man looked slumped and sighed helplessly. He seemed a little unwilling to give up, and begged, I will replace the elder with the lowest strength. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Zhen. Not enough is not enough, what are you talking about, get out now. With an angry shout, an invisible wave of air slammed into the young man's body, directly knocking him out of the elder hall. The entire elders' hall was buzzing, and the idle and boring white-haired elders seemed to be all deaf. Outside the hall, the young man got up in embarrassment, his face flushed with humiliation, and he left angrily. Yang Kai, who had just arrived at the entrance of the temple, saw this scene in the center of his eyes and couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling. That young man was Yang Tai, who ranked third in the younger generation of the Yang family, and was Yang Kai's third brother. After the family's order to allow the blood servants to participate in the battle for the succession was issued to the various palaces, the young sons of the younger generation were all moving quickly, exchanging their years of experience abroad in exchange for the blood servants to follow. But now it seems that Yang Tai hasn't gotten anything of great value in the past few years, so he was blasted out by the elders. Third brother is dead. The voice of one person came into his ears, with a sense of regret. Yang Kai followed the voice and saw Yang Zhao standing there, with a sad expression on his face, looking at the back of Yang Tai leaving, shaking his head. Second brother. Yang Kai walked over and greeted him. Brother Kai. Yang Zhao chuckled. Yang Kai turned his attention to the other person beside him. This person was as straight as a sword. Just standing there quietly, it gave people a sense of composure that the sky was falling and the ground was cracked. Indifferent, nothing changed from the beginning to the end, only when Yang Zhao called out his brother, he rolled his eyes and looked over here. Big brother. Yang Kai's expression froze. The young generation of the Yang family is the only young master who has reached the immortal ascension realm, the eldest Yang Wei. Brother Kai. There was some surprise in Yang Wei's eyes. When Yang Kai was calling him, inexplicably, his own true essence fluctuated uncontrollably. This situation is only when he is feeling the pressure appear from time to time. The newly cultivated divine sense swept around Yang Kai and found that he was only at the 8th level of true essence. He couldn't help frowning, feeling secretly strange in his heart, and some didn't quite understand why Yang Kai made his true essence fluctuate for a moment. I haven't seen him for a few years, and Kaidi has grown to such a level. Yang Wei nodded lightly, with a hint of approval in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of horror flashed across his face. 5 or 6 years ago, the youngest brother in front of him could not cultivate, he was just an ordinary person with no strength, but now, seeing you again, he has already reached the 8th floor of the true essence realm. Although his realm was 2 small levels lower than his own, his cultivation time was 7 or 8 years shorter than his own. When we first met just now, I didn't think about it. Yang Wei finally realized that the other party would put pressure on him, not for no reason. I'm afraid that if you give him some time, he will surpass himself one day. You also came to turn it over. Yang Zhao looked at Yang Kai with a chuckle, the latter nodded slightly and smiled bitterly. There is no way, the family has to come for such a hand. Ha ha. Yang Zhao laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. Or why do you think the family has so much storage? We stole it from outside. It's all family stuff, and one day you will use it yourself. Yang Wei seemed to have a cold face. In Yang Kai's memory, he never smiled, and he didn't speak much, which seemed rather dull, but his behavior was reckless. Hearing what he said, Yang Zhao and Yang Kai quickly stopped talking about it. Do you want to replace the 2 blood servants you brought back? I think they are very interested in you. Yang Zhao asked intentionally or not. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. There are other candidates. Yang Zhao couldn't help being stunned, as if he didn't expect that he didn't want Tufeng and Tang Yushan. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't want to talk more, turned his head and said, where is the 5th brother, why didn't you see the 5th brother? Yang Zhao and Yang Kong are brothers, they have always been inseparable, and generally they will not be separated. Yang Weiqing snorted. With me here, does he dare to come out? Quote. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai looked at each other and could not help shrinking their necks. Not only was Yang Kong afraid of this cold-faced eldest brother, but all the brothers had a sense of awe towards him. It's not just that he's the oldest. I'm going first. Yang Wei gestured to the 2 of them, and walked into the elder hall with his hands on his back. After a while, he came out again and strode away. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. Big brother is still so reticent to talk, even the brothers can't get close to him. Characteristic. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In fact, he admired Yang Wei's personality. He didn't talk nonsense, didn't slack off, what to say, what he wanted to do, and he was extremely happy. Second brother also went first. Kai brother, please wait a moment. Kindness. After a long time, Yang Zhao walked out with a smile on his face, obviously very satisfied with this trip. After he walked out of the Elder Palace, Yang Kai started to import. Seeing Yang Kai come in, Yang Zhen stared at him with scorching eyes, waited for him to come closer, and saluted before he laughed. I remember you, kid, last time I used a set of Zon level martial arts for a new one. A golden feathered eagle. Yes, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The last time he changed the golden feather eagle, it was also the document that Yang Zhen gave him, so he brought the golden feather eagle back from Duchengbai. Not long after the incident, Yang Zhen naturally remembered it. Schadenfreude smiled. Yang Zhen said, do you regret it? Ha 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 ha, the old man knew at the time that you would definitely regret it, a set of Zon level martial arts, and actually want to replace a beast that is not very useful. You have lost a lot of money in this deal. That's a bargaining chip that can be exchanged for a blood servant to follow. It seems that the old guy is very happy to see Yang Kai regretting it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled inexplicably. I don't regret it, and regret is useless, it will only add to my troubles. Yang Zhen Lang snorted, and curled his lips. The dead duck has a tough mouth. Quote. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but in fact, the bowels of regret were green. Then I want to see if you can bring me any surprises this time. Yang Zhen still folded his hands in his sleeves with a nonchalant look on his face. Tell me, how many blood servants do you want to change? You can only change 2 at most, that's 2. The smile on Yang Zhen's face gradually subsided, staring at Yang Kai coldly, his expression gradually became serious. Even the white-haired old men who seemed to be deaf at the moment stopped their movements and turned their heads towards look here. In an instant, all the eyes in the house were fixed on Yang Kai, and the old guys were surprised for a moment, and all of them showed interest, and they looked forward to it. The young sons of the Yang family who have experienced abroad are at most experienced in the first-class forces. The resources in the first-class forces are not too many, and there are even fewer open to the Yang family's sons. If you want to exchange for the follow of a blood servant, you need at least 1 set of Zon level or 3 sets of high-level martial arts exercises. The last time Yang Kai had used a set of Zon level martial arts, this time he actually wanted to replace 2 blood servants. That means he has to use at least 2 sets of Zon level martial arts. Does he have it? This is simply impossible. If Zon level martial arts and exercises are so easy to obtain, then their value is not high. Everyone in the house did not think that Yang Kai could get his wish, only that he did not understand the rules and overestimated his own bargaining chips. One by one, they all put on a good show. After a long while, Yang Zhen smiled disapprovingly and said casually, tell me about your bargaining chips, the old man will evaluate whether you can exchange for the following of the 2 blood servants. Yang Kai nodded slightly, took out 2 pieces of pure white jade from his arms and placed them on the table in front of Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen frowned and glanced at him, a look of impatience appeared on his face, he snorted coldly, and pulled his hand out of his sleeve. He didn't see any movement from him, so he picked up a piece of jade, and his consciousness dive in and investigate. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Paintings Hong Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 408 My Chip. Using real yuan to engrave traces in some jade, in order to convey some information that is not convenient to express in words, this is not a very powerful means, and it only requires strict control of real yuan. So when Yang Zhen saw Yang Kai took out 2 pieces of jade, he knew that there must be something in it. Divine consciousness penetrated into it and examined it carefully. Suddenly, Yang Zhen's brows wrinkled, his eyes became solemn, and after a while, his eyes were full of doubts, and then turned into surprise and consternation. With the change in his eyes, the expression on Yang Zhen's face was also extremely wonderful. When the old men who were planning to watch the show saw Yang Zhen's expression, they couldn't help but stay for a while, wondering if he had discovered something extraordinary. After a while, Yang Zhen took a deep breath and slowly retracted the consciousness that had penetrated into the jade in the middle. He glanced at Yang Kai strangely, and held another piece of jade with a dignified expression. Continuing to investigate as just now, as if the events were replayed, the various expressions on Yang Zhen's face changed again. This time, the white-haired elders in the hall couldn't sit still, and they all stood up without knowing what to expect, and gathered silently towards this side. After a while, Yang Kai was squeezed out of the outermost periphery, and the old guys gathered into a group, all waiting for Yang Zhen to recover his consciousness. What's in it? An elder couldn't hold back his doubts. He didn't know what Yang Kai brought to attract such attention from Yang Zhen. That piece of jade. Before he could get it, Yang Zhen grabbed it back and made the other party stare at him. Come here, kid. Yang Zhen waved his hand and pushed aside the elders who were probing their brains unceremoniously. The disciple is here. Yang Kai stepped forward. If you really think about it, Yang Zhen should be a figure of his grandfather's generation, but in the Yang family, he would not usually call him by kinship, unless they had a good relationship with each other. Holding the two pieces of jade, Yang Zhen frowned, his face turned a little red, and asked in a low voice, "What is this?" "I don't know what you are doing so wonderfully." A white-haired old man was stunned, and the others also shook their heads slowly, and their expectations suddenly dropped a lot. 2 sets of spirit formations. Nonsense. Yang Zhen snorted softly. "I'm not a fool, of course I know that there are 2 sets of spirit formations, what I'm asking is what are these spirit formations for?" The old face turned even redder as he spoke. He is very old and has a lot of experience. At this moment, he can't even identify what a young man of his grandchildren has brought back. Naturally, he feels a little ashamed. Yang Kai pinched his nose. The spirit formation of alchemy. Yang Zhen was stunned. Is it used for alchemy? As he spoke, he kept shaking his head and said, "I have seen a lot of spiritual formations used in alchemy, but there has never been a spiritual formation as complex as the one you brought. Such a spiritual formation is just like the one depicted on the alchemy stove. If a very troublesome thing is used to make alchemy with it, it will definitely cost the alchemist more energy and true energy. Are you sure that these 2 sets of spiritual arrays are effective?" "Sure, tell me, what use are they all?" Yang Zhen frowned and asked him that he didn't know much about alchemy. Naturally, he couldn't see the magic and mysteries contained in the spiritual array, but subconsciously felt that these 2 sets of spiritual arrays were a bit too much. Complicated and mysterious, although it is definitely a good thing, it definitely has drawbacks. One of these sets can improve the success rate of alchemy. Yang Kai said indifferently. In other words, if an alchemist usually has only a 60% chance of alchemy, then with this set of spiritual arrays, you can 90%. Yang Zhen couldn't help but be moved. 90%. Even if he doesn't know anything about alchemy, he knows how good an alchemist who can guarantee a 90% alchemy rate is. Ordinary alchemists can only guarantee a 60–70% pill success rate, and with 10 alchemy materials, they can only refine 6 or 7 pills. A better alchemist is about 80%, like the disciples from Medicine King Valley, most of them are at this level. But now, a spiritual formation can increase the success rate by 30%. Does this mean that as long as a slightly better alchemist uses this spiritual formation, he can 100% ensure that the alchemy is successful? Over the years, how much material, and how much time and energy can be saved? In an instant, Yang Zhen realized the preciousness of this set of spiritual arrays. Of course, the premise is that what Yang Kai said is true. What about the other set? Yang Zhen pressed the shock in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. There is a chance to improve the quality of the medicine pill. Yang Kai said lightly. What do you mean? Yang Zhen frowned subconsciously, and hurriedly asked, holding his breath. If his understanding is correct, then the value of this set of spirit formations is even greater than the previous set. Originally, after refining a pot of heaven-grade middle-grade pills, using this spirit formation, there is a chance that a high-grade heaven-grade pill will appear. Yang Kai explained patiently, and added, this probability is not very high, big, but it always comes. The breathing of the elders suddenly became short, and they also saw the value of this set of spiritual arrays. One of them asked a little nervously, what if it is to refine a pot of Zon-level high-grade pills? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, maybe there will be a spiritual pill. Spirit level. These 2 words were like a drum beating in their ears, causing the eardrums of several elders to tremble, all of them looking at Yang Kai incredulously, trying to see if there was any trace of a joke on his face. Yang Kai calmly agrees. These 2 sets of spiritual formations were all learned by him from the true alchemy formula, and obviously they could not be useless. The entire elder hall was silent for a moment, and a group of old guys froze in place, not knowing what to do. All of them were thinking about the value of the spiritual formation and the truth of Yang Kai's words. After a while, Yang Zhen suddenly came back to his senses, looked at Yang Kai with stern eyes, and said coldly, do you know what kind of guilt is for fooling the elder hall? Even if you are a direct descendant of the Yang family, if you dare to lead us talk nonsense here, and I can make you die without a place to be buried. Is it a fool? Just find someone who knows how to verify the level. Yang Kai frowned. You're brave. Yang Zhen sneered and said softly, go and invite Cheng Balian from the pill room. Oh, a fat elder replied, and disappeared in a flash. Cheng Balian, the chief alchemist of the Yang family. He is also well known for his accomplishments in alchemy, but compared to Xiao Fusheng, he is slightly inferior. Xiao Fusheng was a high-grade Zan-level alchemist, the only one in the entire Han dynasty. And Cheng Balian is only a Zan-level middle-grade alchemist. Although it was only one step away, it was this step, which was like a moat between Cheng Balian and Xiao Fusheng, so that they could only look up to the master's back. It's too late for you to regret it now, wait until Cheng Balian comes over and then change your tune, the old man will not condone you. Yang Zhen sighed softly and made a final test. Yang Kai frowned and said with a displeased expression, Elder, I am offering these 2 sets of spirit formations. First, I want to exchange for 2 blood servants to follow, and second, I also want to give this thing to me. The Yang family, bring some benefits to the Yang family. After all, this is where I was born. If you just want to exchange 2 blood servants, with the value of this spirit formation, only 1 set is enough, why should I bring 2 sets? I believe the elders can tell if it is true or false. Yang Zhen looked stunned, thought about it carefully, and felt that what Yang Kai said made sense, couldn't help but look slightly, nodded. You are right, maybe the old man is too cautious, but what is the truth, let's try it out. Wait, it can't be fake, hee hee. After speaking, he frowned again and carefully inspected the 2 sets of spiritual formations in the jade, but looking around, he couldn't see too many famous halls. There was an hour before and after, and the fat old man who rushed over dragged a man in his 50s over. When he entered the elder hall, this man had a sullen look on his face, and he seemed a little unhappy. Entering the hall, without waiting for Yang Zhen to speak, Cheng Balian shouted angrily, Yang Zhen. What are you doing? The old man is refining a pot of Xuanqing pill, and the pot is about to start. You call the old man over at this critical moment. If you don't pay me that pot of pills, the old man won't give it to the Yang family to make pills for 3 months. Compensation, compensation. Yang Zhen nodded again and again with a dark face. Although he was still being called by his name at a very old age, and shouted in anger, Yang Zhen couldn't be angry. After all, this is the chief alchemist of the Yang family, and many high-quality medicinal herbs have to be refined by him, so even if there is a huge gap in strength, Yang Zhen has to swallow his anger. Alchemy masters, you can't afford to offend them, especially the highly skilled alchemists. Cheng Balian snorted lightly and said, that's a pot of heaven-level high-grade pills. Although it's not very valuable, it took me a lot of thought. If you like it, 500,000 taels will do. Yang Zhen's face turned even darker, and he endured his anger and said, don't talk about this, let's talk about business first. Cheng Balian nodded, then glanced at Yang Kai who was standing beside him, and said, I heard on the way here, are the 2 sets of spirit formations brought back by this kid? Yes, let's see if this is really useful. Yang Zhen handed over 2 pieces of jade. Cheng Balian took it and smiled contemptuously. This old man has been contemplating alchemy for so many years, and he asks himself that his attainments in alchemy are not shallow, and he has even studied the non-sharp spiritual formation, but he has never heard of such a miraculous spiritual formation in the world. I see you. The older you get, the more confused you get, and when you are deceived, you even drag the old man into the water, and spread it out to see where your old face goes. Don't talk nonsense, let's take a look. Yang Zhen was annoyed by Cheng Balian's left and right words, but he had nowhere to vent. His old face turned purple, and secretly decided that if Yang Kai really lied to him, he would definitely not take it lightly. Cheng Balian found a place to sit on the side in a leisurely manner, with a casual expression, slightly released his spiritual sense and probed into the jade. Except for Yang Kai, everyone in the entire Elder Hall looked at him eagerly, wondering how he would evaluate the 2 sets of spiritual formations. Unexpectedly, Cheng Balian had just penetrated his divine sense into it, and suddenly there was a strange sound. The body that had just sat down suddenly stood up again, with an incredible look on his face. Everyone was holding their breaths and waiting nervously. When he shouted this, they couldn't help but startled. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendations and open votes. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 409 I'll treat you to tea when I have time. What are you doing? Yang Zhen snorted lowly, looking at Cheng Balian unhappily. At such an old age, what kind of manners are you suddenly shocked? Cheng Balian seemed to have never heard of it, his eyes were rounded, and there was a look of excitement, joy and shock in his eyes. He stared at Yang Kai for a moment, and the next moment, his body swayed and flashed directly. In front of Yang Kai, he grabbed his shoulders, tightly bound like an iron hoop, for fear that Yang Kai would run away, and asked in a slightly trembling voice, Boy, this spirit formation. Where are you from? Can you get along? Yang Kai frowned, faintly aware of something, and said indifferently, Medicine King Valley, Yun Yinfeng. Cheng Bailian's body trembled slightly, and his face showed such an expression as he expected, and nodded repeatedly, I knew it, I knew it. After speaking, he looked at Yang Kai solemnly, and asked in a deep voice, what is your relationship with Master Xiao? It doesn't matter, I just stayed on Union Peak for 2 months. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, speaking in a low-key manner. Cheng Bailian's expression suddenly became gloomy, and he looked at Yang Kai with a bad look, and the cold light in the depths of his eyes gradually elongated, and said coldly, then you stole this spirit array. Yang Kai shook his head. The master taught it. Cheng Bailian was stunned, and didn't understand why the young man in front of him had nothing to do with Master Xiao, why he was taught 2 sets of such spiritual formations, but soon smiled again. Okay, alchemy can't be stolen, since it is taught by the master to you, then there is no problem. He obviously thought that Yang Kai had reservations and did not want to admit his relationship with Xiao Fusheng in public. Although the conversation between the two was only a few words, it already made the white-haired elders in the elder hall smell an unusual smell. Those 2 sets of spirit formations that Yang Zhen didn't identify, seemed to have a lot of origin. Senior recognizes this spirit formation. Yang Kai is a little strange. If Cheng Bailian didn't recognize this spirit formation, he wouldn't be so rude, but this is what he spied out from the real alchemy formula, how could he recognize it? Hearing Yang Kai ask this, Yang Zhen and the others turned their attention to Cheng Bailian. The latter looked disappointed, shook his head and smiled bitterly, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, as if he was lost in thought. You're talking, I'm idiot. Yang Zhen was a fiery temper. After waiting for a long time, he couldn't help but scolded Cheng Bailian without seeing Cheng Bailian's explanation. In normal times, the chief alchemist of the Yang family has long since lost his face, but at this moment he was a little sluggish and pondered for a long time before saying, 30 years ago, at an alchemy conference in Yaoang Valley, I had the honor to see it. It's a pity that it's only half of the battle. Yang Kai's expression moved, and he suddenly understood what was going on. In that alchemy conference, there were many geniuses and many stars. This old man passed the test, lost dozens of opponents in a row, and went all the way to the final, but in the end, he was smashed into the sand by one person, that person is today's Xiao Fusheng. Cheng Bailian looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile, Master Xiao is a genius, born for alchemy, it is not wrong to lose to him. Yang Zhen curled up his sleeves and pouted. As a martial artist, he naturally did not understand the principles of alchemy, nor did he understand the respect and mutual understanding among alchemists. Afterwards, our outstanding young alchemists were arranged to enter Dianfeng Peak to look at the statue of Dianfeng, and learn the way of alchemy from it. Cheng Bailian explained the events of the year. Xiao Fusheng and I, at the same time from in the portrait of Dianfeng, I saw half of the remnants of the battle, but I couldn't see the whole picture, which was a pity at the time. Afterwards, I came to the Yang family, and Xiao Fusheng entered the Valley of the King of Medicine, hee. Cheng Bailian smiled slightly. In the past 30 years, there have been many correspondence between me and Master Xiao, and when I have free time, I will also go to the Valley of the King of Medicine and study the half formation with him in an attempt to complete it, but it took 30 years and still failed to do so. Canyon Evil Land aggressively attacked Medicine King Valley, and the statue of Pill Saint was destroyed. This old man thought that he would never have the chance to see the whole picture of this spiritual formation again in this life, but I didn't expect. I didn't expect. Ha 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 ha, I finally got my wish today. Cheng Bailian laughed wildly up to the sky, with a bitter expression on his face. Xiao Fusheng is indeed Xiao Fusheng, he is always ahead of the old man, but I didn't expect that he has already completed this spiritual formation. The old man is not as good as the #1 alchemist in the world. It deserves its name. Yang Kai didn't expect that the spirit array he took out was actually involved in these past events. Even a character like Xiao Fusheng could only spy on half of the spiritual formation back then, so one can imagine the breadth and depth of the true formula of alchemy. The appearance of this spiritual formation seems to have solved the 30-year-old knot of the world's 2 great alchemists. Although there are some misunderstandings, Yang Kai is not ready to say it. He originally wanted to use the name of Master Xiao to act. You said so much, are these 2 sets of spirit arrays useful? Yang Zhen asked impatiently. Nonsense. Cheng Bailian snorted softly, how can it be useless? This is a spiritual formation from the portrait of Pill Saint. It is a treasure left by Pill Saint, of course it is useful. What about value? Yang Zhen sniffed. Inestimable. Cheng Bailian looked extremely serious. All the elders couldn't help but look weird. Yang Kai took out such 2 sets of spirit formations, and the contribution to the Yang family was really huge. Even Yang Zhen didn't know how to give him credit. I took the spirit array, the old man has to study it carefully. Cheng Balian was like a dead tree in spring. Take it and take it back, but don't let it leak out, you know the rules of the Yang family. Yang Zhen warned with a serious look. Cheng Balian rolled his eyes, this old man has been in the Yang family for 30 years, and the whole family lives here. I still don't know the severity of it. Yang Zhen nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction. Cheng Balian turned his head to look at Yang Kai, without the previous contempt, and asked kindly, "What's your name, kid?" Yang Kai reported his name. Cheng Balian patted him on the shoulder affectionately, "I remember you. If you have time in the future, I will invite you to drink tea." After finishing speaking, with his hands on his back, the dragon and the tiger walked away with high spirits. The elders in the hall looked at each other in dismay, and for a while they gave birth to an unreal feeling. Cheng Balian wants to invite that kid to tea. It seems that it is the old guys like himself. The Yang family chief alchemist is not so polite to himself and others, let alone to invite tea. In the younger generation, even among the middle-aged generation, this is an extraordinary honor, and if you spread it out, you will be envious of others. A long time after Cheng Balian left, a group of old men also shook their heads secretly, wondering what kind of luck Yang Kai had, but he could actually be related to a character like Xiao Fusheng, and he even learned 2 sets of invaluable value from him. Spirit Array. Elder, Yang Kai greeted, now that it is confirmed, I can exchange for the 2 blood servants to follow. Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and said in a sullen voice, yes. But this old man wants to remind you first, depending on the strength of the blood servant, the amount of credit you need to spend is different. Then what kind of blood servant can I get for my current credit? Yang Zhen coughed lightly, you can choose the masters in the entire blood servant hall, including the main and deputy hall masters. Senior and deputy hall master? Yang Kai was surprised. Yes, those are the 2 masters of the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Yang Zhen nodded, with their protection, no one should be able to get close to you in the battle for succession. It seems that Yang Kai's credit is too great, Yang Zhen wants him to quickly consume it, and spare no effort to promote the so-called main and deputy hall masters, showing the strength of the 2 in front of Yang Kai one by one. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, I don't want them. Yang Zhen was stunned, don't want such a master. Who do you want? Ku Gaoyi and Yingju. Yang Kai reported the names of the 2 blood servants, who were the 2 who greeted the 4th Yang Xinwu Wei clan. The expressions of a group of old guys in the house suddenly became extremely strange, and they looked over in surprise, with a look of surprise on their faces. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju were originally the 2 most talented blood servants in the blood servant hall. The elders had naturally heard their names and had high expectations for them. But because of Yang Xinwu's incident this time, he was punished by the family, and the 2 blood servants were a little helpless. The elders also felt sorry for what happened to the 2, but the Yang family's rules were there, and they had to punish them. They thought that no one would dare to use them in this battle for succession and no one would use them. However, I didn't want the youngest Yang Kai to use such 2 people. Even if Yang Kai said that he wanted the head and deputy head of the blood servant hall, it was not as shocking to the elders at this moment. Putting aside the powerful people, he chose 2 wounded people who were disheartened lying on the bed. This Yang Kai was either an idiot, or something else. Yang Zhen gave Yang Kai a meaningful look, and said solemnly, those 2 are already useless, do you still want them? Yes, interesting. Yang Zhen grinned, you have a big appetite. He has an expression that I know your heart, it seems that he has seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and plans. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Since you want it, then I'll give it to you. Yang Zhen snorted softly, I want to see what kind of storm you can make with those 2 people in the battle for succession. Then you will lift a stone and smash it. Don't regret your own feat. That's my business, don't bother the elders. Yang Zhen sneered, and immediately waved a book, stamped it with the seal of the Elder Council, and threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, glanced at random, nodded with satisfaction, and clasped his fists, thank you, Elder. Well, you have a lot of credit left for replacing those 2 blood servants. What else do you want to change? Yang Zhen raised his eyes and asked, in the battle for the succession, it's right to do more preparations. Quote. How much credit is there? Yang Kai was a little surprised. A lot, Yang Zhen said impatiently, but he did not disclose the specific number. It is estimated that he did not know how to calculate it. Then replace all the materials for the alchemy equipment, at least at the heaven level or above, preferably all at the Zon level. This work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 410 Blood Servant Hall. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Yang Zhen couldn't help but look at him in surprise. He didn't expect his requirements to be so high, so he nodded and said, I'll prepare it for you, and I'll send it to your house. Yu Lao Elder, farewell. Yang Kai led the way. Turn around and walk outside. Boy, don't lose too early in the battle for succession, this old man will be disappointed. Yang Zhen's voice came from behind. The elders are looking forward to it. The voice came, and the person disappeared. Crazy. Yang Zhen snorted softly. The sixth elder who just went to invite Cheng Bailian frowned for a while and said, Yang Zhen, this kid is gambling. Maybe it will be doomed forever. The battle for succession is won, I gamble. Why didn't those young boys see the opportunity? But no one dared to make such a decision, only he dared. Yang Zhen's eyes flashed. Jingmeng nodded lightly. Although he can't see results in a short period of time, at least he has gained a head start in the Blood Servant Hall. This kid in the fourth mansion is very courageous, and he has a lot of Yang family demeanor. Yang Kai wants to choose the two bloods, the gains and losses among them, where can't they understand with the shrewdness and eyesight of these elders? With such a choice, in the battle for succession, as long as you stabilize your position in the early stage and are not quickly defeated by others, then the benefits you can receive in the future will get bigger and bigger. The only thing to worry about is that in the early stage, don't get killed when the two blood servants are not healed. Blood servant. A very special place in the Yang family is the place where the blood servants usually live. Even if they are separated by a dozen miles, they can clearly feel the endless fighting spirit coming from the Blood Servant Hall. These invisible forces seem to be able to converge into a sharp sword, which is sharply exposed and splits the sky. Blood servants are born warriors, and they are talents specially trained for Shaodu. Their fighting spirit is a golden sign of the Yang family. Even if they are not fighting, the killing intent on many blood servants also solidifies. As it is, it permeates the surroundings of the Blood Servant Hall. Yang Kai walked all the way, and when he sensed this shocking momentum, he also looked awe-inspiring. Tu Feng and Tang Yushan stood respectfully outside the Blood Servant Hall, quietly waiting for Yang Kai's arrival. In front of them, there was a man of ghostly stature with his hands on his back, a dark warrior that could be seen everywhere. With a majestic physique and an indifferent expression, with long hair draped over his shoulders, he looks outstanding, and his eyes are like cold stars, which is breathtaking. Feng Sheng, the head of the Blood Servant Hall, and the masters at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary have made great contributions to the Yang family. After performing the blood-tying mad technique, he can even compete with the masters above the Immortal Ascension. In the whole Zhongdu, it is also famous, and one of the few strong mouths. Since hearing the reports from Tu Feng and Tang Yushan yesterday, Feng Sheng has become interested in the youngest Kai Gongzi. Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju are his subordinates. As the hall masters of the Blood Servant Hall, he is naturally more concerned. Two people. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the young master who was willing to use Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju was like. On this day, several young masters of the Yang family had waited, but until this moment, the young master still hadn't shown up, but Feng Sheng had no impatience and just stood there quietly. Tu Feng was secretly anxious, although Yang Kai had already agreed to his and Tang Yuxian's request yesterday, and he would not doubt the authenticity of Yang Kai's words, but to be honest, he really didn't know if Yang Kai had enough credit to put it. Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju exchanged. What if the credit is not enough? When I was anxious, a tall young man suddenly appeared in the field of vision, walking towards this side unhurriedly. Is it him? Feng Sheng asked. It's him, it's the young master. The big stone that Tu Feng held on his chest finally fell down, and he felt relieved. He looked at Tang Yushan and smiled knowingly. The little boy is indeed a credible person. It's a pity that he couldn't follow him in the battle for succession this time, and it was a pity for both of them to think of this. Walking closer, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Feng Sheng. The eyes are like electricity, the breath is strong and long, and there is an unparalleled explosive power in the flesh and blood of the whole body. The pinnacle of the immortal travel realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he could see his true cultivation at a glance. If such a master were to fight against him, he would be able to kill himself with one move. The huge gap in the realm of strength could not be made up by the evil energy in the secret treasure and the proud golden body. Dressed in ordinary clothes, but Yang Kai can clearly feel that this person is standing there, not running any exercises, but the energy in the world is still pouring into him, seeping into his body. He is condensing his true essence all the time, making his true essence pure and rich, which is undoubtedly higher than others. Bu Puppet is the powerhouse of the Blood Servant Hall. Yang Kai secretly praised that the Yang family was able to stand for so many years without falling, and it was not for nothing that they were the first of the 8 great families in the central capital. While his eyes were wandering about Feng Sheng, the other party was also watching him secretly. Dressing casually, without being luxurious, is more simple and simple than the general son of a noble family. This kind of dress is undoubtedly more suitable for sudden combat strains. He was only about 18 years old when he was very young, but his strength had reached the 8th level of the true Yuan realm. His expression was calm, his eyes seemed normal, but occasionally there were flashes of light. Feng Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression solemn. He felt a killing intent from Yang Kai's body, and the aura was strong and obvious. The meaning of killing, Feng Sheng also has it, and he is stronger and stronger than Yang Kai. This kind of breath is not something that can be obtained through cultivation. It can only be left after killing people, and it is people who have to kill a lot of people to cause the current situation. This young man was so young, and he actually killed so many people. He didn't seem like a good opponent to provoke. This is what makes Feng Sheng care about. What made Feng Sheng feel even more strange was that there seemed to be another strange force in this little boy's body. This force affected his killing aura, making him feel a creepy feeling at that moment. It seems that even the violent breath that he has been suppressing in his heart has rolled over. Looking more closely, I can't feel that there is too much, and I can only perceive his true essence, quite pure. Shaking his head secretly, Feng Sheng frowned. Just a moment's response, Feng Sheng knew that the little boy in front of him was not as simple as he looked on the surface, but he didn't care too much, just said lightly, Master Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly and turned his attention to Zhe Feng and Tang Yushan. The two hurried to the 6th, and Tu Feng said, Little young master, this is our hall master, Feng Sheng. It turned out to be Hall Master Feng. Yang Kai exclaimed. Since you are here for the blood servant, then please ask the young master Lu Shi to sign the document from the elder hall. Feng Sheng stretched out his hand to signal, and Yang Kai handed the document over. After taking a look, Feng Sheng took the lead lightly, and Ji Yu Jing Bubo's expression seemed to have changed slightly, and said, Young Master Kai, please come in. Yang Kai stepped forward, and Tu Feng and Tang Yushan quickly greeted him. Feng Sheng didn't follow, but still stood upright at the door. After entering the blood servant hall, Tu Jung laughed softly, Little son, I have never heard the hall master say a word to anyone. Several young masters came over today, but the hall master didn't even look at them. It seems that the hall master has a good impression of you. Tang Yushan also nodded heavily, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Then my face is a bit big. Yang Kai laughed. Tu Feng said sternly. It's not for face, the young master is willing to use those 2 brothers, my blood servant hall is very grateful. Is it so serious? Yang Kai laughed in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's pace stopped, and he looked forward in amazement. In front, nearly 20 powerful blood servants lined up in several rows, all of them looked awe-inspiring and looked towards this side with expressions of gratitude. The first person is Zhou Feng, the deputy head of the blood servant hall, who is also a powerhouse at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. His eyes swept around among the blood servants, and Yang Kai's expression was slightly stern. Every one of them is unparalleled, and every one of them does not move like a mountain. No matter whether they are male or female, they are the strongest among the strong. The lowest strength is also the 5th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. But even if it is the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, pulling it outside is no worse than the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary of the first-class forces. The blood servant of the Yang family really has a rich background. Looking at more than 20 pairs of eyes, Yang Kai also felt an unparalleled pressure in an instant. This pressure was not deliberately released by the blood servants, but the aura accumulated over the years. Therefore, in front of the strong, the weak will always be timid, tying their hands and feet. The true Yang art was in motion, and the pure true essence came out through the body, and only then did he stabilize his position. The eyes of the blood servants lit up. Zhou Feng was also secretly surprised, but he didn't show it. He just looked solemn and clasped his fists and said, Zhou Feng is the blood servant in the hall, thank you, young Master Kai. Thank you, young master. In an instant, the roar was thunderous. Yang Kai's expression moved slightly, only then did he know that Tu Feng did not exaggerate his words. Although he knew for a long time that he would gain and lose by doing so, he did not expect to get more than he imagined. Everyone takes what they need, don't worry about it. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his eyes circled around Zhou Feng, and turned to the 2 behind him. These two people are probably only under 40 years old, but they are all at the level of the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The expressions of the two of them are more solemn and serious than the blood servants next to them. A taste of the death of a confidant. The two of them stood there, their bodies trembling uncontrollably because of the unbearable pain, and there were bloodstains of dark red everywhere on the clothes they were wearing, as if they were adorned with plum blossoms blooming one after another, extremely dazzling. Under their feet, the dark red blood has also flowed into a pool, and there is a faint smell of blood in the air. But the two of them still stood upright, and the other blood servants didn't even glance at the bloodstain. You are Ku Gaoyi and Yingju. Yang Kai glanced at them. The two hurried forward and knelt on the ground. My subordinate Ku Gaoyi. My subordinate Yingju, I have seen the young master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Get up, since it is my person, then use practical actions to prove that my choice is not wrong. The two stood up silently without saying a word, but their eyes were quite determined, revealing a ruthless and persistent look. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Paintings Hong Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation in monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 411. Who will be the third out? It's already March. On the first day of the month, ask for a few monthly and recommended tickets. Seeing the expressions of Ku Gaoyi and Yingju, Yang Kai nodded secretly. Knowing that even if he is seriously injured, the blood servant is still the blood servant. Glancing at the others, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. Everyone, if we are enemies of each other in the future, this young master will not be merciful. Zhou Feng said sternly. It should be like this. Yang Kai turned and left, calmly. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju Chong clasped their fists solemnly. This parting, the blood servants will meet again in the future. Maybe they will face each other with their swords, and use their own blood and life to compose the glorious prelude of the next generation of the Yang family. The crowd reciprocated in awe. They all understand. Outside the door, Feng Sheng was still standing there, and when Yang Kai walked more than 10 feet away, he suddenly said, Kai Gongzi, these two subordinates of me who are incompetent will trouble you. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju both followed one step at a time. All the direct descendants of the Yang family have returned to the central capital, and the family has given nearly 2 months of preparation and planning time. After selecting their respective guardian blood servants, the long-awaited battle for the Yang family's succession finally begins. Here we go. When the news came out, Zhongdu was boiling, the whole big man was treacherous, and all the forces in the world, big and small, all marched in the direction of Zhongdu, hoping to get some benefits from this huge event. There are even many forces that have already arrived in the central capital. He was sitting and waiting, hesitating, not knowing which young master team to choose to stand in. The direct descendants of the Yang family have been busier than ever during this period of time. They have contacted the sons and young ladies of the other 7 families and worked hard to finalize their allies. The 8 great families of the central capital, the Yang family, Chu family, Lu family, Huo family, the Kong family, the Gao family, and the Yi family. Meng family. Among them, the Kong family, the Gao family, the Yi family, and the Meng family have all reported that they have formed alliances with different Yang family children. Only the remaining 3 have yet to make a statement. Needless to say, Lu Qingyao has already made a statement. The younger generation of the Yang family, whoever can beat him, will be his ally. It is rumored that Yang Wei, the boss of the Yang family, once fought with him. But no one knows what the result will be. But Lu Qingyao still hasn't made it clear who he wants to form an alliance with, so the outcome of that battle is self-evident. Yang Wei was afraid that he would lose. As for the Huo family, Huo Xingchen, a rambunctious boy, was just looking for fun and drinking all day. It seems that he didn't plan to participate in the battle for succession at all, which gave Mr. Huo Zheng a great headache. Huo Zheng also wanted to get involved in the battle for succession, but unfortunately his son was not on the road. If the older generation can participate in the battle for succession, Huo Zheng had already rubbed his shoulders by himself. On the contrary, the young sons of the Yang family heard that Huo Xingchen and Yang Kai were having some festivals, and they all found him to do ideological work, but no one succeeded. Instead, they were dragged into the Chunlu for a few nights, and they were all dizzy. He came out, shook his head and sighed that the mud could not support the wall. Autumn home. In the study, Chu Shusheng, the head of the Chu family, was sitting upright on a chair. He looked like he was only about 30 years old, but he was actually over 50, but he was born with a thin skin and tender flesh, and his complexion was much fairer than that of women. She looks much younger than her actual age. There is one person on each side of the hand, a man and a woman. The girl is Chu Yimeng, the eldest lady of the Chu family, and the boy is Chu Zeruo, the son of the Chu family. The two are half-sister and younger. The news that the battle for the succession was about to start came out, so naturally the Chu family had to choose a team. But Chu Shusheng didn't know much about the young sons of the Yang family. Although he had been inquiring about their news, he still got too little. The main purpose of the 7 great families participating in the battle for succession is to hone their own family's children. Winning or losing has little effect on their foundation. But who wants to lose if they can win? So it has to be a little more serious. Chu Shusheng stroked the goatee on his chin, pondered for a long time before asking, Munger, what do you think of this battle for succession? Hearing his father's question, Chu Zeruo's face was slightly sad. In the Chu family, although he is the first heir, no matter his personal strength or means, he is not as good as his half-sister. If there is any major event in the family, his father also likes to ask his sister to discuss, but asks himself sit on the sidelines and learn from it. It's always been like this since I was a kid. Chu Yimeng smiled slightly and said, according to the information I have received, there seem to be 8 young sons of the Yang family who will participate in the battle for the succession this time. Except for Yang Xinwu, who is ranked 4th, who has died, they are listed in order of age. Come down, they are Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Tai, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, Yang Ying, Yang Quan and Yang Kai. Chu Shusheng nodded lightly, without interrupting, his eyes signaled her to continue. Among them, the 2nd child Yang Zhao and the 5th Yang Kong are brothers, and the 6th Yang Shen and the 7th Yang Ying are also brothers. These 2 pairs of brothers probably won't attack each other until the last minute. Watching and helping each other, this is the difference between blood and blood. Chu Yimeng's thoughts turned quickly, and he spoke with precise words, and so far, there are 4 who have been assisted by the other 7 members. Among them Meng Jiaming Shanyi is the ally of the eldest Yang Wei, Yi Xinru of the Yi family is the ally of the 2nd child Yang Zhao, Gao Zhao Rangfeng is the ally of the 5th Yang Kong, and Kong Jiakongjin is the ally of the 7th Yang Ying. Neglecting it will largely determine the final outcome of the battle for succession. That's right, because the Yang family is in the central capital, and in the central capital, you have to communicate with the other 7 families. Chu Shusheng nodded lightly, very satisfied with his daughter's careful thinking and intelligence ability, but when he remembered that she was a daughter, it's a pity. Looking at Chu Zeruo, who was sitting beside him, looking a little resentful, Chu Shusheng sighed secretly. So, judging from the results on the surface, there is no doubt that the brothers Yang Zhao and Yang Kong have a bigger chance of winning, because both of them have a superpower as an ally. Then what? Chu Shusheng asked with a smile, hearing the sound of his daughter's words. Actually that's not the case. Let's not say that the 2 of them are separated. Even if they watch and help each other, I am afraid they will not be invincible in the battle for the succession. Over the years, in the battle for the succession, the participants sent by the 7 great families are all strong. Not too high, mainly from the younger generation. In order not to break the balance, but also for fear of causing too many casualties, this is an unwritten rule. Therefore, except for the blood servants of the Yang family, the 8 great families will not participate in the battle for succession. Invest in a master whose strength exceeds the 5th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. In this way, it is very important for those young masters to make friends through experience and make more friends. There are more helpers and allies that can be drawn. Moreover, most of the mothers of these sons are from first-class families. The family will definitely be inclined towards these sons. With the help of these forces, they can also work hard to protect themselves and not be quickly defeated by others. Chu Shusheng cast an approving look and smiled. Dad, my daughter doesn't know who will have the last laugh in the battle for succession, but I do know. Yang Tai, the 3rd youngest of the Yang family, must be the first out. Why? Because he doesn't have the guardianship of the blood servant. He has been practicing outside for a few years, and he has not gained much. With his credit to the Yang family, he has not been able to get the blood servant to follow him. Without the blood servant guarding him, his own strength is not very strong. Gao, his future is worrisome, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive for a day. Chu Yimeng's expression was confident and her tone of voice was determined, and the second one to be eliminated will definitely be the old 8th Yang Quan. My mother is only from a 2nd-class power. People from her parents' family can't bring much help. What about the 3rd one? Chu Shusheng smiled. My daughter doesn't know. Chu Yimeng smiled wryly and shook her head. The rest of the people are not very good judges. The 5th Yang Kong, the 6th Yang Shen, and the 7th Yang Ying are all possible. Well, Chu Shusheng couldn't help frowning, a look of puzzlement appeared on his face, and looked at his daughter with some doubts. This time, even Chu Zeruo, who stayed on the side and didn't speak, laughed lightly, and said, "Sister, I can see the third person out, but why can't my sister see it?" Chu Yimeng smiled slightly, looked at Chu Zeruo and said, "What's your opinion, brother?" Gao Jian dare not. Chu Zeruo smiled lightly, "But this matter is very obvious. Zeruo talk about it." Chu Shusheng looked indifferent and nodded at his son. "Yes." Chu Zeruo cast a glance at her sister and said, "The third person to be eliminated must be the youngest Yongkai." "What's the reason?" Chu Yimeng smiled sweetly, her expression unchanged, as if she knew that he would infer that. "As my elder sister said just now, this Yongkai has no real brother who is watching and helping him, and secondly, he has not received the assistance of the other 7 great families. Even if there are some people in his mother's family, at most it is only the help of the first-class forces, which is not enough. I'm afraid. And he's the youngest, he seems to be the same age as me now, so he definitely has no means, so the third one out must be him." Chu Zeruo's words were decisive and sound, as if he had seen Yongkai's ending with his own eyes. Chu Yimeng just smiled without refuting, looking at Chu Shusheng and said, "Dad thinks the same way." Chu Shusheng pondered for a while, and nodded slightly, "Yes, I think the same as your brother. The 2 points he said are the reasons, and according to the information I got, after he returned to the central capital, it seems that he has never been with the other 7 masters. I have been in contact with the children of my father, and he has not made any efforts to win over. Daddy can think that he has no confidence in himself and has given up the battle for succession." Chu Yimeng shook her head firmly, "Dad, I don't agree with your opinion. On the contrary, I also intend to turn our Chu family into his help." Chu Zeruo looked over with a foolish expression on her face, and murmured, "Sister, are you not awake? How can you say such a stupid thing?" Chu Shusheng also frowned and said, "Munger, I know that you and Yongkai know each other and have traveled with him for a while. Lu Liang has already passed down the book to me. What he did in the Lu family, Lu Liang has already reported to me in detail, so I am not too optimistic about him. If you want to turn the Chu family into his help, you must have a reason to convince me. Otherwise, it is impossible for my father to agree. Winning or losing the battle for succession won't affect the foundation of my Chu family, but it will cause some losses." To be continued. Chapter 412. This person has a great appetite. The reason, I don't know, but Dad, since childhood, when did my judgment disappoint you? Chu Shusheng's expression was straight, and when he thought about it carefully, it was indeed the case. As his daughter, she had a very precise eye for people and things. In recent years, she sometimes didn't understand things that she didn't understand. When I told her, she already knew everything. She often gave herself a lot of good ideas. Chu Yimeng said it so seriously, Chu Shusheng had to re-examine it, and said sternly, "What exactly does this person deserve your attention?" Chu Yimeng still shook her head slowly, "I really can't tell, but this person is amazing. He can often do some incredible things under impossible circumstances, bringing people a bright feeling." She wanted to tell her father that the seductive queen of the Kenyan evil land had been captured physically and mentally by Yongkai, but after thinking about it, she didn't say anything. After all, the evil land of Kenyan is the place where the demons gather, and Shan Qinglo is one of the 6 evil kings. He has always been incompatible with the 8 great families of the central capital. In this battle for the succession, whether Shan Qinglo will come to help him is a matter of choice. Without the assistance of the bewitching queen, Yongkai's assistance would be greatly reduced. Did your eyes light up? Chu Shusheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked deeply. Chu Zeruo raised her eyebrows and said with a light smile, "It looks like my sister has finally met a man she likes. I just think that there is no man in this world who can get your eyes on you." The father and son, one was suspicious and the other was intentional, apparently when Chu Yimeng was already tempted by Yongkai. "I have a little crush on him." Unexpectedly, Chu Yimeng admitted frankly. "But that's just a good feeling, because with him, I'm always passive." Chu Shusheng was slightly moved and said in shock, "This kid is so strong. My own daughter, even in Zhongdu, no one can make her passive all the time, she always leads others by the nose." Therefore, although this comment was bland, Chu Shusheng still spied some incredible information from it. A very strong man. Chu Yimeng smiled slightly, remembering Yongkai's attitude and actions towards her. He gritted his teeth lightly. Love can make a person stupid. Chu Zeruo shook his head in an old-fashioned manner, as if he was an old lover who had already read everything. Dad, Chu Yimeng knew that her half-brother had always had opinions on her. He didn't want to argue with him, but just pursed his lips and said with a smile, "Let's not say what I think about him, let me tell you what you think. If you judge that he will be the third out, it is convenient because you found it out yourself." Intelligence, the second aspect, is probably also influenced by Lu Liang's message, right? That's right. Chu Shusheng nodded and stroked his goatee. Although Lu Liang didn't comment on this kid in the letter, he just told everything about what he did in the Lu family, but I can also follow the letter. You can see Lu Liang's contempt for him. What if that was just his disguise? Chu Shusheng was taken aback for a moment, and said solemnly, then this kid is too old and cunning. Even Lu Liang can fool him. Lu Liang is not a fool. Chu Yimeng laughed, stood up from the chair, took a few steps, turned around and said, Dad. Actually, I was hesitating at first, should I tie the Chu family to him, at least before today, I didn't make up my mind. But now, I feel more and more that my judgment was right. What's the reason? It's because of his inaction. Inaction in the Lu family, inaction after returning to the central capital. In the Lu family, he didn't win over Lu Liang, and when he returned to the central capital, he didn't make friends with the 7 great families, but I got along with him. After a while, I know that he is not the kind of person who is willing to be mediocre. This person has always had a great appetite. Either he does not do it, or he does it absolutely, and he will not give the enemy time and opportunity to breathe. This kind of inaction, it just shows his confidence. Chu Yimeng frowned and slowly shook his head. I really don't know where he got the confidence, but he definitely has it. Sister, after talking for a long time, this is just your own guess and feeling. We haven't seen any help from him on the bright side. Chu Shusheng frowned and nodded. Yes. Munger, you said before that you didn't consider forming an alliance with him. Are there other candidates? Hearing what Daddy said, Chu Yimeng suddenly realized that her efforts just now had not worked. Daddy is still not optimistic about Yang Kai. Otherwise, this sentence will not be asked. Well, in addition to Yang Kai, I have 2 candidates, one is the boss Yang Wei, and the other is Yang Zhao, the second child. Yang Zhao, needless to say, he is a very powerful person, and the son of the current Yang family patriarch. The voice of the direct descendant has always been very high, and Yang Wei is also extraordinary. He is the only one in the Yang family's younger generation, and he is also the boss of the younger generation, so both of them have great hopes. After speaking, Chu Yimeng smiled bitterly, but now, both of them already have members of the 7 great families as allies. If my Chu family joins in again, I'm afraid it will be a little bad. Well, in this way, even if we win, my Chu family will not get much benefit. Chu Shusheng pondered, suddenly turned to look at his son, and said, Zeruo, what do you think? Chu Zeruo looked happy, and immediately knew that the opportunity had come. This was the first time Daddy took the initiative to ask his own opinion, and it was such a big thing as the battle for succession. Chu Zeruo naturally understood the deep meaning contained in it. According to the boy's opinion, since we want to participate in the battle for the succession, we should find a Yang family without the 7 great families as allies, so that after his victory, my Chu family can also eat alone. Chu Zeruo is also not those who are too stupid, after listening to their father and sister talking for so long, naturally have a case, and said with a calm expression, I mean, become an ally with that old 6th Yang Shen. His biological brother, the old 7th Yang Ying, already has a good health. With my family as an ally, plus my Chu family, we have a great chance of winning, at least we can compete with the brothers Yang Zhao and Yang Kong. Chu Shusheng smiled and nodded approvingly. Aware of his father's praise, Chu Zeruo knew that he was right in his father's mind, so he couldn't help breathing a little, and his face flushed with excitement. Chu Yimeng shook her head helplessly and sighed sadly. No matter how good she is still only a daughter. This Chu family is not something she can inherit in the future. After all, her fate is just a chess piece for marriage, which will bring more benefits to the Chu family. The room fell into silence for a while. Chu Shusheng tapped the chair with his fingers, making a tuk-tuk sound, frowning in thought, obviously weighing the pros and cons. It took a while for his eyes to settle down and he said, if that's the case, then this time the battle for succession. Daddy, Chu Yimeng interrupted him quickly. What? Chu Shusheng frowned slightly, looking at her with a displeased expression. Dad, this time in the battle for succession, my daughter wants to bring a group to Yang Kai's side. Chu Yimeng gritted her teeth, although she knew that saying this would make her father unhappy, but Chu Yimeng felt that her judgment was definitely not correct, wrong. Chu Zeruo couldn't help but sneer. After staring at her for a long time, Chu Shusheng said lightly, "You insist on doing this?" "Yes. My daughter never asked you for anything, but this time I insisted on it, and it was just like my daughter being presumptuous." "All right then, I'll assign the family's Chu Yutang to you," Chu Shusheng said solemnly. "Thank you, Dad." Chu Yimeng smiled bitterly. Chu Yutang, a hall that is not too important in the Chu family, the strength of the people in it is not very high, and the number of people is not large. Daddy will transfer such a hall to himself. Obviously he is mentally prepared to sacrifice the entire Chu Yutang. If it wasn't for what he said so firmly, Daddy probably wouldn't even give it to Chu Yutang. In this case, let time tell who is right and who is wrong, and who is more suitable to inherit the Chu family. Chu Yimeng's eyes became firm, and there was a faint smell of ruthlessness. "Go back." Chu Shusheng waved his hand, and Chu Yimeng bowed to retreat. When he walked out the door, the soft conversation between his father and his younger brother came from inside the house. The sound was in his ears, which made Chu Yimeng feel more uncomfortable. It was night, the backyard hall of Tongtian Inn, the headquarters of Bamboo Jia Gang. Yang Kai looked at the stacks of silver bills in front of him, his expression flat. Behind him, stood two tower-like men. These two men stood there quietly. They didn't say a word since they came in, but their faces were as pale as paper, and their foreheads leaked from time to time. There were some cold sweats, and some ferocious colors flashed on their faces from time to time, obviously enduring great pain, and the clothes on their bodies were also blushed with blood from the inside, as if embroidered with gorgeous flower buds. There were bloodstains on their feet. Peng Kai, the leader of the Bamboo Jia gang, and Mu Nando, the deputy leader, stood aside cautiously, looking at these two men who seemed to be dying from time to time. In the past few days, the strength of my two factions has been combined, and two small forces have been eroded. The strength of my bamboo festival has greatly increased, and I have also collected a lot of materials and money. Please click on the account, all the accounts are here, 1 cent. A lot. Peng Kai respectfully handed over a ledger and placed it in front of Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, replace all these silver notes with materials, and ask for a little bit of improvement, at least heaven-level materials, the more valuable the better. In addition, how many forces in Baikeng district can be eroded? If Brother Mu's information is correct, then there are 4 or 5 more. Peng Kai replied. Well, you two, bring 1 person each, and then go to subdue the 4 or 5 forces. Yang Kai stretched his finger behind him. Take them. Peng Kai and Mu Nando were dumbfounded, and looked at the 2 bloody people behind Yang Kai in awe. What can such 2 people do? Peng Kai and Mu Nando didn't even dare to speak too loudly, for fear that their own voice would shock them to death, so when they heard Yang Kai say this, they were puzzled and didn't know why. RQ. Shumalo is updated the fastest, please collect Shumalo M. Chapter 413. After the 3 shifts, I beg for a few monthly passes. In the hall of the Bamboo Jia gang, Peng Kai and Mu Nando looked at the 2 behind Yang Kai with stunned expressions. Any opinion? One of the people who seemed to be dying snorted coldly, and a huge spiritual consciousness suddenly swept out. Feeling the power contained in this divine sense, Peng Kai and Mu Nando's expressions changed greatly, and only then did they realize that these 2 dying fellows were not mediocre at all. This extraordinary consciousness alone is enough to wipe out the small forces in the entire Baikeng district. He quickly restrained his expression and waved his hands in panic. I dare not dare. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. He didn't see any movement from the 2 tower-like men behind him. Peng Kai and Mu Nando were wrapped in a force and disappeared in the hall in an instant, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. After Ku Gaoyi and Yingju disappeared, Yang Kai smiled slightly. It has been 5 days since the 2 of them were followed. The 2 blood servants were seriously injured, and should be healed in bed, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to their physical condition, as if wishing for them to die sooner, taking them wherever they went. In these 5 days, Yang Kai didn't talk to them a word, and never gave them any instructions. But what makes Yang Kai gratified is that he did not feel the slightest impatience from the expressions of Ku Gaoyi and Yingju, nor did he feel unwilling. The strength they can exert now is not as good as 30% of their peak, but there is no big problem with those small forces that want to sweep the central capital city. Running out of time, Yang Kai originally wanted Peng Kai and Mu Nando to slowly nibble away those small forces that could move, but the battle for the inheritance was about to begin, and he couldn't wait that much longer. In desperation, 2 blood servants were dispatched to ask them to help. Standing up, Yang Kai Chong said, take me to your warehouse. Yes. The bamboo Jia gang nibbled at the two small forces, and at the request of Yang Kai, he bought a lot of materials for the alchemy equipment, which are now all stored in the warehouse. Yang Kai walked in and walked around, and then came out, and there were a lot of good things in the black book space. Counting the large amount of materials sent by Yang Zhen, the old palace of Chenglu 5 days ago, now Yang Kai's storage is already small. The efficiency of the old hall of Chenglu is quite high. On that day, Yang Kai just said that he would exchange all the remaining credits for himself into materials, and the matter was done that night. Looking at the rich materials of the two carriages, both Yang Kai and the two elders in the family were truly taken aback. Those materials are all good things above the heaven level, and even 1/10 of them are of the mysterious level, and half of them are alchemy and refining tools. Fortunately, the Yang family has a strong background, otherwise they would not be able to come up with so many materials. Yang Yingfeng never thought that Yang Kai would still have such a large amount of credit left after exchanging the two blood servants as squires. Yang Kai himself did not expect it. The father and son stayed for a while before they recovered, and now these things are all placed in the black book space. Let Pang Kai continue to collect materials, save enough, and send them to War City for me. Yang Kai urged and strode away with his hands on his back. Battle City. It was a city specially built by the Yang family for the battle for the inheritance, and it was only 100 miles away from Zhongdu. Yes, the senior of the bamboo gang responded in a deep voice. After Yang Kai left, he suddenly felt a little confused. How did this young man come out after walking around in the warehouse? It doesn't seem to take anything. Probing his head and looking inside, the man was so frightened that his spirits and souls were blown away, and his liver and gallbladder were split. The materials that were originally placed in the warehouse have all disappeared at this moment. How can this be so good? 3 days later, the Yang family sacrificed to the rooftop. A majestic building is erected, the ground is flat, and it has already been covered with a red soft blanket. The sacrifice platform is majestic and majestic. 2 huge stone pillars go straight into the sky. There are no clouds in the sky, the blue sky is like washing, and the wind is howling, blowing the blood-red banner of the Yang family, hunting wildly. Nearly 1,000 martial artists of the Yang family, wearing uniform black suits, gathered around the huge sacrifice platform. Thousands of people, the breath is unified, the breath is the same, and it seems to be able to roll this piece of sky with each breath. Directly below the sacrificial sky terrace, the 8 direct descendants of the younger generation of the Yang family who had already bathed and changed their clothes had meticulous expressions, and stood with their heads bowed in the order of elder and youngest, looking up at the direction of the sacrificial sky terrace. A struggling voice came. Chu family patriarch Chu Shusheng is here. The owner of the Yi family, Yi Quangren, is here. Meng Ziping, the head of the Meng family, is here. The battle for the succession of the Yang family that has only occurred in decades, is almost the largest and most popular event in the whole world. The people of the other 7 families in the central capital will naturally not be taken lightly. Some of the Yang family's children introduced these guests to the arranged seats, sat down and waited for tea. Half an hour before and after, the heads of the 7 families all arrived. A cyan light flashed, and Yang Yinghao, the patriarch of the Yang family, together with several elders who had reached the level of immortality, appeared at the sacrifice roof. As soon as the host appeared, Chu Shusheng and others stood up one after another, clasped their fists and walked. Yang Yinghao returned the ceremony and shouted loudly, "Today is the day when my Yang family sacrifices to the sky and ancestors. Thank you all for coming to join us, please take a seat." Chu Shusheng, Yi Quangren, and Meng Ziping nodded slightly, their eyes shining brightly, and fell back to their seats. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on Yang Yinghao. According to his seniority, this person should be his uncle. Compared with the 4th Master Yang, his real age is probably only a dozen years older. But now, Yang Yinghao looks gray-haired, as if he is in his twilight years, and there are even deep wrinkles on his face. He was not like this before the battle of the Kenyan Evil Land. At that time, he was also middle-aged. Although he was not young, he was not that old. The reason is just because he was injured by the Ghost King and the Poison King in the Battle of Kenyan Evil Land. After returning to the family, he used the Yang family's reincarnation formula to expel him with his 30-year lifespan, own injury. The role of the Yang family's patriarch is very important, so even if he knew that 30 years of lifespan was too expensive, Yang Yinghao had to ensure that he was intact first. This is not the sequelae left by simple trauma, but the most direct life stripping. Yang Yinghao looked extremely old. It was precisely because he didn't know how long he could live that he was in such a hurry to recall all the direct descendants of the Yang family and start the battle for the direct descendant. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong looked at their father and felt sad for a while. However, Yang Yinghao looked indifferent, and briefly explained the rules of the battle for succession. There are no rules, the Yang family will only provide blood servants as squires for the sons of the direct line, and the blood servants are also very constrained in the battle for the succession. In addition, the Yang family will not provide the sons of the direct line any direct help. Whether it's an open gun or an arrow, or a conspiracy, whoever has the last laugh is the winner of the battle for succession. Have you written it all down? Yang Yinghao asked, looking at the 8 people standing below, and everyone nodded in unison. Then make sacrifices to the sky and ancestors. Yang Yinghao waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. All kinds of matters have already been prepared. In front of the solemn sacrificial platform, an incense burner curled up, and a hard-to-find 6th-order monster was lifted up. Yang Yinghao killed it, and blood spilled on the sacrificial platform. Sacrifice the sky with blood, sacrifice ancestors with beasts. The ceremony was very cumbersome, and under the guidance of Yang Yinghao, 8 members of the younger generation of the Yang family meticulously completed their tasks. During this whole process, the powerhouses of the 7 great families also had their eyes shining, secretly observing the performance of the 8 people, observing whether the allies chosen by their sons and daughters were suitable, and whether the enemies were strong. Finally, after paying homage to the ancestors of the Yang family, the whole ceremony was finally completed. This time, either you will die or I will die, you can do it yourself. Yang Yinghao urged in a deep voice, waving his hand and shouting, let's go. 8 extremely handsome cloud-trotting horses came roaring and stopped in front of the 8 people, and the 8 young disciples of the Yang family each turned on their mounts. The wind stopped, the atmosphere in the air suddenly seemed a little stagnant, and even the breathing of thousands of people suddenly stopped. The 8 people glanced at each other and all smiled slightly. Even if they are siblings, they are enemies when they leave the central capital. I will not show mercy. Me too, big brother, go first, Yang Wei said in a deep voice, and when the words fell, the cloud-treading horse had already galloped away. Follow, Yang Zhao chuckled. 8 cloud-trotting horses galloped on the dedicated passage of the Yang family, rolling up a trail of dust and smoke, scrambling to be the first. Old man, go and see the excitement. Kong Rui, the head of the Kong family, gave a hey laugh, waved his hand, and the pure essence wrapped around his entourage and disappeared like lightning. Go together, go together. Gao Mo, the head of the Gao family, left immediately. The old man is going too. Kong Zheng, the head of the Kong family, was not to be outdone. In an instant, the 7 great families walked away cleanly and disappeared. I don't know how to behave. Yang Yinghao snorted coldly, blaming these old guys for leaving without saying hello to him. Along the way, there were 8 cloud-trotting horses galloping in the ground, and 7 groups of people in the sky were rushing in, but in just a moment, they had already left the main south gate. Outside the main south gate, it seems to be more lively than the Yang family's sacrifice roof. Countless large and small forces are looking forward to it. They know that today is the start of the battle for the succession, and naturally they are waiting here early. The young master of the Yang family, who he followed, went to War City together. Outside the entire main south gate, there are densely packed heads, and even several miles away, there are still people watching secretly. Which son are you Chengyanggu going to follow this time? Some acquaintances began to say hello. Of course it's 6th young master Yang Shen. Don't go, you will definitely lose. Join us in Feiyan village and follow the 2nd son Yang Zhao. The 2nd son has more potential than the 6th son. Real or fake? Of course it's true. Come, let me tell you, I know a lot of insider stories. The 2 of them crossed their shoulders, whispering aside. The 3rd level small forces such as Chengyanggu and Feiyunzhuang have no way to win over any friendship with the Yang family. They don't even know the doorway inside. Most of them follow which one the young master is pleasing to the eye, or they are invited by their friends and follow them together. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 414. In front of the Zhengnan Gate, 7 groups of people suddenly appeared strangely, and the warriors from the forces outside the Zhengnan Gate were all pushed out far away by an invisible force. After everyone stood firm and looked forward with shock, not only did they dare not be angry, but they were all surprised and excited. The heads of the 7 families appear at the same time. It's not unusual to see these big people. This time, they came to China right. Just seeing these 7 people is worth the return ticket. For a time, many warriors looked excited and looked at the 7 people with admiration. On the contrary, the 7 people were staring at the central capital city, with a moment of interest on their faces. The moment they left the central capital, it was also the moment to test the charm of the young masters of the Yang family. They naturally wanted to know, waiting in Zhengnan. These forces outside the door will follow which sun? There was a gust of wind and lightning, and 8 cloud-trotting horses appeared one after another. The 8 young sons of the Yang family who participated in the battle for succession made their debut. Meng Shani of the Meng family hurriedly drove his crotch mount to meet him, smiled and clasped his fist at Yang Wei and said, "Young Master Wei. It's been a long time." Yang Wei nodded calmly with a calm expression on his face. The news of the alliance between the two had already been reported, so it's not surprising that they were so close at the moment. Yi Xinru stepped forward, a faint blush on her charming face. She had 2 decades of beauty, her skin was frosty sai shui, her figure was graceful, her expression was shy and a little charming. She smiled cleverly and said, "Young master." Yang Zhao laughed loudly, bent down and stretched out a big hand to Yi Xinru, with a gentle expression like jade. "Come up." Yi Xinru nodded slightly, grabbed Yang Zhao's big hand, and with a vertical motion, she floated in front of Yang Zhao and sat on the cloud-treading horse. The patriarchs of the other 6 families glanced at Yi Quangren, the patriarch of the Yi family, with profound meaning. In front of everyone's eyes, a man and a woman are so intimate. It doesn't look like it's just an ally. Maybe there are some incredible inside stories. Yi Quangren's expression was indifferent, and he didn't mean to criticize his daughter's boldness. It seemed that he knew it well. At the same time, Gao Rangfeng and Yang Kong chatted happily. Kong Zan and Yang Ying looked at each other and smiled. The 4 major families have already expressed their stance, and the 4 sons are proud of their spring breeze. This is the stage for young people. Lao Chu, haven't your Chu family made a choice yet? Huo Zheng looked at him eagerly, as if scratching his heart like a cat, but he looked left and right, and he didn't see his incompetent son present. Knowing where he must be now, he was suddenly annoyed and turned his head to find Chu Shusheng standing beside him seemingly lonely, and he couldn't help feeling a sense of pity for each other. "Isn't this already chosen?" Chu Shusheng smiled slightly. Huo Zheng was stunned for a moment, and when he looked back, he was surprised to find that Chu Zeruo had actually come together with Yang Shen, the 6th child. Yang Shen was also overjoyed, and treated Chu Zeruo very politely in his words. Huo Zheng couldn't help but be surprised for a while. "Hey, Lao Chu, this time the Chu family participated in the battle for succession. Is your son leading the team? Where is Xiao Mengmeng?" The others also looked at Chu Shusheng suspiciously, with a puzzled look in their eyes. Chu Shusheng has a son and a daughter, but there is a natural difference between the two. Chu Yimeng's name has already spread throughout the central capital, and he is the 2nd-ranked person in the younger generation of the central capital. They all think that this time the battle for the succession will be led by Chu Yimeng, but they don't want it to be Chu. "Show up here. My son is getting older, so he has to be trained." Chu Shusheng chuckled. The battle for succession is a rare opportunity. Kong Zheng pursed his lips and sneered. "Lao Chu, it's not that I said it badly, that kid in my family is a piece of mud that can't support the wall. Although this kid in your family is better, it's not much better. I see. The position of your family head is still passed on to your daughter. If you really want to pass it on to your son, the Chu family will be finished sooner or later." Chu Shusheng snorted coldly. "I do things, why do you need to intervene?" Huo Zheng rolled his eyes. "I don't know good people. In the field, the 5 major families have all expressed their positions one after another, and the large and small forces who have been observing them finally hold back." At that moment, one person rushed up in a hurry, came to Yang Wei, clasped his fists and said, "The chief disciple of the next 3 holy sects, Zan. I am willing to follow the eldest son around, in order to serve the dog and horse's labor." Yang Wei glanced at him and nodded lightly. "Okay." That Zan Li couldn't help thanking him, and quickly stood behind Yang Wei. With the Zan Li of the 3 sacred sect taking the lead, young people from various forces hurriedly stepped forward to serve the selected Yang family disciples. For a time, the scene was very lively. Looking at the audience, the eldest Yang Wei and the 2nd child Yang Zhao undoubtedly received the most help. Whenever anyone came to vote, Yang Wei nodded lightly, while Yang Zhao greeted him warmly with a smile on his face. The 2 brothers have different personalities, and they show it vividly at this moment. In addition to the 2 of them, the 5th Yang Kong, the 6th Yang Shen, and the 7th Yang Ying, who were allied with the other 7 great families, also gathered a lot of help in a short period of time. Only the 3rd youngest Yongtai, the 8th Yongquan and the youngest Yongkai were left alone. The difference between the connections of the brothers and the strength of the Quebec can be discerned by the eyes. Yongtai and Yongquan looked at each other and both smiled bitterly, knowing that the 2 of them would definitely have no hope in the battle for succession this time. "Brother Kai, don't worry about it." Yongtai suddenly comforted Yongkai softly. "Yeah," Yongquan nodded lightly, "you are better than us, at least you have not only 2 blood servants, but also a first-class force from the mother's family as support, we are." The loneliness and helplessness that could not be hidden in the tone, the 2 of them, one only had a blood servant to follow, and the other did not even have a blood servant. "I don't care." Yongkai shook his head slowly, showing a hint of loss, but his eyes stayed on the 2 of the dozen or so blood servants on the opposite side. Those blood servants were all selected by Yonglan's children to participate in the battle for the succession. Among them, Ku Gaoyi and Yingju stood in the middle with pale faces, and a discerning person could see at a glance that the 2 blood servants were seriously injured and had not healed. Qi and blood are fluctuating, Yi Ran's strength has been greatly damaged, if there is no further treatment and rest, I am afraid that these 2 will not die or die. But the 2 of them stood there, and secondly, their expressions were firm and their bodies did not move. Only Shi Ren, who cast his eyes on Yongkai, couldn't help but straighten his waist. Yongkai saw not only the 2 of them, but another man and a woman. Tu Feng, Tang Yushan. Both of them reluctantly smiled at Yongkai. They didn't want to be enemies with each other, but Tu Feng and Tang Yushan were still selected by the Yang family's children from the Blood Servant Hall. In this battle for succession, they were destined to become enemies. It's just that Yongkai still doesn't know who the 2 of them are with. With a grin at the 2 of them, Tu Feng and Tang Yushan couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Every time the young master smiled like this, it meant that he was going to do something bad. I really don't want to be an enemy with him. Tu Feng and Tang Yushan were full of bitterness. Although they were far stronger than him, Tu Feng and Tang Yushan still didn't know why, and they were in awe of Yongkai. In a short time, those big and small forces have been divided up by the 5 young sons of the Yang family who have the hope of winning the heir. Yongtai and Yongquan's expressions became more and more lost. The patriarchs of the 7 great families were all commenting on the children of the Yang family, but Chu Shusheng looked surprised. Since listening to his daughter's evaluation of Yongkai that night, Chu Shusheng has been a little concerned about this young man. Today, he deliberately observed it carefully and found that although this person has not been followed and loyal by any forces, he has always looked uneasy. Instead, there was a strong confidence in those bright eyes. Chu Shusheng was secretly surprised in his heart. The eye contact between Yongkai and Tu Feng and Tang Yushan failed to hide his observation, which made Chu Shusheng even more puzzled. A child of the Yang family without help is equivalent to a tiger without claws. What kind of waves can he find in the battle for succession? In such an embarrassing situation, he did not show the slightest embarrassment, and he seemed so calm from beginning to end, as if he had full confidence in his heart. Moreover, why did the 2 blood servants with strength as high as the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension bound seem to be a little afraid of him? Chu Shusheng was amazed in his heart, and couldn't help but slightly improve his evaluation of Yongkai. Perhaps, he really has some background, but it is definitely not enough to win in the heirloom. From the current situation, it can be seen that he is not qualified to participate in the final battle of the battle for succession. The division of the various forces has been completed, and the Yang family's children naturally have to prepare to set off for the war city. Yang Weil tightened the reins, and was about to lead the team to set off when a slow, unhurried tuk-tuk sound suddenly came from far and near. Outside the main south gate, there was a moment of silence, the needles could be heard falling, and this tuk-tuk sound was unusually piercing and loud. Following the voice, everyone turned their heads and looked over there, only to see a cloud-stepping horse, a young man with an uninhibited smile on his face, sitting on the back of the cloud-stepping horse, with his hands in his arms. The letter came, a pair of eyes flashing with strange light, constantly wandering on the beauties in the crowd, and the breath of debauchery was about to come out. When he took a look, no matter which woman it was, she seemed to have the illusion that her clothes were stripped off, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. The complexion of Huo Zheng, the head of the Huo family, became extremely blue in an instant. Because the person who came here is not someone else, it is his incompetent son Huo Xingqian. A short distance apart, Yongkai and Huo Xingqian glanced at each other, the latter showed a hint of disdain and provocation, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. That night, Huo Xingqian led the Shuangguang society to attack the Bamboo Jia gang, and Yongkai came to the rescue and took Huo Xingqian into his hands. He had no choice but to give up the Shuangguang Club. See you now. Naturally, Huo Xingchen didn't give him any good looks. I'm not too late, right? Huo Xingchen stopped in front of everyone, with a smile on his lips, glanced around, nodded and said, fortunately, it looks like I came in time. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 415. Before the children of the Yang family returned to the central capital, there were 3 young people with the most limelight in the central capital. Just read the novel. One is Lu Qingyao, the second is Chu Yimeng, and the third is Huo Xingchen. It's just that the first 2 are famous, while the last one is notorious. Everyone in the central capital knows that the Huo family is a arrogant, rambunctious, beautiful girl, and when she sees him from a distance, she will rush to avoid being kidnapped by him. In Zhongdu, any family with a young girl will have a portrait of Huo Xingchen's head in order to remember this person's appearance. To a certain extent, Huo Xingchen's reputation is even louder than Lu Qingyao and Chu Yimeng, and people give him the nickname Zhongdu Wolf. Wherever the Zhongdu Wolf Huo Xingchen passed, only the wind and clouds changed color, the earth trembled, and the Zhongdu children stopped crying when they heard the bad name of the Zhongdu Wolf. At this moment, young Master Huo, the wolf of Zhongdu, sat on Yunju's back casually and relaxedly, with his arms around his chest. Seeing so many elders, he didn't mean to come down and salute, and he called the other family's patriarchs. Looked darkly shaking his head. Where did you go last night? Huo Zheng glared at him and asked sharply. Cultivation in seclusion, Huo Xingchen said without hesitation. The old man Huo Zheng was so angry that he stomped his feet and shouted, "Damn! What's the matter with the lipstick mark on your face?" Outside the south gate, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted. Huo Xingchen didn't look embarrassed at all, he just glanced around with a sneer, and the laughter stopped abruptly. No matter how bad the reputation of this wild Zhongdu wolf is, he is still the son of the 8 great families. Not that those people can laugh at. Not to mention, he is still the only seed of the Huo family, and he can't be provoked even more. If he keeps laughing, he may remember his appearance, and he doesn't know how he died. Huo Zheng shook his head, his face filled with the meaning of hating iron and steel, and he snorted softly, "You are not fooling around in the Spring Breeze building. What are you doing here?" Huo Xingchen smiled when he heard the words, and said, "Dad, didn't you say that the battle for the Yang family's succession is a rare opportunity? I think about it, and I feel that the Huo family has to be involved in such a big matter, of course. Too, otherwise, wouldn't it make others look down on my Huo family?" Hearing him say this, Huo Zheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. The previous displeasure and annoyance had long since been thrown into the clouds. Hastily said, "You mean, you want to participate in the battle for succession?" "That's exactly what the boy has in mind, so I can live up to your expectations, Daddy," Huo Xingchen replied sternly. Huo Zheng was overjoyed, slapped his thigh and said, "Okay, you finally figured it out, it's not too late to figure it out now. Come down, come down." While talking, Huo Zheng rushed forward, like a servant, and diligently took his son from the back of Ta Yunju. Not only did he not feel that there was anything wrong with such a doting approach. Instead, he was smiling. Of course Huo Zheng would be happy. No matter what he told Huo Xingchen before, his son was unwilling to participate in any battle for the succession. Compared with the battle for succession, he was more willing to drink and have fun. As a result, Huo Zheng thought that this time the battle for succession. I am afraid that there is nothing to do with his Huo family, and he has been unhappy all the time. But he didn't want to. On the day when the battle for succession started, his son actually ran over by himself and asked to participate in it, which naturally made him overjoyed. "Look," Huo smiled. With a wave of his hand, he pointed not far away and said, "These are the 8 sons of their old Yang family. Son, choose one carefully. After you choose, Daddy, I will leave the Stargate to you." "Really?" Huo Xingchen raised his brows, his face wretched. "Of course it's true. In front of your other elders, will this old man joke with you?" Huo Zheng said seriously. "That's fine, I like it." Huo Xingchen laughed lewdly. The sound of the father and son's voices came into their ears, and many of the Yang family's children breathed slightly. Stargate. The Huo family is a very special force. They are all made up of women, and the women inside are not only beautiful but also quite powerful. More importantly, because they are women, they have practiced light exercises and martial arts, so they have been responsible for things like assassination. If such a force is in one's own hands, it will become a great help, and if it is an enemy, it will definitely make people feel overwhelmed. Just read the novel A. So when Huo Zheng talked about Stargate, both Huo Xingchen and the children of the Yang family were full of interest. Huo Xingchen's expression was casual, and his eyes swept over the Yang family's children in turn. Except for Yang Wei's still cold face, everyone else smiled and clasped their fists. Obviously want to win his favor, in the hope that he can stand in his team. Huo Zheng is also waiting with a smile on his face, he wants to know who his son will choose. After a while, Huo Xingchen's eyes turned to Yang Kai with a playful expression, a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and nodded, "It's you." Yang Kai frowned and glanced at Huo Xingchen with a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect Huo Xingchen to choose himself. This is simply unreasonable, he had a holiday with him. As long as he was a normal person, he would choose someone else to suppress him in order to achieve the purpose of revenge, but now his choice makes Yang Kai somewhat incomprehensible. Huo Zheng also looked stunned. "Master Kai," Huo Xingchen replied with a smile. The seven masters frowned slightly, and Chu Shusheng was even more puzzled. "Dad, leave the Stargate to me now," Huo Xingchen said excitedly, "the Stargate matches my name, so I should take care of it." "Dad, you're old, you should let go, so as not to let those beauties take care of it." Stand alone in the empty boudoir. Huo Zheng's old face was flushed with anger, and he opened his mouth a few times, as if he wanted to scold someone, but he couldn't scold him in front of everyone's eyes. Huo Xingchen said in surprise, "Dad, why are you talking like a fart? You said earlier that you would hand over the Stargate to me, but now you go back on your word. Do you still want your face?" Rao as the master of each family is very self-cultivation. At this moment, he couldn't help but have the urge to laugh. He couldn't help but pretend to be deaf and mute, and hold the laughter in his chest. Hard work. Huo Zheng was furious. "I said that after you have chosen, I will hand over the Stargate to you, but what about you? Who is not good to choose, but this one?" Yang Kai's face sank, and he sneered. Huo Zheng coughed dryly, and it was hard to say any more. He just shook his head and said, "No way, no way. You can choose another one. As a man, you spit in nails. This is choosing an ally, not a wife. How can you change it?" Huo Xingchen waved his hands in a serious tone, "Dad, you don't need to say anything, I've made up my mind." You are mad at me too." Huo Zheng staggered. His face was red and his neck was thick, and his whole body was full of real yuan. "Hey, Dad, you are so angry, do you want to hit me?" Huo Xingchen's expression didn't know whether to live or die, as if he really wanted to be mad at his father, he continued to provoke him. The other homeowners saw enough of the show, and they came to persuade them one after another. Gao Mo said, "Old Huo, forget it, children have children's ideas, so why stop them?" Meng Ziping also said, "Yeah. It's not a big deal to play." Huo Zheng snorted coldly, "It's no big deal. That's the power of my Huo family. How come you don't take your family's power seriously?" All the patriarchs chuckled lightly and said no more. Huo Zheng, Yang Yinghao also appeared at the Zhengnan gate at some point, and had a panoramic view of the farce just now. At this moment, he raised his voice. "The battle for the succession is a grand event for my Yang family to choose the next patriarch, and it is also a stage for the younger generation. It is his choice for Ling Lang to do so you don't have to interfere." When Yang Yinghao spoke, Huo Zheng couldn't help frowning. Huo Xingchen smiled and cupped his hands. "It's still Patriarch Yang Wise, not like my father. I'm confused. If you dare to be presumptuous, I will kill you today." Huo Zheng was furious. "Okay, alright, a lot of old people come out to be embarrassed, let's go home and retire quickly, the Huo family and me." Huo Xingchen waved his hand impatiently. "You have a seed." Huo Zheng gritted his teeth, "You have the freedom to choose this way. I won't stop you, but I want to take the Stargate from Lao Su, you are dreaming." Having said that, he walked away angrily. Huo Xingchen didn't take it seriously, he smiled at Yang Kai. "Young Master Kai, it seems that we will have to share weal and woe in the future." Yang Kai couldn't deny it. Outside the south gate, things finally subsided. The 8 young masters rode on cloud-trotting horses and drove to the battle city. Tu Feng and Tang Yushan glanced at Yang Kai in embarrassment, nodded slightly, and then followed behind Yang Kong, walking away. Yang Kai saw all this in his eyes, grinned, and said to Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju, "Let's go too." "Yes," the two responded in a deep voice. Huo Xingchen drove his mount from behind to catch up with Yang Kai, looked at him, and then looked back at Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju. He couldn't help laughing. Interesting, interesting. A helper who has no power to use, two people who have suffered the heavily wounded blood servant, how can the situation not be optimistic? If you talk nonsense, get out. Yang Kai gave him a cold look. Huo Xingchen was stunned, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai's attitude towards him to be so bad. He was rarely angry, but said with great interest, "Your other brothers treat your allies with kindness, how dare you treat me like this? It's really interesting. I want to see how you can get by tonight. You really hope I lose?" Yang Kai suddenly looked at him with a smile. Huo Xingchen would choose himself as an ally, which greatly exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. Before he understood his true thoughts, Yang Kai did not intend to count him as his help. Just treat him as an idler. Why do you think this young master chose you? Huo Xingchen laughed. This young master just wants to see how you, a tiger without claws, will lose in this battle for succession. Then you're going to be disappointed. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with confidence. Huo Xingchen sneered, "I don't deny your personal strength is very strong, but what can you do without a helper?" Pointing at Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju, he said, "Just the two of them, what kind of big things can be done? You won't wake up like my father, will you?" Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju looked blank and said in a muffled voice, "Even if the two of them die, they will not let others approach the young master. Welcome to your support, which is my biggest motivation." 416 Make a bet. Hearing Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju claiming to be their subordinates, and their attitude was so respectful, Huo Xingchen couldn't help frowning, subconsciously feeling that something was not right. The masters of the Yang family blood servant hall don't seem to be so kind to others, do they? How about we make a bet? Yang Kai suddenly suggested, looking at Huo Xingchen with a smile. What are you betting on? Huo Xingchen suddenly became interested. Just bet I can make it through tonight. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, young Master Huo's expression became amused, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind changed sharply. Afraid? Yang Kai secretly smiled, his expression was rather indifferent, he snorted, "I'm afraid don't follow me, be careful to lose your life tonight, but I heard that you are the only seed of the Huo family, if you die in War City, things don't end well." Afraid? Huo Xingchen sneered, "My young master is so big, I still don't know how to write fear. If you dare to bet with me, I will convince you of your defeat. Don't you know that this young master is best at eat, drink, prostitute and gamble?" While talking, he looked excited. "What's the bet?" Huo Xingchen asked. Yang Kai looked at him up and down and said, "You're poor and white now, I'm afraid you don't have much to offer, right?" Huo Xingchen was startled, scratched his head and said, "That's true." "Then play smaller." Yang Kai chuckled, "If you lose, I don't want anything from you, so you can run around 10 laps in the battle city naked." This is not suitable, Kai brother." Huo Xingchen frowned suddenly, "Running around the city naked for 10 laps, wouldn't it be a shame? Anyway, you are already notorious, and running 10 laps is no big deal. You don't have to worry about debts, and lice don't itch." Yang Kai raised his brows at him, his face wretched. Hearing what he said, Huo Xingchen couldn't help feeling that it made sense. He nodded and said, "That's right. But I don't think you'll lose." "What if you lose? What can you give me?" Yang Kai blew a whistle, and suddenly there was a loud eagle cry in the sky. Immediately, a golden light swooped down, and Shen Jun's golden feather eagle landed steadily on Yang Kai's shoulder, his sharp eyes gleaming. "I'll give it to you if you lose." Huo Xingchen couldn't help but be overjoyed. If Yang Kai said that he would lose some treasures to him, he might not be interested. As the only seedling of the Huo family, how could he be short of treasures? But the golden feather eagle was different. It was a monster unique to the Yang family. Not to mention its strength, it was already pretty good, but its appearance alone made Huo Xingchen very tempted. When you go out in the future, if you can bring Jin Yuying by your side like Yang Kai, it will be a matter of face. The arrogant and extravagant son-in-law likes these tunes. A word is settled. Huo Xingchen was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on it, so he quickly settled it, and looked at Jin Yuying with joy, and murmured, Yinger, you can change your surname to Huo after tonight." Yang Kai smiled and said nothing. 100 miles away from the central capital, War City. This is a city built by the Yang family. Although it is not as prosperous and vast as the central capital, it is quite good. Usually, it is only used as an ordinary city, but every time it comes to the battle for the succession, this place will become a battlefield. The 8 corners of the battle city each have a mansion, which was prepared for the 8 sons who participated in the battle for the succession. Perhaps for a long time in the future, they will all be fighting here. Throughout the years and dynasties, the battle for the succession of the Yang family was rarely determined in a short period of time, and most of them were protracted battles that often took 3 or 5 years to decide the outcome. According to the records of the Yang family classics, 100 years ago there was a Yang family patriarch who won the final victory in less than half a year. This kind of achievement is already proud enough, because the closer to the end, the stronger the enemy needs to be dealt with, and the harder it is to win. Only when you have a considerable advantage in yourself can you easily defeat the enemy. The brothers entered the city one after another, and the entire war city was instantly boiling. There were originally many people living here, but more people have already left, because they were afraid of being implicated in the battle of the Yang family's succession. The people who are still left are some bold people, and they are also quite looking forward to the battle for the succession. After chatting with each other, the brothers parted tacitly and went to their own mansions. Yang Kai's mansion is in the northwest corner. The location is not very good, it is relatively remote, and it is relatively deserted, but he doesn't care. There were only 4 people in the group. Shi Shiren came to the mansion in the northwest corner. There were 2 pretty maids standing at the door. There were also some servants in the mansion. They were sent by the Yang family to serve the young masters in their daily life. It is the treatment that every mansion has. These people are just ordinary people, and they don't worry that they can affect the outcome of the battle for succession. When Yang Kai arrived, the 2 young girls of young age gave a graceful salute and said, "I have seen young Master Kai." The tone of voice is not very enthusiastic, it is just a routine, but whether it is Yang Kai or Huo Xingchen, they both subtly find that the expressions of the 2 maids are a little lost. Obviously because they were assigned to a young man's mansion with no future, the 2 girls felt that they had no hope. Although the servants in these mansions will not participate in the battle for succession, of course they also hope to follow the better son, so that not only can their own safety be guaranteed, but secondly, if the son who serves is satisfied, the son will inherit the position of the head of the family in the future, and he will also be able to rise. Huo Xingchen glanced at Yang Kai with a smile, and seemed to find it interesting that even this ordinary servant thought he had no future. Yang Kai looked indifferent, just nodded slightly, and led Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju into the mansion. Behind him, Huo Xingchen smiled lewdly and said to the 2 young girls, "What are the names of the 2 girls?" Seeing Huo Xingchen's **** expression, the 2 girls couldn't help but turn pale with fright and backed away. They naturally knew the name of the Zongdu wolf, and they were secretly anxious that this time, when they were afraid that it would be impossible to escape the poisonous hand, Yang Kai's voice came from inside, "No one in my house is allowed to move." Huo Xingchen was stunned and shouted, "Hey Yang Kai, are you taking care too much?" As he spoke, he hurriedly chased after him and said angrily, "But there doesn't seem to be any other beauties here. What entertainment do you want me to use?" Yang Kai glanced at him lightly and said, "There should also be a spring building in the war city, as long as you are not afraid of being caught, you can naturally go to the romantic and unrestrained. It's still exempt." Huo Xingchen waved his hands again and again. He chose Yang Kai as an ally under the watchful eyes of the public, which means that he has become the enemy of others, and now running to the Chunlu will definitely cause an accident. "Who wants to find a beautiful woman? See if I can do it." A woman's voice suddenly came from the lobby of the mansion. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai couldn't help but stunned for a moment. Huo Xingchen shrank his head almost like a conditioned reflex and looked up stupidly. "As far as I can see a bright woman with bright eyes and white teeth, snow muscles and jade bones, wearing a long lavender dress, with a smile on her face. She walked out from the inside, and when she came closer, her full breasts were raised." Laughing at the 2 of them, "Chu Yimeng," Huo Xingchen exclaimed, "who do I think is looking for a beautiful girl? It turns out that it's you, a playboy." Chu Yimeng looked at Huo Xingchen with a smile. The latter's expression was bitter and scolded, and she actually met her here, and she was suddenly shocked again. Looking at Chu Yimeng, she was shocked, as if she had thought of something. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai frowned. "What happened today is really strange. Huo Xingchen became his ally for no reason, and now even Chu Yimeng came here. Isn't your Chu family on my 6th brother's side?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. Chu family Chu Zeruo was walking with Yang Shen, and Chu Shusheng, the head of the Chu family, was also present at the time, clearly telling everyone that the Chu family was the ally of the 6th Yang Shen. Yang Kai didn't understand why Chu Yimeng appeared in his mansion, and she looked like she had been waiting here for a long time. "The Chu family is the Chu family, I am me." Chu Yimeng smiled slightly, raised her chin and said, "Why, you are not welcome. Beauty, you won't be kicked out of the family by your father, will you?" Huo Xingchen guessed hard. "What do you mean? Explain it clearly." Yang Kai didn't understand the mystery for a while. I'm here to help you, isn't it the battle for the inheritance? What can't you understand? We will be allies from now on. Chu Yimeng smiled sweetly, seeing Yang Kai's puzzlement, she was very happy. Huo Xingchen rolled his eyes and sneered, your father is really cunning, and he actually bet on double treasures. He obviously misunderstood, thinking that the Chu family had made friends with Yang Shen and Yang Kai. However, Huo Xingchen is also full of doubts, and he doesn't understand what is so magical about Yang Kai, so that the Chu family can bet half the chance on him. He himself only came to play with Yang Kai because he was looking for excitement, but this was definitely not the case with the Chu family. I said, the Chu family is the Chu family, I am me. Chu Yimeng slowly shook her head, this time I am not representing the Chu family, but myself. Yang Kaizi turned around quickly, and soon realized a lot of things, nodded and said, I see, how many people do you have? Chu Yimeng smiled bitterly, the people from Chu Yutang asked me to bring it here. As soon as the consciousness was released and closed, he instantly understood the strength of all the warriors in the mansion, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Huo Xingchen sneered, Chu Yutang. The hall that specializes in keeping defective products. It seems that there are only about 20 people. That's right, it's a hall dedicated to keeping defective products. Chu Yimeng glared at Huo Xingchen. The warriors of the Chu family, if they were severely injured, their strength fell, and they had no hope of improving their lives forever, they would be sent to Chu Yutang to do some easy things. There are only 1 or 2 immortal ascension boundaries in the entire hall, and the realm is not high. Chu Yimeng brought these people here, and it was simply not enough to deal with the crisis that was about to be faced tonight. Come here, it's always a force. Yang Kai looked at Chu Yimeng and nodded with a smile. Chu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled, I hope you don't let me down. What are you guys optimistic about? Huo Xingchen shook his head slightly, wondering why the two of them didn't care about this battle for succession more than himself. He patted his chest and said, a helper who has no power to use, to a blood servant who has lost a lot of strength, and now plus a big and small sister who only brought a group of waste people, this is really a bunch of useless people. Yang Kai, you are really finished. To be continued. This book. The text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 417 He is the grasshopper of the Autumn Queen. Huo Xingchen was clearly not optimistic about Yang Kai at all. Hearing what he said, Chu Yimeng frowned and did not refute. This time, she will assist Yang Kai in the battle for succession, and she is also taking a big risk. Although she couldn't see Yang Kai's trump card and hidden power, she still had a hunch that she must not underestimate this man. Just a feeling. As for whether Yang Kai can win the battle for the inheritance, or whether he can even survive tonight's danger, Chu Yimeng has no clue in his heart. Forget it, I'm too lazy to tell you guys. Huo Xingchen showed an impatient look, shook his head and waved his hands. I'm going to bed, I've refreshed myself, and I'm ready to enjoy the good show tonight, hee. You can do it yourself. Yang Kai didn't even want to greet him. The mansion is very big. After all, it may become a place where many forces gather, so there are countless free rooms. Huo Xingchen found a room and got in, and disappeared. What are you going to do? After Huo Xingchen left, Chu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai helplessly and asked softly. The attitude of the only seedling of the Huo family also made Chu Yimeng understand something. This Mr. Zongdu Wolf was probably here for sightseeing, and he didn't think about doing anything for Yang Kai at all. That is to say, although Yang Kai already has 2 disciples of the 8 great families as allies, in fact, he can't even bring out any decent power. There are only 2 blood servants, and they are still seriously injured, and their faces are weak. You can mobilize the people of Chu Yutang at will, but don't expect them to play a big role. Chu Yimeng frowned and smiled bitterly. Even though today is the first day of the battle for inheritance, if you expect the words of these 2 blood servants, I am afraid that they will be disappointed. The strength that your brothers have gathered now is enough to delay or even defeat them, and it will be easy to capture you. I know. Yang Kai nodded, his face flat. Where's the Dong family? Chu Yimeng pondered for a while, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Isn't the Dong family your mother's family? Why haven't they been seen this time? Don't they care about you? At this time, if there is a first-class family's strength as a support, the situation may not be so worrying. It will come. Yang Kai grinned and said with a sly smile, it's just not today. What do you mean? Chu Yimeng was stunned. She could smell a hint of conspiracy from Yang Kai's smile, but she was as smart as she was, and she didn't know what medicine was sold in Yang Kai's gourd. You can do it yourself, you don't have to worry about today's affairs for the time being. The soldiers will block it, and the water will flood the soil. Yang Kai said casually, and then led Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju to walk in. You this person, Chu Yimeng chased after a few steps, only to see Yang Kai striding a meteor, without even turning his head. He couldn't help being a little annoyed, stomping his feet angrily and gnashing his teeth. She is now even more sure that Yang Kai has a backer, but the man didn't explain it to her at all, which made Chu Yimeng feel a sense of discouragement. Every time she faced Yang Kai, she was led by the nose, and she couldn't grasp what the man was thinking and what to do next. Slippery like a loach, Chu Yimeng cursed in her heart. Chu Yimeng snorted softly and stood in the same place for a while, then turned around to arrange the defense gate of Chuyutang that she brought. Although there are no experts in Chuyutang, it is still possible to do some tricks around the mansion and set up some traps. War City, Hongyuan Restaurant. The restaurant was in full swing, with a steady stream of customers, and the juniors were dizzy. Before the battle for the succession began, a lot of people had already gathered in the battle city. This was the battlefield where the Yang family seized the succession. Naturally, some people were waiting here early, waiting for the arrival of the young sons of the Yang family. On a table by the window, a slightly chubby young man of about 26 or 7 years old was drinking wine and delicious food unhurriedly. On the left and right sides of his strike sits an old-fashioned old man who looks dazed. The two old men are bland and motionless, squinting as if they are asleep, but the two pairs are hidden under the eyelids. His eyes were always watching the guests coming and going in the restaurant. In the restaurant, there were constant announcements, and the guests who had been drinking and watching were all telling about what happened outside the south gate today. The old man, the young man and the three people listened to these words. After a long while, one of the old men said, "Young master, from this perspective, young master Kai's future is worrisome. There is only one Huo Xingchen as his helper, and he can't mobilize any power of the Huo family, so Yang Kai has no help." Indeed, another old man also gently led, "Aren't we going to help at his house now? I really want to go." The slightly chubby young man pouted and looked depressed, "But this kid sent a letter to me 2 days ago, telling me not to interfere today and just wait and see." "Don't intervene." The old man who spoke earlier was puzzled, "But young Master Kai has no strength to defend, how can he handle the impending crisis? My Dong family is married to the 4th master. Young master, you and Kai young master are cousins. Now that he is in trouble, it is our duty to do so." Quote. This young man is Dong Qinghan of the Dong family, and the two old men are Fengyan Shuangweiko who has been following him all the time. Dong Qinghan shook his head, "God knows what the hell this brat is doing. I also heard that his 2 blood servants were seriously injured and couldn't show their strength at all. I originally wanted to rush to help as soon as possible, but he said so, and I can only wait." Feng Wei gently led the leader. The Yang family blood servants are all strong, and the 2 blood servants beside Kai Gongzi, the old man and the 2 have also dealt with them, and know their strengths. Quote. Dong Qinghan suddenly became interested, and asked with a smile, "If you guys fight to the death with them, what will the result be?" Fengyan Shuangwei looked solemn. "The realm of the 2 of me is 1 level lower than that of them. If they are in their prime, only one of them needs to display the blood tyrant, and they can kill them without any effort. But now I the duo have the confidence to beat them easily." Dong Qinghan sucked in a breath of cold air, his face was horrified, he nodded and said, "The Yang family really has a way. This tyrannical madness is so good, beyond Nangying's edge." Quote. Feng Wei said solemnly, "Although the tyrant blood mad technique is great, it is overdrafting one's life force and burning combat power, so the blood servants of the Yang family generally don't live long, and this is also the powerhouse of the Yang family blood servant hall, grief." Yun Wei also nodded, with a look of deep approval. "Forget it, let's not say that since this kid wants me to stay out of the way, there must be an arrangement. We can just wait for a day and go to his house tomorrow to ask the truth." Dong Qinghan's expression was casual, as if he didn't care at all. "Don't worry if Yang Kai can survive tonight." Fengyan Shuangwei was amazed in his heart. "I don't know what that young master Kai said in the letter to his young master, and he actually made his young master so confident." Another restaurant, on the 3rd floor. There is also a young man of about 23 or 4 years of age, who is also considered to be handsome. At this moment, he is also tasting wine and eating vegetables like Dong Qinghan, but unlike Dong Qinghan's helplessness, today's young people are full of smiles, and a feeling of being refreshed at a happy event arises spontaneously. "Young master, the master said that we should send something to that Yang Kai, so that we can take care of others. Now that he has arrived at War City, let's see if we should visit now. The young man smiled when he heard the words and said, "Why do you want to go there? You didn't listen to everyone in the restaurant saying that Yongkai is probably going to be out tonight. Although the things I brought this time by Lu Song are not worth the price, but they are not ordinary, and now I send it to him, and he is not hot, isn't it because the meat buns beat the dog, and it has no effect at all?" "What do you mean, young master?" Although the expert felt that something was wrong, he could only ask. The young master in front of him, but the heir to the next head of the Lu family, is the son of Lu Liang. This time, under the order of Lu Liang, he brought a lot of gifts to the central capital, just to quell the half-attack after Yongkai left the Lu family last time. Although that incident had nothing to do with the Lu family, and later it was rumored that many young sons of the Yang family were assassinated on the way back, but Lu Liang had to pinch his nose and confess his fate. Who let Yongkai rest in his Lu family? In a few days. No calamity is no calamity. As a big family, which family has nothing to dislike? After Chu Yimeng heard the news, Lu Liang asked his son to set off overnight and rushed to Zongdu to make amends. The young man Lu Song snorted coldly, "This Yongkai is a bit deceiving. Just because he passed by my Lu family and was attacked later, he took the opportunity to threaten and plot against my Lu family's property. You say, how can my Lu family's things be cheap for such a villain?" Quote. What the young master said is very true. The master also followed the words and said angrily, "This young master of the Yang family is really not kind. What's even more despicable is that he actually asked Miss Chu to deliver a letter. He came to my Lu family and made it clear that he wanted to corrupt my Lu family's money, which is really disgusting. So, I won't give him anything. He is now a grasshopper in the autumn, and he can't jump for a few hours. Hee, let's watch tonight's good show." Lu Song smiled proudly. Once he loses, there is no need for me to make amends for him. The master frowned and said softly, "But young master, before I left, the master said that no matter how this young master Kai performed in the battle for the inheritance, these gifts must be delivered to him." Lu Liang knew that his son was a little short-sighted, so he urged the experts accompanying him to supervise him. Hearing this, Lu Song frowned, puzzled. He naturally did not know that at the same time that the news of Yongkai's attack in the middle of the road reached the Lu family, Lu Si, the #1 member of the Lu family, also returned from Union Peak. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Painting Zongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 418. What will you choose? A few months ago, Ma Si went to Union Peak and handed the letter and jade pendant from Yongkai to Xiao Fusheng. Master Xiao immediately refined a xuandan for him, took the xuandan, and after refining the medicinal effect, Lu Si completely got rid of the suffering of the past, and truly became a supernatural being. After returning to Lu's house, Lu Sidang called Lu Liang over and warned him of some important secrets. No one knows what Elder Si said to the patriarch, but the higher-ups in the clan can feel that after returning from Lucina, Lu Liang has changed his views on Yongkai, and it is precisely because of this that he's so refreshing. Let Lu Song go to Zongdu with a lot of good things to apologize to Yongkai. Among them, Lu Song is not very clear, so he still doesn't quite understand what his father said. If this Yongkai was defeated in the battle for succession, why would I give him so many things? Lu Song shook his head as he spoke. Do it, it's not easy to do. The master next to him Wen Yanchen, "Master, why don't we first see how this Yongkai is doing?" Anyway, the master just said that he would send things to him, but he didn't say when he would send them. If he can't handle it tonight, then what the supplies will be used for will be up to you, young master. If he behaves okay, we have to obey the master's orders. Yes, just do it like this. Lu Song nodded in agreement. If he loses on the first day of the battle for the inheritance, he will definitely have no status in the Yang family after that. I don't have to go to the Lu family for such a person. Be good. What the young master said is very true. The master nodded. In the northwest corner of the battle city, Yongkai's mansion. In a room, Yongkai looked lazily aged, and a maid offered tea. Yongkai took a sip and waved him back. Before the maid left, she glanced at Ku Gaoyi and Yingju with some horror. The condition of the two blood servants has been getting worse and worse in the past few days, especially after they were sent by Yongkai to subdue the small forces in the north city of the central capital that night. Their bodies became weaker and weaker, and their injuries did not improve in the slightest. Prescribing the Yang family's special healing pill has little effect. The foundation is broken. For this, both Yang and themselves are very clear. If it wasn't for the damage to the foundation, with their strength and chi and blood, the injury would have improved somewhat. At this moment, the faces of the two blood servants were pale, and their whole bodies were sweating. It seemed that there was severe pain in their bodies. The expressions of the two of them were sometimes soothing and sometimes hideous, is horror. Ordinary people will naturally panic when they see it. Rao is so, the two of them are like javelins, standing there straight and motionless. Yang Kai looked up at them, his eyes filled with admiration. He is also a very determined person, and his temperament is quite determined, but if he puts himself in his shoes, if he has encountered such treatment as the two blood servants, I am afraid that he will not do better than them. At the very least, the young master who followed didn't seem to regard himself as a human being, and only wanted to squeeze their last value before their vitality was exhausted. Yang Kai couldn't accept this alone. But the loyalty of the two blood servants to the Yang family made them have no complaints. Not only did they have no complaints, they didn't even show their faces, but they were even more loyal to Yang Kai. Feeling the gaze cast by Yang Kai, Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju's expressions became more and more calm. After a long while, Yang Kai chuckled, "Who is Ku Gaoyi between you two?" To be honest, Yang Kai really doesn't know who they are, because they haven't said a word to each other since returning from the blood servant hall that day. The two blood servants listened to these words, but their expressions did not change at all. The taller, stronger-looking man hurriedly clasped his fists. "This subordinate is Ku Gaoyi." "Then you are Ying Ju." Yang Kai looked at the other person. Ying Ju nodded lightly. Comparing the two blood servants, Ying Ju is a special person, because although he is a man, he is very delicate. Yan, he looks rather taciturn. This person's character should be the same as Yang Wei, who is a lonely and widowed population. From the words of Yang Fourth Master and Dong Suzu, Yang Kai also knew the areas of expertise of these two blood servants. What Ku Gaoyi is best at is rapid explosions. He can completely explode his true essence and all the power of divine consciousness in one stick of incense. Once the attack is launched, it will be continuous and will not give the enemy any. There is no time to breathe, and in this time of incense sticks, he is basically an invincible existence among the warriors of the same realm. This person is the most desperate person in the entire blood servant hall. Although he is on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, he has defeated many masters at the peak of Immortal Ascension boundary over the years. Even in the entire blood servant hall, his strength is relatively high. But Ying Ju is different. What Ying Ju is best at is speed. It comes and goes without a trace. His concealment skills are quite good. When his attack is shot, the enemy will not even have time to react. There are rumors that the most difficult person in the Yang family blood servant hall is not the hall master Feng Sheng, nor the deputy hall master Zhou Feng, but the shadow-like Ying Ju. The person he was eyeing, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, would not be able to escape his pursuit. These two cooperated and complemented each other, and they were a pair of blood servants that made people feel fearful. Last time, the two of them escorted Yang Xinwu, the fourth youngest generation of the Yang family, to the Wei clan. They were besieged by many experts in the Immortal Ascension boundary. The power of that group of enemies was stronger than what Yang Kai encountered. Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju were desperately guarding, but Yang Xinwu's own strength was not good, so he did not escape bad luck. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth to talk to him. Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju were both at a loss, not knowing what instructions he had to give, and looked at him suspiciously. "Do you have any complaints against me?" To the surprise of the two, Yang Kai actually asked such a thing. When speaking, Yang Kai smiled and looked at them deeply. Ku Gaoyi said quickly, "My subordinates dare not." "Not at all." Yang Kai snorted, "I want to hear the truth." Ku Gaoyi couldn't help but look embarrassed, and Ying Ju and Ying Ju looked at each other, not knowing what to say. When they were in the blood servant hall, the two listened to Tu Feng and Tang Yushan talking about how kind this young man was and how good he was with the blood servant. Later, Yang Kai used them as squires when they were desperate. With Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's forewords in their ears, and Yang Kai's righteous actions behind them, Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju were naturally grateful, and secretly decided to assist Yang Kai to make a name for themselves, even if they lost their lives. No hesitation. But these days with him, he didn't even look at the two of them, and his attitude was extremely cold, and he didn't allow them time to heal and recuperate. Although their blood servants are loyal to the Yang family, they are human beings anyway. The so-called scholar died for the confidant. Yang Kai, the master family, was so indifferent to his subordinates, they would naturally feel uncomfortable in their hearts. "Let's talk." Yang Kai took a sip from the teacup and looked at them seriously. Only then did Ku Gaoyi pursed his chapped lips and said, "Ying Ju and I are already at the end of the road. It was the young master who helped us when we were in distress. The feeling of giving charcoal in the snow will be remembered by the two subordinates in our hearts. So in any case, the two of them will never dare to complain to the young master, but they are just a little disappointed. His words were earnest and his demeanor solemn, obviously speaking from his heart. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth slowly raised. Do you think that what Tu Feng and the others said are different? Ku Gaoyi nodded lightly, and this time even Yingju responded. Of course it won't be the same, because I didn't want to choose you. Yang Kai stood up. What I want is Tu Feng and Yu Xian, after all, everyone is already familiar with it. The expressions of the two blood servants dimmed. However, I think we are familiar with each other now. Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. At least, I know the real thoughts in your hearts. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju both lit up and looked at him silently. When Yang Kai said this, it was like telling them that he wanted to communicate with them, which was what the two of them expected. I don't doubt your loyalty to the Yang family, and I don't doubt your gratitude to me. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled, but if there is a conflict between me and the Yang family, what choice will you make? On my side, or on the Yang family's side? The two people's expressions changed when they heard the words, and they all looked at Yang Kai in horror. Young master is joking, Ku Gaoyi asked with a frown. I'm serious. Yang Kai stared at him for a while. Ku Gaoyi took a deep breath. Although I don't want this to happen, if there is such a day, Yingju and I will still follow the young master. Yingju spoke in a rare manner, with a cold expression. If there is no young master, the two of us may have already abandoned our cultivation base and retired to the mountains and forests. Therefore, our cultivation base belongs to the little son, and the little son needs to take it. Use it. Hearing what the two of them said, Yang Kai finally grinned. The reason why they say this is because Yang Kai is also the Yang family. They don't think that such a situation will really happen, and the second is because they think that there is not much time, even if there is a day, they can't wait. But in any case, Yang Kai finally got the answer he wanted. I once told Yu Xian that anyone who knows my secret will either become my person or become a dead person. Yang Kai's smile sullenly filled with evil spirits. Now you are qualified to know a little of my secret. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju were both startled and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he was talking about. These two medicinal pills, one for each person, take it and take it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and threw it, and the two medicinal pills flew out. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju took it with their hands and thanked them, but they were full of doubts in their hearts. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 419. Someone came to seek refuge. Just like Tu Feng and Tang Yushana's day, as soon as the medicinal pills were put in, the two blood servants found out that the medicinal pills that Yang Kai took out were only of the high-grade earth grade. What's the effect? Doubt in his heart, but he didn't show the slightest on his face. Time is running out, hurry up and take the medicinal effects of the medicinal pills, there will be a big show tonight for you to play. Yang Kai's eyes were deep, and a sneer like a blade flashed on the corner of his mouth. I want to see who it is. I can't help being the first to want to do it to me. Yes. The two nodded, knowing that the night would not be peaceful, and they did not dare to delay. Just when he was about to take the medicine pill, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He turned his head and looked out. He said with a smile, it's not even night yet, why is someone looking for trouble? Ku Gaoyi and Yingju were stunned for a while, then reacted immediately, and quickly let go of their senses, and they noticed that there were many people gathered outside the mansion. They were both angry and surprised. Because Yang Kai noticed it faster than them. The location of the three of them is a relatively deep room in the mansion, about 1,000 words away from the main entrance, and the wind and grass outside cannot be transmitted here at all. Neither Ku Gaoyi nor Yingju knew how Yang Kai noticed it. There are not many people coming, and the strength is not very good, but there are a few immortal ascension boundary. The two subordinates went to send them off first. Ku Gaoyi took the initiative to ask Ying. Not busy. Yang Kai frowned. Chu Yimeng is here. Before she finished speaking, Miss Chu's eldest sister's voice rang outside the house. Yang Kai, someone is coming to you. Yang Kai and the two blood servants glanced at each other, both puzzled. When I opened the door, I saw Chu Yimeng standing outside the door with a smile, with a remarkable demeanor and graceful appearance. The two blood servants glared at their eyes and praised that Yang Kaienfu was no small at this disadvantage. Get help from such a beauty. Who? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Chu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I don't know, a young man today, I think I came to rely on you, but that attitude is a bit weird, do you want to go and have a look? You can't even see the calendar. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He doesn't say it himself, how can I see it? Chu Yimeng rolled his eyes at him. Isn't he a fat man? Yang Kai suddenly remembered Dong Qinghan, but he clearly told Dong Qinghan 2 days ago that he should not show up today. With his personality, he would never be so reckless. It's not fat, you should go have a look. Yang Kai nodded. Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju were about to follow, but they were stopped by Yang Kai. Hurry up and heal your wounds, you don't have to follow. But, Ku Gaoyi couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. The strength of those people can't help me, Yang Kai said as he walked out. Behind them, Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju's expressions moved slightly. Yang Kai's words sounded normal, but after careful scrutiny, it contained some extraordinary information. This little boy seems to know what kind of strength the people outside have. How did he know? He only has the realm of the 8th level of the True Yuan realm, and he has not yet reached the Immortal Ascension realm and has not cultivated spiritual consciousness. With his own perception, it is impossible to perceive too much detail. Moreover, even if he knew what kind of strength those people outside had, why did he say that those people couldn't help him? This inexplicable confidence was what surprised Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju. You must know that there are several masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary outside. Looking at each other, Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju both saw shock in each other's eyes. Walking out with Chu Yimeng, Miss Chu's mouth was smiling, and she looked at Yang Kai and said, "It seems that you are not in a hurry at all. What are you worried about?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "You're still pretending to be stupid with me." Chu Yimeng bit her teeth, grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve, stopped her steps, and said angrily, "You should follow me now. Is it clear?" "What is it? I don't know what you are talking about." Yang Kai frowned. "How many people do you have in the strength you can win over, and how are you going to get through tonight's difficulties?" Chu Yimeng asked helplessly, because she knew that if she didn't ask, Yang Kai would only make excuses with her. As he spoke, his tone was much softer. "Now I am also your ally, although I don't represent the Chu family, and although it does not bring much help, I have already achieved this level, why do you keep deceiving me? Isn't it worth your sincere friendship? Sincerely meet." Yang Kai smiled strangely, looking up and down at Chu Yimeng, and a little lewd light gradually appeared in his eyes. "How do you want to be sincere with me?" Seeing the aggressiveness in his eyes, and hearing the sound of his words, Chu Yimeng's face flushed, but she quickly calmed down. "Is it bad to be your confidant? If you have any troubles, you can tell me. I can chat with you." "No need, I only talk about love with women, chatting and talking is too superficial and not suitable for me." Yang Kai shook his head seriously. You don't have a serious word when you face me. I'm just annoying you like that." Chu Yimeng was bitter, her chest heaving, and she pouted, "Although you are very good and excellent, I am the one I have so far. The most powerful young man I've ever met, but I don't want to be jealous of someone like the seductive queen. I know I am no match." Quote, "It's not that you annoy me, it's that you are too shrewd, I have to be careful everywhere with you." Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Chu Yimeng was startled, her long eyelashes blinked a few times, and she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "So I can bring you pressure, I always thought it was only me who was under pressure. You underestimate yourself too much. I don't know why, but my mood has suddenly improved a lot." Chu Yimeng smiled sweetly, as if she felt that she could make Yang Kai be careful everywhere, which was also a happy thing. "I won't tell you anything else. As for tonight, you can just wait and see." Yang Kai grinned and smiled confidently. "You really have plans?" Chu Yi hummed, "I'm so worried about you." Knowing that she was talking cheaply to gain his favor, Yang Kai didn't express much, and walked out. Huo Xingchen flashed out like a ghost from nowhere, swinging a folding fan in his hand, pretending to be suave, following the two of them, and said with a smile, "Why did I hear some movement outside?" "Your ears are really good." Chu Yimeng glared at him. Huo Xingchen smiled and said, "I like to watch the liveliness the most, especially the liveliness of the enemy. Tell me, is someone looking for trouble with Yang Kai? It doesn't look like he's looking for trouble." Speaking of the business, Chu Yimeng's expression became serious. "That person's attitude is very strange, as if he came to seek refuge, but he doesn't look like he came to seek refuge. And a lot of big suitcases. Eh? Fuck." Huo Xingchen scolded when he opened his mouth, his eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Just like you, someone is going to come to you. Are you blind or have no love?" Quote. "Shut up." Chu Yimeng scolded him. Huo Xingchen seemed to be a little afraid of Miss Chu, so he hurriedly shook the fan and kept his mouth shut. Be careful yourself, don't fall for other people's tricks. Chu Yimeng told Yang Kai, I don't want you to be wiped out. She is equivalent to independent Chu family to form an alliance with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai is really destroyed by a little trick, it also proves that she is too blind. Outside the door, a young man in a black robe, with a great figure, was standing there with his hands on his back. Behind him, there were at least 20 warriors, 4 of whom were in the Immortal Ascension boundary, but the most powerful. That person is only on the 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The 4th level Immortal Ascension boundary from a first-class family is not too bad, but this background still seems a bit poor. What makes people more concerned is the large scarlet box that this group of people brought with them. I don't know what's in the box, some are very light, some are heavy, and there is even some faint medicinal fragrance flowing in the air. There are as many as 4 such vermilion boxes, which are also lined up and put aside. The young man's eyes were very firm and his expression was very calm. More than 20 people stood there, not moving at all of them were silent and looked at Yang Kai-fu indifferently. After a while, Yang Kai and Huo Xingchen Chu Yimeng came out together. The young man squinted his eyes turned on Huo Xingchen and Yang Kai, his expression was a little puzzled, he couldn't tell which one was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also full of doubts. He originally thought it was Dong Qinghan who was here, but now, when he saw it, it wasn't, and he didn't know this person at all. People who do not know will come to rely on themselves, which is somewhat unreasonable. In the battle for the succession in front of him, anyone with a discerning eye can see that his chances of winning the battle for succession are almost zero, and he is about to face the first difficulty after dark today. At this juncture, the purpose of this group of people is somewhat intriguing. But if they didn't come to seek refuge, they also brought so many vermilion boxes, which obviously contain some supplies. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai is not very clear about himself. Chu Yimeng asked him to be careful, how could Yang Kai be so careless? Before he could ask a question, Huo Xingchen slammed the ground, opened the folding fan, shook it gently, and asked with a smile, which family's disciple are you from? As soon as he spoke, the young man immediately turned his gaze, seeing Huo Xingchen's rambunctiousness, his brows could not help wrinkling, and a coldness appeared on his face. He said, you are the youngest Yang Kai, son. Huo Xingchen's appearance made him greatly disappointed, and his tone was naturally not too polite. Hearing him ask this question, Huo Xingchen giggled twice. Looking at how stupid you are, I know that the news is definitely not well informed, do you want me to give you a few pointers? He said, without waiting for the other party to answer, he said to himself, after tonight, the owner will change here, you stupid bird, go back and forth from where, you have to keep your eyes open for refugees, young the 8 sons of the family, who do you choose is not good, but you choose here, it is really hopeless. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to Kamea Unknown Currency first release a cent voting for recommendation and monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 420. This child can't be saved. A pound degree I 1/4 A cent A cubed I 1/4 A 1/2 CA registered AE section A degree plus or minus A half I 1/4 A degree A 1/4 A pound degree AI 1/4 A. In front of Yang Kai's mansion, Huo Xingchen was arrogant and exaggerated, not only making Yang Kai frown, but the young man on the opposite side was also displeased, so he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Huo Xingchen laughed and was about to say something, but Yang Kai grabbed his clothes and threw him out. In midair, a beautiful harrier turned over, Huo Xingchen fell to the ground, pinched his nose, but did not dare to complain, his expression was embarrassed. Seeing this scene, the young man couldn't help but turn his attention to Yang Kai, and the warriors standing behind him also whispered. I'm the person you're looking for. Yang Kai looked at the person indifferently. The young man couldn't help but look slightly hazy, but there was still a hint of arrogance and unrestrainedness in his eyes. Looking at Yang Kai provocatively, his body did not move, and he said indifferently, I have seen young Master Kai. Which one are you? Yang Kai also thought it was very interesting, no wonder Chu Yimeng said that this person's attitude was a little weird, and it really was a problem. He looked like he was here to form an alliance with him. He brought a lot of warriors and 4 boxes of supplies, but his expression was clearly reluctant, as if he was being persecuted. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had seen this person. Smile to the sky, the young man replied in a deep voice. Shang Tianxiao. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing his surname, remembering something, raised his brows, and said with a smile, who are you, Shang Chu? Shang Chu, the eldest son of the first-class Shang family whom he met in Taifeng Mountain a few months ago, is also the future successor of the Shang family. At that time, Shang Chu and Nan Sheng joined forces to persecute Yang Kai, but they did not want the blood servant of the Yang family to come to find him at the last moment. Yang Kai pulled out the 2 feathers of the golden feather eagle and framed it, forcing the 4 masters of the Immortal Ascension realm from the Shang Nan family. Each wasted an arm, and Nan Sheng also cut off 2 fingers. The identities of the 2 are not low, and Yang Kai can't kill them rashly, so he can only let them go. But before they left, Yang Kai told them that he would see their sincerity in Zhongdu within 3 months. And now it seems that this Shang Tianxiao is definitely related to Shang Chu, and the origin of these warriors and supplies can be explained. It's my big brother, Shang Tian replied lightly with a smile. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded slightly and glanced at the warriors with a smile on his face. This is your sincerity to the family. Yes, I am very satisfied. Shang Tianxiao shook his head slowly and said, you don't have such a big face. Everyone here is my sincerity to Shangjia, and these 4 boxes are the sincerity of Nanjia. Also, I don't mind, although people are a little worse, this thing is still useful. Yang Kai smiled. These 2 big first-class families, one family out of people, the other out of materials, it's not bad. It is estimated that they were afraid that the news of their attempt to kill the direct descendants of the Yang family would spread, so they swallowed their voices and broke the wealth and eliminate the disaster. Shang Tianxiao's eyes filled with contempt, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The tone is bigger than the sky. I'm not in the mood to ask about the grievances between you and my elder brother, but if you want me to help you participate in the battle for succession, you have to show me what you can do first. Haha, you want to fight him? Huo Xingchen laughed suddenly, stared at Shang Tianxiao narrowly, his eyes showed interest, and shook his head. This second son of Shang, it's not that I don't like you, it's really not a wise decision to fight him. Chu Yimeng also smiled sweetly at the side, looking at Shang Tian with a funny smile. Both of them had fought against Yang Kai, but when Chu Yimeng fought against Yang Kai, he was only in the 3rd level realm of the True Essence realm. At that time, he was on par with her, and even slightly surpassed. Now Yang Kai, after reaching the 8th floor of the True Yuan boundary, even though Chu Yimeng had successfully advanced to the 1st floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, he did not dare to say that he could win against Yang Kai. As for Huo Xingchen, what happened that night was a nightmare. After all, he is also a child of the 8 great families, and he is also the only seedling. Although he has been sensual and uncaring for the past few years, he has taken countless treasures of genius, his strength is not weak, and he also carries a lot of secret treasures of extraordinary quality. Such a background was also taken down by Yang Kai, and he didn't even have time to react, which was enough to see Yang Kai's tyranny. Huo Xingchen doesn't think this second young master Shang can win over Yang Kai by force. Among the younger generation, who can win over Yang Kai? Only Lu Qingyao from the Lu family has such a glimmer of hope. Shang Tianxiao took the expressions of Huo Xingchen and Chu Yimeng into his eyes, and his heart froze slightly. With his eyesight, he can naturally see the strength of these 2 people. Although he doesn't know who these 2 are, they are so powerful at such a young age. They must be from the 8 great families. Although these 2 people didn't say much, their demeanor and tone already explained a lot of problems. This Yang Kai is very powerful. Taking a closer look at Yang Kai, Shang Tianxiao shook his head secretly. He couldn't see the depth of Yang Kai at all. This young Master Yang was standing there with a pure and ancient well, and seemed to be restrained to the extreme. There is no sign of leakage at all. With such a degree of restraint, either he is extremely powerful, or he has used the power of the secret treasure to hide people's eyes and ears. Shang Tianxiao couldn't figure out whether he had real skills or was just trying to confuse him. If he wanted to know his true strength, he could only do it with hands. Up to now, Shang Tianxiao has no way to retreat, and raised his voice. If you only rely on the 2 blood servants to make my eldest brother fall so miserably, it's nothing. If you want me to help you sincerely, just do it. I have to win. Huo Xingchen couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, walking to Chu Yimeng's side, with a sad expression on his face. This child can't be saved. Chu Yimeng nodded heavily, expressing the sameness. Hearing what they said, Shang Tian couldn't help but feel a little anger in his heart. Even the 4 Immortal Ascension boundaries behind him looked at Huo Xingchen with bad looks, as if he should not despise his second son. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he frowned. It seems that your eldest brother didn't tell you all about the situation at the time. From Shang Tianxiao's words, Yang Kai quickly realized some problems. It's fine if your eldest brother doesn't tell you, doesn't your cousin Nan Sheng tell you? Yang Kai smiled strangely, with a sly smile, revealing a deep meaning. Chu Yimeng's long eyelashes moved, remembering the rumors she had heard before, and looking at the Shang Tianxiao again, she couldn't help showing a sympathetic look. Shang Tianxiao's expression suddenly turned cold, and he snorted coldly, earning as false, seeing as true. If you want to hit me. If you don't hit me, I'll leave now. These people, stay and let you drive. The grievances between you and the Shang family, a swipe away. Yang Kai shook his head. Headless snake, what do I want him to do? Without the words of second young master Shang, leaving only these warriors would not be able to play a big role. At first glance, these people are loyal to Shang Tianxiao's warrior group. Saying that, after taking a few steps forward, he calmly rushed towards Tianxiao and stretched out a hand, making a slight gesture. Such a contemptuous appearance made Shang Tian laugh in anger, but he just took a deep breath and removed the anger on his face and the anger in his heart. In an instant, the aura of the whole person calmed down and looked at Yang Kai with a cold expression. This rapid change made Yang Kai's eyes light up. When facing the enemy, he was most afraid of being impatient. Therefore, when the warriors were fighting in a stalemate, they usually used words to stimulate each other and make the other party's mood fluctuate. There may be mistakes that should not be made. Only with a calm mind can a martial artist exert his full strength, and even perform supernormally and fight beyond the ranks. Shang Tianxiao can stabilize his mind in just one breath, and his concentration is obviously extraordinary. Second young master, be careful. The Shang family's warriors quickly stepped back, and the fourth layer Immortal Ascension boundary expert even urged. I know, Shang Tian replied with a smile. While speaking, he moved his hand, and a machete with a blue body and an insolent shape suddenly appeared in his hand. Heavenly secret treasure. Starting with the knife, Shang Tianxiao's temperament suddenly changed, and he became extremely arrogant. His eyes were full of strong confidence, and he closed the vertical and horizontal lines. It seemed that in this world, no one could stop him. Cut. He didn't say anything. Shang Tianxiao suddenly waved his secret treasure, and in an instant, the sky was filled with daggers, swarming into one, fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Does this count as a sneak attack? Huo Xingchen asked in surprise. Chu Yimeng was too lazy to pay attention to him. Yang Kai had already indicated that he would take action. What else did he need to talk nonsense about? This Shang Tianxiao really is as straightforward as it has been told. Moreover, his strength is not low, at the 9th level of the True Yuan realm. The beautiful eyes turned quickly. Chu Yimeng wanted to see how Yang Kai resolved this move. Although she knew that Yang Kai was very powerful, it was a long time ago that he fought against him. Chu Yimeng was very interested in how much Yang Kai would grow after such a long time. The sword light like a violent storm hit. Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, his expression was indifferent, and it seemed that he did not intend to avoid it. The one hand that stretched forward, when the sword light approached, accurately closed. One push. The fierce and surging True Yuan came out through the palm, and a large handprint visible to the naked eye greeted the sword light. Boom. A loud bang, the energy is unbridled. The sky-filled sword light and the big mudra collided and disappeared without a trace at the same time. In that dusty sky, Shang Tianxiao was approaching with a knife at some point. His figure was wild, a ball of blue energy gushed out from the tip of the knife, and a chilling light flickered, terrifying and aura like a rainbow. The energy ball was the size of a grinding disc, fierce, and murderous, and contained the power of lightning. With the power of thunder and lightning, Shang Tianxiao's speed seemed to be reaching a limit, leaving a long afterimage behind him during the attack. Lightning flash. This is Shang Tianxiao's ultimate move, which is invincible and invincible. Often, under this move, his opponents can only be defeated. The warriors of Shang family showed a faint smile on their faces, and their eyes were full of anticipation, wanting to see how Yang Kai was hit hard by this move. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 421. The trick of Shang Tianxiao has been honed for a long time, and he realized it through the secret of Shangjia. It is mixed with the power of thunder and lightning. This is his one-hit killing move. It has always been used only when facing the most powerful enemies. Seeing him make such a move, the warriors in the Shang family knew that second young master was really angry, otherwise it would be impossible to be so murderous as soon as he made a move. See how you stop. The faces of the Shang family Immortal Ascension boundaries were secretly happy, with sneer on their faces, thinking that after the second young master defeated Yang Kai, they would leave this place immediately, and there was no need to stay to help him participate in the battle for succession. In this muddy water, it is better not to mix it up. As for those materials, it was the Nan family who paid for it, and Yang Kai's, and it was nothing to stay. Chu Yimeng was also secretly second, with a graceful expression on her face. She did not expect that young Master Zhang's fighting power would be so powerful, and it would be a killer move when he first came up. Such a move would be impossible for a warrior in the Immortal Ascension realm to resist head-on. She, at the first level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, has to avoid its edge first, and then look for opportunities. She didn't know if Yang Kai would be able to. Secondly, although she had seen the strength of Yang Kai, Chu Yimeng had not fought against each other for such a long time, and Chu Yimeng was not quite sure how far Yang Kai had grown. But when he remembered that Yang Er had killed a powerhouse on the third floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary by himself that day by the Lanjiang River, Chu Yimeng calmed down in an instant. Even if Shang Tianxiao is only strong, he can't be stronger than that third-layer Immortal Ascension boundary warrior, right? With a loud bang, the ball of lightning on Shang Tianxiao's blade suddenly shattered into pieces, weaving into an airtight lightning net, wrapping everything within a radius of more than 10 feet. Thousands of lightning flashes like a snake, it swam like a snake, and every lightning beam contained Shang Tianxiao's saber qi, which was incomparably sharp, covering the sky and the ground, and surrounded it. Huo Xingchen's eyes widened, and the uninhibited expression on his face finally subsided, with a look of surprise on his face. Yang Kai is still standing in the same place, like an iceberg that never changes, motionless, his expression is as cold as a knife, and he indifferently watches the countless electric lights entangled. Shang Tianxiao's expression was not at all poignant, but a faint smile appeared inadvertently at the corner of his mouth. He won. Enveloped by this move, no one under the Immortal Ascension boundary can get rid of them, but will only be knocked to the ground by the power of his sword energy and lightning. He has full confidence in this. The daylight-like light flashed so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred, and he suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the boundless electric mons smashed into pieces in the raging storm of true qi. A large handprint quickly enlarged in Shang Tianxiao's eyes, it seemed to cover the entire sky, causing him to have an unavoidable illusion, and it was imprinted on his chest for a while. With a muffled humph, Shang Gongzi was like a broken paper kite, flying far away, spitting out a pool of blood in the air with a pale face. Second young master. At first glance, the Immortal Ascension boundaries who were watching a good show saw that the situation was not right, and their faces changed greatly. They all stepped forward, and reached out to catch Shang Tianxiao who fell from the air. After the dust settled, Yang Kai didn't seem to have moved at all, still standing in the same place with a calm expression on his face, his expression still indifferent and calm. Huo Xingchen's teeth were a little sore, and he suddenly realized that Yang Kai seemed to be showing mercy to him that night. Those warriors from the Shang family were horrified and their eyes were about to burst out of their sockets, their eyes filled with disbelief. Some blood spilled from the corner of Shang Tianxiao's mouth, his body swayed, and he broke free from the support of his strong man, his brows were tightly wrinkled, and there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Looking at Yang Kai blankly, after a long while, the unwillingness in Shang Tianxiao's eyes slowly faded away, becoming a little disappointed. He never thought that in the realm of True Yuan, someone could defeat him so easily. He is a genius from the Shang family, and his aptitude is much better than that of Shang Chu. The Shang family has also cultivated him vigorously. At a young age, he has a cultivation level close to the immortal wandering realm. With time, the future is limitless. He has always been victorious in battle, but never has he lost so thoroughly today. His own tricks didn't even lift the corners of the opponent's clothes, which was a huge blow to him. Second young master, the strong man on the fourth floor of the Shang family Immortal Ascension boundary was afraid that Shang Tianxiao would not be able to withstand the blow, so he became disheartened and could not care about other things, so he quickly spoke to comfort. Winning or losing is a common thing in military affairs. Don't take it to heart. Shang Tianxiao nodded lightly, the slump in his eyes disappeared in a flash, and when he looked at Yang Kai again, he was full of fighting intent, and his eyes were burning like fire. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. This Shang Tianxiao's psychological quality is quite good. If he is given enough time to hone, his future achievements are even better than some young masters of the 8 great families. Chu Yimeng giggled and looked happy, but Huo Xingchen shook his head and sighed. Tisk tisk, grandma, so powerful. How did you cultivate? Chu Yimeng, arrange for them to have someone from Chu Yutang to carry those 4 boxes to my room. Yang Kai let out a faint message, never looked at Tianxiao again, and turned towards the mansion. Walk inside. Before leaving, he seemed to inadvertently glanced in one direction. In that place, the two powerhouses as high as the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary couldn't help but stunned. One of them was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, "That young Master Kai found us?" The other person was also stunned and shook his head, "Isn't it? We hid it so secretly and didn't show any hostility. We were just observing secretly. How could he find out? Then why did he look at us? Strange." The expert was puzzled. "Leave him alone, the owner just told us to see how this young Master Kai's performance tonight. If he loses tonight, then we will take the young master back." "Hey, the young master chooses who is bad, why did you choose this unpromising son as an ally? But speaking of it, this young Master Kai's own combat power is really powerful and messed up. I don't think anyone who has just entered the Immortal Ascension realm will be his opponent." Outside the mansion, Chu Yimeng smiled and walked towards the group of people at home. The strong man on the 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary quickly walked over to respectfully, "Shangjia Shangfei, I have seen Miss Choe." At the same time, there was a look of suspicion on the face. The Chu family and Yang family's 6th oldest Yang Shen have become allies. They naturally heard about this, but why is this Chu family's eldest sister in Yang Kai's mansion at this moment? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards her, it seems that she is under command, but the famous Miss Chu, who is famous in the world, has no complaints, calm and willing to be driven. Not understanding, Shang Fei was full of doubts. Shang Tianxiao also clasped his fist slightly as a courtesy. Chu Yimeng chuckled and said, "You're welcome, everyone will work together in the future." Shang Fei led the leader. "Since young Master Kai can win the second young master of my family, then I will do what I say to the family. As long as young Master Kai is not defeated in the battle for the succession, I will do my best to assist." Chu Yimeng nodded in satisfaction. "It's just Miss Choer, why are you?" Shang Fei asked out of his doubts. "I'm his ally, hee." Chu Yimeng smiled without explaining too much. Shang Tianxiao and Shang Fei were slightly moved. Suddenly, it was discovered that this young Master Kai, who was not favored by everyone, had quietly already had 2 young masters of the 8 great families as allies. Among the 8 young masters, he was the only one. "Let's go in first, I'll make arrangements for you." Chu Yimeng greeted her, shook her head and smiled bitterly, "I didn't expect to come here, but I took the job of a housekeeper." Leading Shangji's group of people towards the inside, Huo Xingchen came up with a folding fan, and hugged Shang Tianxiao's shoulders affectionately, "Brother, brother. I'll treat you to a drink." Shang Tian smiled and muttered, "Okay. After drinking, I'll take you to Chunfeng Dai building to be chic and unrestrained." Then no need. A few soft sounds came, and Yang Kai raised his eyes, "Come in." The door was pushed open, Chu Yimeng had a dignified appearance, and walked in with a scent of fragrance. When she entered the room, she was not polite. She poured a cup of tea to moisten her throat, followed by some people from Chu Yutang, carried 4 large boxes, put the boxes into the room, and then bowed back. Chu Yimeng didn't leave, but sat down instead. Ying Ying smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "When did you let the Shangnan family fall into such a big trouble?" "It's about 3 months since I separated from Suo and Luo Xiaoman last time." "Tell me, what happened at that time?" I asked the second son Shang, but he didn't know much. He only knew that his eldest brother and cousin both hated and feared you, and it was said that Nan Sheng of the Nan family, also you were forced to cut off 2 fingers, you are really cruel, you are the son of a first-class family, and the future heir of the Nan family. They asked for it themselves. Yang Kai sneered, frowned, and briefly recounted the situation at that time. Chu Yimeng's eyes sparkled when she heard it, and she was secretly happy for no reason, especially when the Shangnan family was humiliated and shriveled, but were unable to resist, she was even more happy. If you say that, it's normal for the 2 of them to admit defeat. Trying to kill a direct descendant of the Yang family is a big deal, especially after the death of the 4th member of the Yang family. Then the 2 southwards are finished. Tell me about the situation of Zhang's family, especially the relationship between Shang Tianxiao and Shang Chu. Yang Kai stood up and walked to the 4 boxes. While checking the supplies, he asked casually. "Fine like a fox." Chu Yimeng pouted. Yang Kai chuckled. Shang Chu obviously didn't tell his younger brother all the situation at the time, or Shang Tianxiao wouldn't have rashly challenged me today. When the elder brother has concealed something from his younger brother, the relationship between the 2 is obviously not good. 2 harmony, if I can't see this, wouldn't I be blind? To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or-A Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommendation vote, monthly pass, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 422. There are 2 old guys. At the beginning, Yang Kai told the Shangnan family to see their sincerity within 3 months. The Nan family sent 4 boxes of supplies, which was considered to be a waste of money. However, a group of people came from the Shang family, and the second son of the Shang family personally led the team, which made Yang Kai a little incomprehensible. But after a brief exchange, he also had some guesses in his heart, so he asked Chu Yimeng about the situation. This young lady Chu is different from herself. She lives in Zhongdu all year round and knows a lot about the general situation of the world. What is the inside story of the Shang family? Based on her Chu family background and methods, she must have heard some rumors. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Chu Yimeng smiled bitterly. This man's shrewdness made her a little hard to resist. You have seen Shang Chu from the Shang family. That is the eldest son of the Shang family and the future successor. The second son of Shang is said to be born in a partial house, so he is naturally inferior to his eldest brother in terms of status in the clan, but this man is he has the aptitude and the talent for cultivation. He is the most outstanding genius of the entire Shang family for decades. You should have seen it when you played against him just now. At such a young age, he has the level of the 9th level of the true essence realm, but not much. C.N. Yang Kai nodded his head. Among the younger generation of the Yang family, there are not many 9th layers of the true Yuan realm, but that is because the children of the clan are trained outside and cannot get resources. But Shang Tianxiao's aptitude is really nothing to say. Among the first-class forces, there are also geniuses. For example, Wu Chengyi, a high-ranking apprentice of the 9-star sword sect that he met in the remote training, was already at the 7th or 8th level of the true Yuan realm at that time. Wu Chengyi is older than Shang Tianxiao. Shang Chu is scheming and has a deep sense of government, but his younger brother Shang Tianxiao is the opposite of him. This Shang Tianxiao is more upright and straightforward, coupled with his excellent aptitude. At Zhang's house, I have also been loved by many elders. Chu Yimeng smiled slightly. In this way, the problem arises. About the heir, Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yes, among all the great powers, only you, the Yang family, decides by means of a battle for succession when choosing their heirs. The eldest son will take over the position of the head of the family. When Chu Yimeng mentioned this, her expression couldn't help but become slightly astringent, but she quickly recovered and continued, as long as this eldest son is not too bad, this position is average. It is safe, because the person who inherits the position of the head of the family does not need to have a strong cultivation base, as long as he can manage the entire family well. Like the Lu family Lu Liang you have seen before, he only has the cultivation base of the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. In the Lu family, there are some people with higher strength than him, but he is still the head of the family. First, he has this ability, and secondly, he is the eldest son of the Lu family, and my Chu family will be like this in the future. As for the Shang family, Shang Chu is the orthodox heir. But Shang Tianxiao's outstanding performance made Shang Chu aware of some crises. I just heard that Shang Chu often plays tricks. To deal with his own younger brother, Shang Tianxiao has never resisted. It seems to him that he does not want to fight for power. Yang Kai listened to these words and confirmed his judgment, nodded and said, with Shang Chu's personality, it is indeed possible to do such a thing. In this way, you can understand why Shang Tianxiao appeared in your house, right? Chu Yimeng asked with a smile. I see. Yang Kai had a clear look on his face. Shang Chu was afraid of his younger brother's ability. Just as Yang Kai was blackmailing him again, he sent his younger brother here to assist Yang Kai in the battle for the succession. As a result, Yang Kai really needs help in the battle for the succession, and it is exactly what he likes. Such sincerity may be more useful and more affordable than the 4 boxes of materials from the Nan family. Second, Shang Tianxiao is here with Yang Kai. As long as he assists other Yang family sons to defeat Yang Kai in the battle for the heir, he is equivalent to proving to the family that he is better than his younger brother. In doing so, his heir's the seat is secure. Shang Chu has done a pretty good job of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It is very likely that he also intends to cut off those who follow Shang Tianxiao in the battle for succession. Because those people are the team that supports Shang Tianxiao in the clan. Do you think this person is available? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Chu Yimeng. Yang Kai's kind inquiries made Chu Yimeng smile and said happily, I think it's useful. But it's up to you to decide whether to use it or not. Let's let it go first. Yang Kai couldn't deny it. Whether this second young master Shang is sincere to help him is still unknown. Yang Kai has always been a cautious person, and it is impossible to believe a complete stranger because of this information. People. A long time sees people's hearts, the road knows the horsepower, and time will prove everything. And, knowing that he would say so, Chu Yimeng nodded lightly and said, but I got some bad news for you from Shang Tianxiao, would you like to hear it? What news? His eldest brother and Nansheng from the Nan family are also in War City. Chu Yimeng giggled. Yang Kai was not surprised at all, and said indifferently, who did you choose? Your second brother Yang Zhao. Good eyesight. Yang Kai snorted softly, it looks like there is a lot of fun tonight. Chu Yimeng also smiled slightly, but her expression was no longer nervous and dazed. Since Yang Kai wanted her to watch a good show tonight, she naturally stopped worrying about other things. Is there anything else to do, young Master Kai? If there is nothing else, the servant will retire first. Chu Yimeng asked with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely, and said, don't make fun of me, I can't bear it. Seeing the embarrassment on Yang Kai's face, Chu Yimeng laughed, feeling more relaxed than ever. But there is really one thing for you to do, Yang Kai said with a straight face. What's up? 100 zhang away from the mansion, there are 2 old guys on the elm tree. You can send them 2 pots of wine. Chu Yimeng looked stunned. 2 old guys? What kind of people? I guess it's from the Huo family, probably to protect Huo Xingqian. Miss Chu's eyes blinked a few times, and her face was blank. She didn't understand why Yang Kai was so sure that there were 2 people there. And since he was here to protect Huo Xingqian, he must be a master who has been following that middle-duty wolf master Huo all the year round. That is a powerhouse with the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. With their cultivation base, how could Yang Kai discover the trail? At a loss, Chu Yimeng didn't feel that Yang Kai's guess was abrupt. Although Huo Zheng was angered by his own son, Huo Xingqian is the only seedling of the Huo family after all. Now he is alone in Yang Kai's mansion. It is understandable that the protection is stronger. If there are 2 people there, it must be sent by Huo Zheng secretly. Chu Yimeng withdrew suspiciously, frowned and thought for a moment. She actually went to get 2 jugs of wine, took it diligently, and walked out. 100 feet in front of Yang Kai's mansion, on the top of an elm tree. The thick leaves obscured the figures of the 2 strong men of the Huo family. Their breathing was even and long, and their breaths converged to the extreme. Walking, the 2 of them were completely faded into the air. Even if someone stood under the tree and looked up, they would not be able to find their traces, unless they swiped with their spiritual sense, they could spy on some clues. At this moment, the 2 of them are sitting on the trunk of a tree, meditating and exercising. The invisible and invisible consciousness covers the entire Yang Kaifu, and there is any trouble in it, but they can't hide from their investigation. So even if they are hidden here, they are not worried that anyone will be detrimental to their young master. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju were naturally shrouded in such presumptuous consciousness, but they were not malicious. Ku Gaoyi and Yingju were going to be healed again, so they turned a blind eye to what they were doing. There was a sound of footsteps from the bottom. At the beginning, the 2 didn't care. There are tens of thousands of people living in the War City now. Although the location of Yang Kai's house is remote, there are still pedestrians passing by. But as the footsteps got closer and closer, the 2 strong men couldn't help but open their eyes and glanced at each other, slightly strange. The sound of footsteps seems to be directed at the 2 of them. Looking down, the 2 of them couldn't help but turn pale in shock. I saw Chu Yimeng, the eldest sister of the Chu family, who was like a maid at the moment, holding a tray in her hand with 2 pots of aged wine on it, smiling and walking towards this side step by step. When she was under the tree, Chu Yimeng looked up, and her eyes were on a master of the Huo family. This man's head suddenly burst, and he subconsciously thought that the martial skill that concealed his body was ineffective, but he could look into it in a blink of an eye, and the martial skill was clearly still useful, and Chu Yimeng's eyes were a little empty. It should just happen to be looking in this direction, and not focus on yourself. She didn't see herself. The sky is dry and the things are dry. The 2 seniors have stayed on the tree for so long. They must be thirsty. The 2 pots of wine will be given to the 2 to moisten their throats. I hope they will not dislike it. The sound was in my ears, and the 2 strong Huo family looked at each other, and immediately stretched out their hands. A ripple rippled open, and the figures of the 2 suddenly appeared in Chu Yimeng's eyes. They were all broken so much, they were too embarrassed to hide it, not to mention, Chu Yimeng's identity was not ordinary. Seeing the 2 of them appear, Chu Yimeng's face was calm, but her heart was filled with admiration for Yang Kai. The 2 of the Huo family fluttered down from the tree, stood in front of Chu Yimeng and cupped their hands. I've seen Miss Choe, there's Miss Lao Choe. As he spoke, he took over 2 pots of fine wine. You 2 take it slow. Chu Yimeng smiled and nodded, then turned to go back. Miss Choe, stay, one of them shouted quickly. What? Chu Yimeng looked at him suspiciously. The man frowned and murmured for a while before saying, can I ask, Miss Choe, how did you find out about the whereabouts of the two of us? It was the two blood servants of the Yang family who informed you. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at 91A. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. A. Chapter 423 I want to go out once. The two powerhouses of the Huo family thought it was the blood servant who betrayed their hiding place. M. Chu Yimeng slowly shook her head and chuckled, those two blood servants are healing their wounds, so I don't have time to take care of them for the time being, but I didn't discover them either, I'm not that capable yet. That haha, the junior is leaving. Chu Yimeng didn't say much, just smiled. Miss Chu is a smart elf and is good at playing tricks. Although she has restrained herself in front of Yang Kai, she is still the same to others. At this time, she didn't talk about it, leaving a sense of mystery for the two of them, which would only benefit Yang Kai even more. After Chu Yimeng left, the two of them looked at the wine in their hands and sighed. They also knew who had directed Chu Yimeng, but they could not have imagined that Yang Kai would have such a profound ability. What should I do? One of them frowned, the other person also looked ugly, shook his head and said, it's hard to do, I took 2 pots of wine, tonight. This young Master Kai is really sinister. The so-called cannibalism is short-mouthed and soft-handed, although it is only 2 pots of wine, but it was sent by Miss Chu herself, the so-called courtesy is light and affectionate. When there is danger in Yang Kai's house tonight, can they still stand by and watch? If someone else came to bring the wine, or even Yang Kai himself, the two powerhouses could refuse righteously, but Chu Yimeng could not refuse. But the Patriarch has not let us participate in the battle for the succession for the time being, and in the battle for the succession over the years, other forces have dispatched the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and even the peak powerhouses are nothing, but the masters dispatched by the 8 families will not. More than the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, if we rashly take action and be discovered by others. Where do we put this old face? Would you like to send the wine back? One person suggested. The other person nodded and said, okay, you send it. Roll, sending wine back, isn't that hitting Miss Chu in the face? Who would do such a stupid thing? Hey, they looked at each other. They both shook their heads and sighed. The 2 pots of fine wine were hotter than red-hot iron tongs. Helpless, each person shared a pot, drinking it in the mouth no longer had the mellowness of the past, only tasted the bitterness and helplessness in the mouth. Time passed slowly, the sun set and the moon rose, and the stars were shining. The sky seemed to be covered with shining gems. Crowded in groups, beautiful. The battle city, which was very noisy during the day, suddenly calmed down. Tens of thousands of eyes were staring at the movements of the 8 great young masters' mansion in the war city. One after another, there is a faint sense of consciousness, intertwined in the battle city, monitoring the quartet. The powerful and tyrannical masters spread out their divine senses indiscriminately to gain a comprehensive insight into the surrounding situations. The center of the battle city. Seal the temple. This is a majestic palace. In the palace, there are 8 white-haired old people. Sit cross-legged in an octagonal position. The 8 people are all unwavering, and they operate their own exercises. It seems that they don't care about the outside world. In fact, the consciousness of the 8 people has already penetrated every corner of the battle city. These 8 people belong to the 8 great families of the central capital. Each of them is a top master above the gods. The battle for the succession of the Yang family started in Zhancheng, where most of the young heroes from all over the world gathered here. Therefore, at the beginning of each battle for the inheritance, the 8 great families will send an immortal master to sit in the battle city. First, he is responsible for supervising the victory of the inheritance war, and secondly, he is responsible for guarding those who participated in the inheritance war, young people. If not, if the powerhouses of the evil land of Kenyan come here and take it away in one pot, the loss will be huge. These 8 people are more than 100 years old, and the oldest one is even 200 years old. He is really buried in the soil and half of his neck. He has never asked about the affairs of the clan or the general trend of the world, but just cultivates and understands by himself, martial arts. They sit here and will not interfere and participate in the battle for succession. They are only responsible for supervising the victory and defeat, and guarding the battle city from being taken advantage of by traitors. They don't care who wins and who loses. At their age of strength, they only want to break through the mysteries of the Immortal Tour in their lifetime. This is their only pursuit. In the mansion of the 8 great young masters, some people are eager to move, some people are worried and anxious, some people are ready to watch the fire from the other side, sit on the mountain to watch the tiger fight, and try to reap the benefits of the fisherman. The strength in the hands is different, and the mentality is different. The night was getting darker and darker, but there was no movement in the mansion of the 8 great young masters, which made many spectators who were eagerly waiting for the battle secretly anxiously. With his hands on his back, Yang Kai was like a sword, standing on the central hall of his mansion, staring at the command flag hanging at the top of the hall. In the battle for succession, this command flag is also a key thing. There are 2 ways to defeat a son in the battle for succession. One is to directly capture this person, so that this young man loses the qualification to continue to seize the heir. The second one is related to this command flag. Once someone takes away this command flag, the corresponding son will also lose the qualification to seize the heirloom. Moreover, this command flag must be hung directly above the nave and cannot be carried on the body. The rules of the Yang family in the past dynasties are like this, probably because they want to give all the children who participate in the succession of the succession one more way to win, and also increase the difficulty of the succession for the children and the space to test the wisdom of the school. This flag is hung here, which is a hindrance to all the Yang family disciples. Because people have to be sent to guard this flag at all times, to prevent it from being taken advantage of and stolen and lost. On the one hand, you have to protect your own command flag, and on the other hand, you have to fight against other people's ideas. The battle for succession is a battle of wits and courage. Looking at the big words on the flag, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Behind him, there was Sha Suo Suo, the eldest young lady of the Chu family, Chu Yimeng, the wolf Huo Xingchen in the central capital, and the second son of the Shang family, Shang Tianxiao, and the 3 came together. The only help Yang Kai has in his hands is these, and all of them are gathered here at this moment. Brother Kai, are you ready to give me your golden feather eagle? Huo Xingchen smiled strangely, and opened the folding fan. I can tell you first, if someone else is there later. Come to beat you, I'll be the first to surrender, don't expect me to help you. Chu Yimeng glared at him coldly, if you talk again, I'll smash you and throw you out now. Hey, you're a woman, can't you be so irritable? Huo Xingchen looked depressed. Shang Tian smiled and said solemnly, everyone in my Shang family, you can see how to deploy, I will cooperate. Whatever you want. Yang Kai glanced at him and said casually. Shang Tianxiao frowned, said nothing, turned around and walked out again, apparently to dispatch the people he brought. The strength of the people he brought is not very high, although there are 4 immortal ascension boundaries, but in front of the real masters, I am afraid it is still not enough. But after all, tonight is the first day of the battle for the succession, and other young masters may not have much power to use, so the people he brought can still play a lot of roles. It's time to tell me what you're going to do, right? Chu Yimeng asked with a smile, is it time for your hidden helper to show up? Yang Kai shook his head, I have no hidden helpers. All the people you see are our current strength. Isn't it? Chu Yimeng Warong changed slightly. I won't lie to you this time. Yang Kai looked serious. Then how to defend? Miss Chu suddenly panicked. Although the 2 blood servants are powerful, how much fighting power can you expect them to play now? In addition to the people from the Shang family, as well as the people from his Chu Yutang, it seems that they can't get on the stage. As long as the other party can dispatch 2 masters from the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, it is enough to take this place firmly. And now there are at least 3 children of the Yang family who can use such masters. It's too late for you to regret it now. Yang Kai gave Chu Yimeng a cold look. Aware of his gaze, Chu Yimeng frowned slightly, suddenly realized something, and laughed. No, I believe you. Hey, I don't believe you. Huo Xingchen walked out while laughing, I'll go find some bird food first, and I'll have to feed Yinger well later. Saying that, he disappeared. When there were only 2 people in the hall, Yang Kai suddenly said, I want to go out. Chu Yimeng suddenly changed color and said in shock, go out. What do you want to do? What do you say? Miss Chu looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, her mouth slightly opened, she seemed to think he was joking, but Yang Kai's face was calm, there was no joking look on his face. Are you serious? Of course it's true. In the battle for succession, being able to win an opponent will also bring great benefits. Tonight is the first day, and someone will definitely be out of the game. This is also an opportunity. If it is useless to take down the opponent, the children who are involved in the heirloom will not attack others rashly. It is time-consuming and laborious, and they have to worry about not being robbed of the flag of their own nest. Who would do it? As long as you can capture a young family child, or capture a command flag, you can exchange many materials with the family for your own use. Are you crazy? Chu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai incredulously while shaking her head. You don't even have enough strength to defend, so you still want to take the initiative. You say, who can you take out? People from Chu Yutang, or from the Shang family? Or those two blood servants? Taking the first two groups out would not work, but if the latter two were taken out, the mansion would have no defense and would only be defeated more easily. I'm alone. Yang Kai frowned. I don't agree. Chu Yimeng was so angry that her chest heaved and she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly laughed, stared at her full chest, and said, I don't want to ask your opinion, just tell you. I do things, and I don't need others to talk. Chu Yimeng's expression suddenly became bitter, and her silver teeth clenched loudly. After a long while, she took a deep breath and said, okay, since you've decided this way, I'm too lazy to talk about it, but if you lose tonight, I'll treat Chu Yimeng as blind and follow you like this, man. Woman, don't say such words that are easily misunderstood. Yang Kai sneered. Besides, it's not certain who wins and who loses. RQ. Shumalo is updated the fastest, please collect Shumalo M. Chapter 424. Very dark night. In Zufeng Inn, in room number 1 of Tianzi, Dong Qinghen was meditating and practicing. Two old men of Fengyan Shuangwei were guarding him on the left and the right. Their spiritual senses were scattered all around, and it was not good for Dong Qinghen to be approached. Tonight is the first night of the battle for the inheritance, and it is destined to not be peaceful. The 8 great young masters must be in action whether they are attacking or defending. Fengyan Shuangwei couldn't understand why Dong Qinghen didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai's situation at all, but since the young master didn't want to say more, they didn't ask. There was a sudden knock on the door outside the door. Fengyan Shuangwei, who was on guard, changed greatly, turning his head to look at the door, all with a look of horror. Because under the scrutiny of the two people's consciousness, they didn't even notice when the people outside the door came. If this is the enemy, at such a close distance, is Dong Qinghen still alive? Thinking of this, Fengyan Shuangwei suddenly sweated like pulp, got up in a hurry, secretly activated their power, and kept alert. Noticing that they were slashing abnormally, Dong Qinghen also opened his eyes, frowned and said, who? Me. A familiar voice came from outside the door. The voice was in his ears. Not only Dong Qinghen's expression was extremely strange, but even Fengyan Shuangwei's expressions were extremely strange. Young master, beware of cheating. Feng Weihua shouted and gave Yun Wei a look. One of them retreated to Dong Qinghen's side, and the other walked to the door, and opened the door while being on guard. A figure flashed at the door, and a man in a black suit flashed in. This man's head and face were covered by a wide hat. Yun Wei, who opened the door, only saw a pair of bright eyes. Yang Kai. Dong Qinghen narrowed his eyes and asked gently. Under the vigilant gaze of the wind and cloud Shuangwei, the visitor slowly lifted the hat on his head, revealing his true face, and grinned at Dong Qinghen. Seeing his appearance clearly, Dong Qinghen couldn't help but scolded, I'm so stupid. It's really you. Rao Shi Fengyan Shuangwei has a good cultivation base and is quite old. At this moment, he can't help but have the urge to roll his eyes. Anyway, he has extraordinary determination and finally endured it. I have seen 2 seniors. Yang Kai nodded lightly to Feng Wei and Yun Wei. Young Master Kai is polite. The 2 men restrained the shock on their faces and hurriedly returned the salute. You brat. Dong Qinghen quickly got up, closed the window tightly, and signaled Fengyan Shuangwei to continue to be on guard, and then hurriedly came to Yang Kai, with a slightly fat face showing a look of crying and laughing. How did you know I was here? I have a small force under my command who is responsible for inquiring about intelligence. Yang Kai explained. A few centaurs from the Bamboo Jia gang were sent here by him in the first few shells, and they had penetrated into every area of Aa Zanchang, so he could accurately find Dong Qinghen's residence. Have a hand, but do you know what you are doing? Dong Qinghen slowly shook his head and pulled Yang Kai to sit down. Now it's a battle for succession, not a child playing a family. As a direct descendant of the Yang family, he didn't sit in his own mansion to defend himself, and he even ran out. But after thinking about it, Dong Qinghen was a little excited. Are you going to take the initiative to attack? I have this idea. Yang Kai nodded. Good guy. Dong Qinghen cheered up. I knew you wouldn't be unprepared. Tell me, how many people did you bring? I am one. The excitement and smile on Dong Qinghen's face quickly stiffened, and then slowly converged, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. I'm your cousin, do you want to play with me too? Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. I won't lie to you, I'm really the only one. Dong Qinghen couldn't help sitting up straight, the fat on his face showed signs of twitching, and even Fengyan Shuangwei was stunned. A person ran out, and at such a sensitive moment of the night, is this a fool or an idiot? How dare you act so daringly, and see the world's heroes as nothing? Moreover, he arrived here miraculously and safely, and was not even intercepted halfway. This is the most incredible place. Yang Kai has a small force, Yiman, to inquire about information. How can the other Yang family children who want to win the battle for succession not have a special intelligence organization? It can be said that the 8 young masters are monitoring each other's movements all the time. If there is any trouble, I am afraid they will report back immediately. How could you come here? Dong Qinghen felt a little weird. The 2 blood servants around you dare to let you go. They don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. When he left the mansion, no one said anything, only told Chu Yimeng, otherwise he would not have come here. Then your mansion. Dong Qinghen looked worried and anxious. Without Yang Kai sitting in the town, the people there would be like a teacher without a commander. There's no problem over there. If you don't say this, I came to you on loan. Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Dong Qinghen's chattering questions. Borrowing someone? Dong Qinghen asked, and immediately came to his senses, pointing at Fengyan Shuangwei. They. Yes, I'm alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to make a big deal. It's enough to add them. Dong Qingtang can't laugh or cry, even if you add the 2 guards, it's only 3 people. Not necessarily, but there is always a chance. Yang Kai didn't say too much, and he didn't know what would happen to his target for the time being. But think about it, tonight, like your own mansion, it will be a lively mess. If you want to borrow someone, of course you can. Dong Qinghen said solemnly, but I have to follow. You can't do it, the strength is too weak, it's just a burden. Yang Kai refused. Dong Qinghen was speechless, blushing and thick-neck. Yang Kai smiled, patted Dong Qinghen's shoulder and said, Cousin, it's not that I look down on you, it's just that you can be overturned with one hand, you should rest earlier. Fengyan Shuangwei's face was weird, and he didn't dare to answer. Tomorrow, you can go to my house and get to know you more closely. I will take the 2 seniors Fengyan with me first. Yang Kai informed Dong Qinghen and stood up directly. Fuck off. Dong Qinghan who drank, his face was quite ugly. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, waved at Fengyan Shuangwei, opened the door and left. How far has this bastard grown up? When Yang Kai and Fengyan left, Dong Qinghan slowly shook his shoulders and resolved the numbness in his body. Just now he was slapped by Yang Kai, and his half-body meridians seemed to be imprisoned. Naturally, he knew that Yang Kai said that he would let it go with one hand. He is not a lie. But last time in High Heaven Pavilion, his victory over Bai Yunfeng of the Bai family was only a narrow victory. How did he grow so terrifying in just a few years? Freak, Dong Qinghen muttered to himself, with a look of resentment on his face. In the battle city, 3 dark figures are galloping fast. Even if the lights in the city are bright, and even if countless spiritual consciousnesses are intertwined, no one can find the traces of these 3 people. As soon as they left the inn, Fengyan Shuangwei noticed that a mysterious and powerful spiritual force had wrapped them all, isolating their own leaked breath and vitality, making it impossible for outsiders to check their whereabouts. The power of this divine sense is so strong and strange that it is even higher than that of Fengyan Shuangwei himself. As a result, they only need to follow Yang Kai carefully, without worrying about exposing themselves. His expression couldn't help but move. Fengyan finally understood why Yang Kai could safely reach Dong Qinghen's place alone. Neither of them knew that this was Yang Kai's own divine sense, and it only had this effect when he used some high-end divine soul artifact, and they couldn't help but have a higher expectation and evaluation of Yang Kai. This young master's cousin seems to have the possibility of achieving success. Under the wrapping of this spiritual power, as long as they are hidden, the 3 of them will not attack, and outsiders will hardly be able to find them, which means that they are already invincible. Not long after the attack, Yang Kai, who was leading the charge in front of him, suddenly folded his body and flew to a shelter under a shed like lightning. Feng Yun and the others hurried to keep up, and they were a little unclear. I don't know why he suddenly became so cautious. Just as they were about to speak, they saw Yang Kai stretched out his hand to signal, and the 2 quickly held their breaths. After a while, the sound of hunting in clothes came from all around, and then the figures flew and rushed forward. Feng Yun and the others couldn't help but change their expressions slightly, only then did they know that Yang Kai was not aiming for nothing, but had already noticed that a master was approaching. What a strong Mingqiu! Both of them were secretly shocked. Although they did not reveal their spiritual consciousness because of their caution, they had the cultivation base of the immortal ascension boundary, and the intuition of being a martial artist was still there. Even they did not notice anyone approaching, but Yang Kai noticed. This is enough to explain a lot of problems. Staring at the figures of those who flew forward, Yang Kai's mouth curved into a strange arc. These people didn't want to hide their bodies, or even their identities. The leader was Yang Kong, the fifth member of the Yang family, who passed away. Tang Yushan followed him to guard the safety. As for Tu Feng, he didn't see it. It should have been left in Yang Kang's mansion to guard the flag. The survival of Ling Qi was of the utmost importance, and he had to leave behind a powerful blood servant to protect him. Yang Kong couldn't have emptied his mansion while attacking others. As for Yang Kong, there were also many strong people who were not weak. These people aggressively killed the northeast corner of the battle city, and they should all be from the forces that had allied with him. That direction is also the goal of Yang Kai's trip, where the mansion of the third youngest Yang Tai is located. Not long after Yang Kang's group left, there were countless noises and silhouettes flying across the roof and sky, followed by Yang Kong and the others, and rushed towards the northeast corner together. These people followed to watch the fun. Tens of thousands of eyes are paying attention to the battle tonight. Naturally, there are people who are bored who want to witness the scene of the Yang family's children fighting with their own eyes. How can such a wonderful drama be missed? Seeing such a group of boring people, Yang Kai was also a little overjoyed. He winked at Fengyan Shuangwei, and swaggered into the sky, flying forward with the group of people. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 425 Bloody Battle. The crowd swarmed, all of them smiling, and following Yang Kang's group, they galloped toward the northeast. Although the area of AA War City is not as large as that of the central capital, it is still a behemoth compared to other cities. Otherwise, the Yang family would not have put the battle for succession here. Without a huge space as a tug of war, the battle for succession simply cannot go on. Yang Kang's group of people flew leisurely, with a relaxed expression, and they were even chatting and laughing while flying, so they were very uncomfortable. It took almost half an hour to reach the northeast of War City. In front of the third youngest Yang Tai's mansion, Yang Kong and the others calmly descended, and those bored people who followed over to watch the fun also hurriedly found a favorable position, and stopped in their tracks, eagerly awaiting the movement over there. Yang Kai brought Fengyan Shuangwei to a position not too far away, waiting for a good show to debut. Third brother, fifth is here. Yang Kong shouted while standing outside the mansion with a smile on his face. Since you're here, then come in. Yang Tai's voice came from within. Yang Kong smiled slightly, and led the team in calmly. Although Yang Tai's voice was not hurried, anyone could hear the powerlessness and loneliness hidden in his tone. He has been training abroad for all these years, but he has not been able to get decent credit, and he cannot exchange for the following of the blood servant. There is no blood servant around him to guard him, and he has not been followed by other forces. The help of a mother's family is simply not enough to accomplish anything. Chu Yimeng's initial judgment was largely correct, and the third youngest, Yang Tai, was destined to be the first to be eliminated. In the courtyard, Yang Tai stood upright. Behind him stood two strong men of the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, as well as some other warriors who were not too weak. These people were all from Yang Tai's mother's family, the Duanmu family. The Duanmu family was also Yang Tai's only help in the battle for the heir apparent. Whether he can spend the night safely, Yang Tai will rely on the strength of the Duanmu family. On the other hand, Yang Kong not only had a powerful blood servant like Tang Yushan who was proficient in spiritual skills as his guardian, but also had the Gao family, one of the 8 great families, as an ally, by your side. These two are from the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and they cannot be treated with ordinary eyes. In addition, there are 5 or 6 masters of the Immortal Ascension realm, and dozens of other true Essence realm warriors. Such a comparison of strengths is a high judgment. Yang Kong only needs to use half of his strength to contain all the help around Yang Tai. At that time, it will be easy to capture Yang Tai himself or capture his flag, and this person and thing can be exchanged with the family material. Yang Tai looked calmly at Yang Kong who was walking, his expression indifferent. Yang Kong stopped 10 feet away from him, and the two looked at each other for a moment, before Yang Kong smiled and said, "Third brother, let's all brothers, listen to my advice, let's settle it peacefully, how about it?" He obviously wanted Yang Tai to surrender voluntarily. Now that he has an absolute advantage, he is naturally qualified to say such a thing. Hearing this, Yang Tai shook his head slowly and firmly. My Yang family has always been defeated and never surrendered. Even if you are my brother, it will not work. Okay, I know you would say that. Yang Kong nodded lightly, the smile on his face slowly receding. If it were me, I would have said the same thing. If that's the case, then don't blame the fifth brother for being merciless, already. You please. Yang Tai's expression suddenly became cold. The warriors of the Duanmu family behind him also gathered their true essence at this moment and secretly guarded. At this moment, Tang Yushan, who had been inseparable from Yang Kang's side, suddenly frowned and said something in a low voice. Yang Kang's expression became amused. He glanced back, and said loudly, "Seventh brother, since you're here, why don't you show up and do something secretly?" There was a loud laugh, and immediately a group of people rushed from the night sky, fell into the courtyard, and competed with Yang Kang's group. It was Yang family's 7th Yang Ying and his allies. Yang Kong has Gao Jiagao Rangfeng as an ally, Yang Ying has Kong Jiakongjian as an ally, and he also has a blood servant guarding him. The crowd watching the excitement suddenly cheered up, and the 3 brothers of the Yang family gathered here, and there will naturally be exciting shows. Now I don't know who Yang Kong and Yang Ying are, who can eat Yang Tai's fat. 3rd brother, 5th brother, Shaoqi is polite. Yang Ying landed, and first greeted with a smile, with a genial look on his face. 7th, you are not very kind. If you Xian hadn't noticed it, 5th brother, I'm afraid I'd be left behind by your Oriole without knowing it. Yang Kong shook his head with a smile. What did the 5th brother say? The battle for the succession, the conspiracy and tricks are all useless. Shaoqi, I just quietly hid for a while. I am also worried that there will be other brothers in this crowd watching the lottery. Quote. While speaking, Yang Kong and Yang Kong both swept around, their eyes wary. Yang Kai had a hat on his head and his face was covered. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile. Feng Yun and Feng Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of being punctured. No one should be here. Yang Kong slowly shook his head. Tonight, the big brother is holding his ground. He is the boss, and he is courteous to all the brothers. He has not been involved in the first battle tonight. Will only defend, not take the initiative to attack. Although the old 8 Yang Quan has a blood servant as his squire, his mother's family is only a second-class force, and it can provide little help. He couldn't attract many followers during the day, so he naturally dare not take the initiative to attack other people. And he has a blood servant as his squire. Even if there is only one, it is not easy to break through, and no one will attack him on the first night. As for the 2nd brother and the 6th, they should be taking people to another place that is easy to break. So here, there are only 2 of our brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brows and sneered a few times. The 2nd child, Yang Zhao, and the 6th, Yang Shen, went to another place that was easy to attack tonight, and there was nowhere else but their own mansion. I just don't know what's going on there. Yang Kong talked eloquently, but Yang Ying laughed dumbly and said with admiration, the 5th brother's news is so well informed, Shaoqi admires it. Yang Kong shook his head and said, let's not talk about this, let's discuss what the 3rd brother should do here. What do you mean by 5th brother? Heron and Ling Qi, how about we each share one? Yang Kong asked with a smile, without any intention of taking Yang Tai in his eyes, as if he wanted to share some supplies with Yang Ying and the 2 of them. Yang Tai's face couldn't help being a little blue, and the strong people of the Duanmu family were also angry. Yang Ying shook his head with a smile, and said calmly, 5th brother, don't blame Shaoqi for my appetite, I want the 3rd brother's person, and I still want his command flag. Yang Kong was stunned and couldn't help sneering. 7th brother, you really have a big appetite, then it depends on whether you have the ability to steal food from the tiger's mouth. Yang Ying's smile gradually subsided, and her expression became colder. The 2 brothers looked at each other. There was a sudden silence within a radius of 100 meters, and the air seemed to freeze. When wind and rain come, the city is about to be destroyed. Shish! The 10 powerful spiritual powers suddenly erupted into trouble, as if they had negotiated it. The masters of the immortal ascension boundary brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying simultaneously unleashed their long-stored divine soul skills. Invisible forces collided, some people snorted and took a few steps back, while others took advantage of the situation to bully them and attacked fiercely. The brilliance of various martial skills and secret treasures bloomed at this moment, making people dazzled. Tang Yushan guarded Yang Kong and flew to the side, avoiding the whirlpool of battle, while another strong blood servant brought by Yang Ying also guarded him and flew to the other side. The 2 Yang family disciples looked at each other from a distance of dozens of feet, their cold eyes collided, sparking a string of sparks. As the key figures in the battle for the succession, Yang Kong and Yang Ying would not take action on their own unless it was absolutely necessary. First, it would be dangerous, and secondly, their strength was not high. Hinder. And the masters of the Blood Servant Hall who guarded them were also unable to take the initiative to attack under the restraint of the Yang family's rules. The masters of the Blood Servant Hall were only responsible for passive counterattacks. When no one attacked them and the children of the Yang family, even if the situation was in crisis, they had to stand by and watch. The strength of the warriors brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying was roughly the same. As the host, Yang Tai and the warriors of the Duanmu family were very relaxed, and no one came to trouble them. After watching with cold eyes for a while, Yang Tai snorted coldly, "I'm really not prepared to be the third brother at all, and you guys are too underestimated. Shoot me an arrow." Brush brush, on the walls and roofs on all sides, there are some figures in the extreme, and these people are holding a bow with a halo in their hands. The shape of the jinbong is arrogant, and at first glance, it is a secret treasure of high grade. As for the warriors holding the bow, each of them has at least the level of the 8th level of the true Yuan realm, and there are even 1 or 2 people who have reached the Immortal Ascension realm. The true essence was madly motivated and poured uncontrollably into the strong bow's secret treasure. In just a short period of time, all the warriors holding the bow turned pale, as if they had used up all their true essence. Where the sharp arrow on the string pointed, everyone was in danger, and their expressions changed greatly. Violent power is gathering. Even those boring people who are fighting outside the mansion can't help but feel cold all over the body at this moment. Their scalps are numb, and their spines are whizzing with cold wind, as if they are being targeted by some danger. Brush a brush. 6 or 7 strong bows, the bowstrings trembled, and the sharp arrows on the strings burst out with dazzling rays of light, like a meteor falling from the sky, bringing a halo of light visible to the naked eye, and slammed into the warriors who were fighting fiercely. The arrow came out in an instant, weaving into a web of arrows, wrapping all the followers of Yang Kong and Yang Ying in it. There was a loud noise, the sky was shattered, and blood appeared, and the minced meat flew. Everyone's eardrums were shaking, and they were instantly deaf. Yang Kong and Yang Ying's eyes trembled as they stared at the burst of energy below in disbelief. Tang Yushan and another blood servant hurriedly ran their true essence and guarded Yang Kong and Yang Ying. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA² just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 426, Capture the Flag. After a while, the raging energy gradually subsided. Half of Yang Tai's mansion was blown away by those 6 or 7 arrows, and it was almost razed to the ground. There were huge potholes on the ground, and someone next to the potholes crawled up in dismay. The battle to win the heirloom is not a child playing a house, it will really kill people. The broken corpses and countless stones on the ground have proved this cruel fact. The entire Yang Tai mansion was suffocatingly quiet, only some intermittent groans came out. Bloody smell soaring. In the surrounding crowd, many female warriors avoided their eyes, covered their mouths, squatted down, and retched aside. Yang Tai stared at all this indifferently, and a trace of cruelty flashed on his face. The expressions of Yang Kong and Yang Ying suddenly turned gloomy. They didn't expect that their third brother would actually ambush such a hand when he was at an absolute disadvantage. Those people are ambushed on the roof wall, they are not ignorant, they are very clear about the location of any person. It's just that they didn't expect that Yang Tai would be able to get such a powerful killing artifact. The broken star bow is only a high-grade earth-level bow, but it can devour the true essence of a warrior without limit and explode it with one arrow. The arrow is out, the bow is cracked, and the person is injured. 6 or 7 broken star bows, which were not easy to refine, shattered at the moment when the sharp arrows left the strings, and the burst of energy even blew the bow-wielding warriors into serious injuries, and their bodies were riddled with holes. But Yang Tai's goal was also achieved. He was indeed powerless to resist the attacks of Yang Kong and Yang Ying, but before he was defeated, he was able to bite down the enemy's flesh and blood. It's okay for me to fail, but whoever hits me, don't think about it better. Yang Tai's broken star bow has perfectly expressed what he meant. Under the attack of the arrow net, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's warriors killed at least a dozen people in total, and even 2 of them were in the Immortal Ascension boundary. At the very beginning of this battle for succession, such a loss was not too small. How could Yang Kong and Yang Ying's faces look good? Looking at the tragic situation below, both of them were stunned. Kill them for me. Yang Kong and Yang Ying gave orders in anger at almost the same time. The next moment, the short-lived tranquility was broken. The 6 or 7 warriors who shot arrows and were injured by the broken star bow even resisted. Without strength, he was rushed up and killed. These are all warriors of the Duanmu clan. Although the Duanmu clan is a first-class force with many good players in the clan, they cannot always put all the power of the entire clan into the battle for succession. What's more, Yongtai is destined to have no chance of winning, so although there are many people from the Duanmu family this time, they are just doing their best. So even if 6 or 7 people were killed, the others would not frown. 7th, 5th brother, I think it's better to deal with 3rd brother first, what do you think? Yang Kang's face was gloomy, looking at Yongtai, who was standing there motionless, and asked Lao Qi Yangying in a deep voice. That's what I mean. Yang Ying nodded lightly. Ren and Ling Qi's ownership depends on their means. Yang Kong snorted lightly, and with a single order, the people he brought together attacked Yongtai. At the same time, Yang Ying also issued an order to attack. In an instant, both of them aimed at Yongtai and the Duanmu family. Among the warriors that the Duanmu family dispatched this time, the strongest are only the 2 7th-level Immortal Ascension boundaries, and none of the others can make it to the top. Although they used 6 or 7 to snatch back some face from the broken star bow, in this kind of head-on collision, there is no need for them. Nothing cheap. The 2 powerhouses on the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary tried their best to protect Yang Ying, retreating step by step, and they were beaten in a short time. At this moment, one of the men on both sides of Yang Kong and Yang Ying secretly left the battlefield and ran towards the nave of Yang Tai's mansion. There, Yang Tiling's flag was hoisted. Although Yang Tai saw it, he was powerless to stop it, so he could only let them drive in, with a look of unwillingness on his face. It's ready. Yang Kai, who had been watching the changes, suddenly opened his mouth and let out a low drink. Feng Yun Duo's expressions froze, knowing that Yang Kai was finally about to start. Turning his head to look at Feng Yun and the 2 of them, Yang Kai smiled and said, although the strength of the 2 seniors is not weak, in this kind of melee with a large number of people, I am afraid that it will not be cheap. Feng Wei nodded and said, young Master Kai said that, and among those people, there are also a few who are not inferior to us or even surpass us. What will you do later? Young Master Kai will do your best to cooperate with Lao Yun. Just follow me, go in and make a few tricks, don't fight, and leave immediately after the fight. Yang Kai whispered. Fengyan Shuangwei is a master of the Dong family, and has been with Dong Qinghan for so many years. If he died here, it would be a big blow to Dong Qinghan. Yang Kai brought them here to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't want them to take risks. Okay. Listening to Yang Kai's words, Shuangyan Shuangwei nodded heavily. There is no danger if they just go in and make a few tricks. They are most afraid of the Yang family Blood Servant Hall's masters, but as long as they don't attack Yang Kong and Yang Ying, the Blood Servant Hall's masters will naturally not hit them. Besides, if you go to help Yang Ying's people and attack Yang Kang's people, don't hit both sides. Fighting only on one side will make those people brought by Yang Kong create the illusion that they are allies. Although they will soon be able to detect it, Yang Kai wants that fleeting opportunity. If both sides fight, it will only be thankless. While talking, 2 people suddenly appeared in Yang Tai's central hall. One of them belonged to Yang Kang's camp and the other belonged to Yang Ying's camp. Both were warriors on the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. One of them ran away with a flag. There was a look of joy on his face, while the other person hurriedly chased after him. Obviously, the previous person was quicker and got the command flag first. Yang Kang's eyes lit up, and he didn't care about the situation of the battle below. He hurriedly shouted, "Come here." When the master holding the command flag heard it, he hurried towards Yang Kong. As long as the command flag was handed over to Yang Kong, with the protection of Tang Yushan, it was basically foolproof. Dream. Yang Ying snorted coldly, and rushed towards the man with the blood servant behind him. Old 7, stay here. Yang Kong laughed and went to intercept. The blood servant behind Yang Ying hurried to help, and Tang Yuxian's divine soul skill burst out. In an instant, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had already fought each other, and Tang Yushan and another blood servant were also fighting fiercely. In the chaos, Yang Kai has taken the 2 guards of the wind and cloud and rushed to the battlefield. With so many pairs of eyes staring at them, some people naturally found their traces, but these people were watching the fun. Even if they found out, they would not remind Yang Kong or Yang Ying, they just wondered what the origins of these 3 people were. The 2 direct descendants of the Yang family were dueling, and the 2 masters of the Blood Servant Hall were also dueling. The Duanmu family tried to capture Yang Tai. The entire battle city has been divided into 4 pieces. The warriors of the Duanmu family were killed and wounded, and only 4 or 5 people were left to fight stubbornly. Yang Kai whispered to Feng Yan, and rushed towards the two Immortal Ascension boundaries who were fighting for the flag. Before the person arrives, the power of divine consciousness has already burst out. A strange and terrifying consciousness suddenly enveloped the entire Yongtai mansion, like a mountain, pressing down. All the people who were fighting couldn't help but change their expressions, and the move they made instantly became a defensive move. The power of divine consciousness at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm. The two blood servants separated at the same time, and quickly guarded Yang Kong and Yang Ying's side, looked around, and were extremely vigilant. And the two Immortal Ascension boundaries who were fighting for the command flag were even shorter and almost fell to their knees. When they were terrified of which powerhouse suddenly made a move, a black shadow had already rushed in front of them. Both of them snorted coldly and attacked the shadow at the same time. A treacherous purple light swayed away, like a pebble being thrown into a calm lake, with layers of ripples visible to the naked eye, and it suddenly spread around. Soul skill, the two exclaimed, and before they could react, a scent of flowers harassed them, and the blood-red petals were wrapped in Sen Lang's killing intent and scattered in all directions. Unpredictable, the two of them were attacked at the same time, and suddenly there was an icy coolness in the sea of AAAA knowledge, and they couldn't help but fight a cold war. Anyway, their strength is not weak, and their consciousness is quite calm. Even after eating Yang Kai's soul skill, they were not injured, but Qinrui Shui Haidang who followed closely followed them, forcing them to be in a hurry. It was this fleeting effort. Yang Kai had already rushed to the master holding the command flag, revealing a white fang in the darkness, grinning ferociously. When the man saw Yang Kai's face clearly, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. When he came back to his senses again, the flag in his hand had already been snatched away by Yang Kai. This master's eyeballs were about to burst out. He naturally recognized the 8 young sons of the Yang family who participated in the battle for succession, but he never imagined that he would meet the youngest one here. For a while, I felt like I was dreaming, and I was suspicious, wondering if I was dazzled. Yang Kai didn't give him the slightest time to breathe. Qinrui Shui Haidang continued to entangle, but he himself went up into the sky, raised his hand and threw Lingqi up. In the dark night, a golden light flashed, and he stretched out his claws to precisely grasp Yang Tai's command flag, and disappeared in an instant. There was the sound of wings flapping, and it was getting farther and farther away. That's the golden feather eagle. Are you an idiot? The 5th layer Immortal Ascension boundary expert in Yang Ying's camp couldn't help but scolded angrily. From his point of view, the opponent who held the flag just now was clearly taken away without any resistance. Now, how do you know the doubts and shocks in the other's heart? It's him, he. The man knew that he was wrong, and he didn't know how to explain it for a while. On the contrary, Tang Yushan, who was guarding Yang Kang's side, could not help frowning, and looked intently in the direction in which the golden feather eagle disappeared. A strange brilliance appeared in her beautiful eyes, the corner of her mouth was smiling, and she looked at the man covering her head and face. When Yang Kai, Tang Yuxian's eyes softened. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 427. The Lingqi that should have belonged to Yang Kong was suddenly taken away, which made Yang Yuan, who was full of joy, startled slightly, and he was in a bad mood in an instant. Moreover, after the person who grabbed the Lingqi flew up and down, the Lingqi had disappeared. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and cursed, but he didn't dare to act rashly. The extremely huge divine power that belongs to the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary is still shrouded in this world. Not only did Yang Kong dare not make any moves, but everyone in the arena did not dare to make too many moves. Such a master hides aside, which is a deterrent to anyone. They don't know who this person is, but they know in their hearts that this master is not their own. Because of the deterrence of this divine sense, Yang Tai and several warriors of the Duanmu family, who were at risk, became much more relaxed at this moment. The 2 guards of Feng Yan and Yun, however, rushed into the battlefield without any scruples, swaying a move from the left and a move from the right, all of whom were attacked by Yang Kong. Although the people brought by Yang Ying felt that they were a bit sloppy, they didn't think much about it, and let Feng Yan be presumptuous in the battlefield. After a few moves, Feng Yan and the others came to Yang Tai. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Kong couldn't help shouting, "What are you still doing? Quickly take down my 3rd brother. The command flag is gone, and if no one can be caught, then this time it is really a steal." Yang Kang's shout finally made those who were on guard move into action. Yang Ying also shouted wildly, "Stop them for me." The warriors on both sides fought together again, entangled with each other. Feng Yun and the others approached Yang Tai. In the chaos, they got the assistance of several warriors from Yang Ying's camp. They successfully pushed back the two powerhouses of the Duanmu family who were guarding Yang Tai, and pinched Yang Tai, on hand. Yang Ying laughed loudly and shouted to Feng Yun, "You too, please send someone here." "Okay," Feng Wei replied in a deep voice. "Hurry up." While talking, he threw Yang Tai out. Yang Ying was stunned when she saw it, but she still didn't understand what was going on. The man who stole the flag just now jumped into the air to stop Yang Tai, and flew away with him. At the same time, Feng Yun Shuangwei also flew up and disappeared into the night sky wrapped in a blue rainbow. "Fifth brother, seventh brother, thank you." A familiar voice came from afar. The expressions of Yang Kong and Yang Ying suddenly turned ashen, and they blurted out exclaimed, "Old Nine." The crowd of onlookers heard this sentence, and suddenly there was an uproar. Old Nine, that is the youngest son of the Yang family's direct descendants, Yang Kai. When Yang Kong was talking eloquently just now, he also said that Yang Zhao and Yang Shen had brought people to Yang Kai's mansion to look for trouble tonight, and judging from his performance during the day, there was not much help to use, even if he was more than Yang Kai's mansion. Iron is better here, but I'm afraid it won't be much better. At this time, shouldn't that old ninth Yang Kai be struggling in his mansion? How can it appear here to take advantage of the fisherman? And he seems to have just brought two helpers over here. This man is so daring. I don't know why, when I heard Yang Kang's exclamation and felt the disbelief in his tone, the crowd of onlookers was excited. It seems that they feel that this unexpected battle is the good show they want to see. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already taken Yang Tifei 100 jong away, all his true essence was lifted, his figure flashed again, and a long and continuous afterimage was dragged behind him. Sure enough, the young master. Tang Yushan smiled and muttered to himself. When he saw the golden light in the dark night, Tang Yushan doubted whether it was the golden feather eagle. Now that he heard Yang Kai's voice, he immediately confirmed it, judgment in mind. You already knew. Yang Kong gave her a displeased look. Tang Yushan looked meticulous and shook his head. It's just a guess, I'm not sure. Yang Kang's face was ugly, and he couldn't say anything else. He knew that Tu Feng and Tang Yushan had a very respectful attitude towards Yang Kai. This time, he deliberately chose these two as his squires in the battle for the succession. First, they were really good, and secondly, they wanted to be disgusting. Yang Kai. But I didn't want to be disgusted at this critical juncture. Ling Qi and people were all taken away by Yang Kai. He and Yang Ying were beaten to death. They lost so much help, but they didn't get anything. The depression in his heart can be imagined. Chase. Yang Kong gritted his teeth angrily, and flew away immediately. Yang Ying also had a gloomy expression, and followed up without saying a word. The two gangs provided by Xiaodang Ma Chi left, leaving only the ruined Yangtai mansion and 4 or 5 Duanmu clan masters who were not lightly injured. In order to pursue Yang Kai and recapture Yang Tai who had been snatched by him, both of them had no intention of dealing with the Duanmu family members. The first battle at night would actually be the result of a snipe and clam fighting for the fisherman's profit, which greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. These people are also quite interested in the daring and arrogant young master Yang Kai. They don't know what kind of person this youngest young master Yang is to be able to act like this. Faintly, everyone actually did not want Yang Kai to be caught up. If there is such a person, the battle for the succession will be more interesting and more exciting. The 4 or 5 members of the Duanmu family who were still alive looked at each other with bloody corpses all over the floor, smiled bitterly, and sat down slowly, calming their breaths. They have tried their best. There were 30 or 40 people in the Duanmu family this time, but after the first battle, only 5 survived. This is a loss to the power of the Duanmu family, but it can strengthen the reputation of the Duanmu family. In the future, when people bring up this battle for the succession, they will only praise the Duanmu family for their loyalty and honesty, and they still sent people to guard them even though they knew they would lose. In such a family, there must be someone to befriend. Therefore, in the long run, the Duanmu family not only did not lose, but also benefited. Yang Kong and Yang Ying chased behind Yang Kai with their own men and horses. At first, they could see his shadow, but as time passed, even his shadow disappeared. Many immortal ascension boundaries have let go of their divine consciousness in an attempt to investigate Yang Kai's movements, but they do not want these divine consciousness to sink into the sea and have no effect at all. Yang Kai and Yang Tai both seemed to disappear out of thin air. The results that the followers reported back made Yang Kong and Yang Ying's faces even more ugly. Your ninth speed is too terrifying. Gao Rengfeng's face was horrified. With a person in his hand, he was able to throw away many immortal wandering realms. Such a speed is simply unbelievable. No matter how fast he is, how can he hide his whereabouts and aura under the investigation of so many immortal ascension boundary masters? Kong Zhan shook his head, somewhat confused. Yang Ying's eyes flickered, she stared at Tang Yushan, and said with a chuckle, "Fifth brother, I heard that your blood servant has higher attainments in divine soul skills than others, and she can't even detect it with her divine sense. Out." Hearing what Yang Ying said, Yang Kong quickly turned his eyes to Tang Yushan, full of inquiries. Tang Yushan shook his head lightly, and said, "I tried it, but I couldn't find out the little son's movements." Yang Kong frowned and said solemnly, "Yushan, I know that you have a good personal relationship with Lao Ju, but don't forget, now is the battle for the succession, and you are the blood servant of the Yang family's blood servant hall." Tang Yushan looked straight and said, "Five sons, I understand what you said, but please understand a little. The blood servant has always been clear about public and private. Since you have exchanged your credit for the family for me and Tufeng as squires, then before you fail, Tufeng and I will do our best to assist you." Hearing what she said, it was not easy for Yang Kong to push him any further. With a slightly hazy expression, he nodded, "I didn't mean that. Since you can't find out, then Lao Ju must have someone skilled to help him hide his whereabouts." "You mean the owner of that divine sense?" Yang Ying suddenly remembered the terrifying and strange divine sense power just now. It should be, with the help of such an expert, he can indeed do this. Yang Kong frowned and muttered to himself, "Strange, how can Lao Ju have such a powerful helper?" In the battle for the inheritance conqueror, all the forces in the world participated in it, and the people dispatched by the 8 great families over the years had the highest strength not exceeding the 5th level of the immortal ascension boundary. As for other first-class forces, they generally do not use characters from the peak of the immortal ascension realm to participate. Such masters are relatively old, and they are embarrassed to disturb the balance of the battle for succession, and those families cannot afford to lose such masters. Therefore, among the first-class forces, the highest level of experts dispatched is the 8th level of the immortal ascension boundary. Of course, there is no absolute truth. As the battle for the succession heats up, the immortal ascension boundary peak may also appear on the battlefield. As for the second-level forces, there are few powerhouses on the 8th level of the immortal ascension boundary. In the Elephant Blood War gang, only the gang leader Human is on the 8th level of the immortal ascension boundary. As the leader of the gang, how can he get involved? And in the Wind and Rain building, there is not even the 8th floor of the immortal ascension boundary, and the landlord, Xiao Ruohan, only has the 7th floor. Therefore, the masters dispatched by the second-level forces are almost like the 6th or 7th floor of the immortal ascension boundary, and they are invincible. As for the third-tier forces, it is impossible to have too many masters. The assistance they bring is much smaller than that of the first and second-tier forces. In the battle for the inheritance, people will die. If there are too many dead masters, those forces will not be able to bear it, and it is very likely that they will never recover. Because of this, no matter which faction is involved in the battle for the inheritance, the personnel it sends are all at a lossable level. As for the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, no young master has it yet. If Yang Kai really had such a help, Yang Kong and Yang Ying would be in danger. How could they still think about other things? Lao Ju really made a lot of money this time. Yang Ying shook his head and smiled bitterly. Not to mention that Ling Qi was snatched by him, now even Yang Tai is in his hands. One person, one banner, can exchange many useful materials with the family, even secret treasures, martial arts exercises, these things are used to arm his followers. The strength will only get stronger. Let's talk about it if he can survive tonight. Yang Kong snorted coldly. At this time, the battlefield over there should be turned upside down, right? Lao Ju didn't sit in the mansion, but he ran out by himself. Although it was a dangerous move, in Yang Kang's opinion, it was more than worth the loss. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA Dang. If you like this work, you are welcome to, first release, to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 428. He is not at home. They couldn't catch up with Yang Kai, and couldn't find Yang Kai's trace. They were even more afraid of the mysterious divine movement peak powerhouse. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying looked depressed. After being silent for a while, Kong Zhan of the Kong family suddenly became overjoyed, and said, "You too, why don't we go to your ninth's mansion now? Yang Kong and Yang Ying glanced at him suspiciously, and their eyes lit up immediately. Yes, Yang Kai ran out by himself, then his mansion was left unattended. Besides, the mysterious master was also brought out by him, and the defense there must be very empty now. Moreover, Yang Zhao and Yang Shen are also there. Now in the past, the strength of the four is enough to crush Yang Kaifu. Looking at each other indifferently, both brothers saw the opportunity contained in it. Before he could figure out the pros and cons of it, Gao Rangfeng of the Gao family shook his head and said, "No, I think it's more important for the two of you to return to your own mansion. Kai's ally, your mansion is probably in danger now." Hearing this, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions changed greatly. They only see the opportunity to beat others and completely ignore their own situation. This time, in order to eat the first piece of fat, both of them brought a lot of allies here, and apart from leaving behind a blood servant guardian order flag, they did not have much powerful forces to guard their mansions. At this time, if Yang Kai really took advantage of it to enter, then they would be wronged. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't care about Yang Kai's idea, they each led their men and hurried back. 10 miles outside the war city, Yang Kai started Yang Tai. Without imprisoning his meridians in true essence, he lifted his hat and said, "Third brother. Old ninth is a good way." Yang Tai's face was full of admiration. Yang Kai shook his head, "It's just a loophole for them. Tonight, I am afraid that no one would have thought that he would dare to run out and cause trouble, so Yang Kong and Yang Ying were unprepared for the outside world when they were fighting with each other. As long as they are a little bit defensive, Yang Kai probably won't succeed this time. No matter what, the third brother is now in your hands, which is your credit." Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai lukewarmly and said, "Rather than being caught alive by the two of them, the third brother would rather be captured by you. It's cheap, at least you didn't take the initiative to do anything to me." The third brother is serious. Yang Kai noticed his indifference, and naturally knew that he was a little unhappy because of the first exit. "I don't care, go back to the central capital, there is nothing to do with you here." Yang Tai was startled and frowned, "What do you mean? It's no fun, I just took the command flag." After saying that, without waiting for Yang Tai to say anything, he turned and returned to War City. Standing blankly on the spot, Yang Tai's expression gradually softened after a long while. Frowning stared at the direction of Yang Kai's disappearance, there was a hint of gratitude on his face. Yang Kai did not take him to go to the family to exchange materials, which is equivalent to giving him some face. Yang Tai has not achieved much in these years, nor has he done anything earth-shattering. His performance has always been mediocre, but as a son of the Yang family, the pride in his bones still exists. If it weren't for this, he would have preferred to be broken for jade rather than full of tiles tonight, and he would have voluntarily surrendered. If it is really caught by Yang Kai, go to the family to exchange materials. Then he will not even think about raising his head as a man in the Yang family in the future. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the jewel-like constellations in the sky. Yang Tai smiled wryly, turned around and walked in the direction of Zhongdu. The battle here really has nothing to do with him. The children of the Yang family who were defeated in the battle for succession were not allowed to participate in it anymore, but people from other forces had another chance to choose. Yang Kai's body was like a meteor, using his powerful and strange divine sense to isolate the leakage of his own breath, and hurried to the mansion. Letting Yang Tai leave is not because of his brotherly love. Yang Kai's relationship with those cousins AA is very weak, but it's just that Yang Tai's refusal to surrender tonight touched him a little. Such a person should not do anything to humiliate him. In the northwest corner of Battle City, Yang Kai's mansion. Half an hour ago, almost at the same time when the turmoil occurred in Yang Kai's mansion was also very lively. The information Yang Kong had obtained was not wrong. Tonight, in the mansion of the 8 great young masters, apart from the eldest Yang Wei, who was self-assured and did not act, only the eldest Yang Quan remained silent. The second child, Yang Zhao, and his ally Yi Xinru, led many masters to Yang Kai's mansion. Before these people started to move, the 6th elder Yang Shen and Chu Zeruo also came one after another. Tonight, they are only here to attack Yang Kai, and they cannot become enemies with each other. Everyone knows this very well. In front of the nave of the mansion, Huo Xingchen sat on a chair of the Grand Master, swinging a folding fan in his hand, and there were 2 graceful maids pouring wine and feeding him, with a contented expression on his face. The arrival of Yang Zhao and Yang Shen did not seem to disturb his yaxing. Beside Yang Zhao, Yi Xinru stood tall and slender, with a beautiful smile. Her bumpy figure showed a different kind of temptation, her skin was as fair as jade, and her demeanor was outstanding. Although this eldest lady of the Yi family was not as famous as Chu Yimeng, she was still very popular among the younger generation, is also a prestigious figure. Behind Yang Zhao, Shang Jia Shangchu and Nan Jia Nan Sheng stared down gloomily, their faces surging with joy. Especially Nan Sheng, when stroking two severed fingers, his face became more cruel and vicious. Those two fingers were forced to give up by Yang Kai. These hatreds are not shared by the sky. In the past few months, he has been thinking about revenge for Shui Hen. The allies on Yang Zhao's side are powerful and numerous, and Yang Shen's side is also not weak. With the help of Chu Jiacho Zeruo and a lot of help, he can still fight against Yang Zhao in a short time. On the contrary, in Yang Kai's mansion, apart from a Zongdu wolf drinking, only Chu Yimeng and Shang Tianxiao were standing beside him. In addition, Ku Gaoyi was left standing in the middle like an iron tower. In front of the hall, standing still, Ying Ju disappeared, but everyone present knew that this shadow-like blood servant must be lurking in the darkness, ready to strike at any time. At a distance, Chu Yimeng and Chu Zeruo's eyes collided, the former smiled slightly, full of confidence in the smile, the latter's eyes flickered slightly, and then quickly looked at him again, as if he didn't want to be in front of his sister. Show timidity. At the same time, Shang Chu and Shang Tianxiao were also looking at each other, one was blank, the other was cold, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little nervous. Lao Lu, Kaidi here, what do you want to do? Yang Zhao suddenly asked with a smile. Yang Shen also smiled and said, second brother eats meat, and younger brother will drink soup. Second brother can't eat alone, right? That's natural. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head, pondered for a while, and then said, in this case, the second brother will want to open the younger brother, you can take the flag, and we will add 5 by 1. Second brother, it's fine. Yang Shen smiled and was quite satisfied with Yang Zhao's suggestion. He glanced at Chu and Nan Sheng intentionally or unintentionally. The grievances between Yang Kai and them have also spread today. It is not difficult to explain why Yang Zhao chose people instead of Ling Qi. The Shangnan family joined Yang Zhao's camp, which greatly increased his strength. Naturally, he had to show his allies. Holding Yang Kai is equivalent to losing his face. In this way, Shang Chu and Nan Sheng should also be satisfied, and will only assist him more loyally in the future. Hey, I said you two, are you tired of standing over there talking? How about coming down? Huo Xingchen suddenly shouted in a loud voice. Yang Zhao smiled and shook his head. No need, brother Huo, let my brother speak out. I don't want to embarrass him too much. Yang Kai, Huo Xingchen giggled, he doesn't seem to be at home. Not at home, Yang Zhao frowned, apparently thinking that Huo Xingchen was fooling him, and said interestingly, where would he be when he's not home at this time? How do I know, where is it? Hee. Huo Xingchen got up with a mean smile, threw off the folding fan, and pretended to be suave. Anyway, he's not at home, if you don't believe it, ask Chu Yi. Meng, she should know where Yang Kai is going. Yang Zhao couldn't help but cast his eyes on Chu Yimeng, the latter smiled slightly, pulled the hair from his ear, and said softly, if I say he's not here, will second young master believe it? She said so ambiguous, false and true, Yang Zhao couldn't help frowning, subconsciously feeling that Yang Kai was playing some tricks. But soon, Yang Zhao's expression became firm, and he said loudly, I don't believe it. How could Yang Kai not be at the mansion at such a sensitive time tonight? He must be hiding somewhere, not daring to show his face. The second son, please search here, let's see if you can find him. Chu Yimeng smiled, but her heart was full of slander. Yang Kai did say hello to her before going out, but he disappeared before she could agree. Where she went and what she was doing, she had no idea at all. No need. Yang Zhao showed a look of impatience on his face, and shouted loudly, Kai brother, come out by yourself, the second brother promises not to embarrass you. After shouting twice in a row, Yang Kai didn't reply. Nan Sheng couldn't help sneering. Second young master, it seems that your younger brother doesn't sell your face at all. That being the case, there is no need to talk nonsense with him. Just attack directly, even if you forgive him, you won't be able to resist. He seems a little impatient to defeat Yang Kai, so that he can watch his jokes, in order to soothe the wounds in his body and heart in the past few months. There is no need for others to talk about things between my brothers. Yang Zhao snorted softly. Nan Sheng's face froze, and he clenched his teeth, not daring to say anything more. Seeing that Nan Sheng was deflated, Shang Chu not only did not restrain himself, but smiled instead. Second young master, I also think it's okay to attack directly. The defensive power here is not too strong. If you join forces with 6th young master, why won't you be able to eat here? This ceremony is also a courtesy, others don't appreciate it, hee. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 429 Shadow Dance, Ghost in the Darkness. Shang Chu could see Yang Zhao's duplicity at a glance. Although he was reprimanding Nan Sheng, he clearly agreed with Nan Sheng's point of view. At this time, someone must add fuel to the fire to make it appear to outsiders that someone else is helping him make up his mind. In the future, no one will judge him for disregarding brotherhood. Therefore, Shang Chu dared to continue to instigate proposals. It is the master of the sword of the mouth and belly. Shang Chu himself is such a person, so he can naturally understand Yang Zhao's thoughts. Sure enough, Yang Zhao thought for a while, seemingly embarrassed, and then nodded slowly. Well, brother Shang is right. Second brother, I have done my best to Lao Ju. Since Lao Ju doesn't sell second brother's face, then there is nothing to say. Turning his head to look at Yang Shen with a smile, Yang Zhao smiled and said, Old 9th won't show up, Old 6th, go and get the command flag yourself. Yang Shensheng was preparing to watch a good show with a smile on his face. Hearing what Yang Zhao said, he couldn't help being stunned. Immediately woke up, he actually fell into the second brother's trap without a trace, and his bowels turned green for a while. Yang Zhao discussed with him just now that one of them was a dignitary and the other wanted a flag. Now that Yang Kai doesn't appear, only Ling Qi can grab it. Naturally, Yang Shen should go out to grab it. Aware of Yang Zhao's intentions, the smile on Yang Shen's face slowly converged and became solemn. Yang Zhao continued to smile and said, Go get it yourself, the second brother promises not to hit you. Saying such words in front of so many people is enough to show Yang Zhao's sincerity. Yang Shen frowned and thought for a while, then nodded and said, Then thank you second brother for letting me go. His eyes turned around in the crowd he brought, and he pointed at a warrior on the 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary and said, Enter the nave and take out the flag. This person was the help from Yang Shen's mother's family, and he was born in a first-class force, so his strength was not too weak. It can't be too high either. Seeing Yang Shen pointing at himself, he couldn't help but look bitter, and looked at Ku Gaoyi who was standing in front of the nave in extreme embarrassment. The name of the master of the Blood Servant Hall. Intimidate the world. What are you afraid of? Yang Shen snorted softly. The 2 blood servants around Lao Ju are severely wounded and have damaged their foundations. They can't even exert their usual 30% strength, not to mention, they are also restrained by the Yang family rules. You can't take the initiative to attack, as long as you don't provoke them, they will naturally not hit you. They don't care if I take the command flag. The 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary lit up. If that was the case, then he would have no worries. Naturally it's impossible. Yang Zhao shook his head. They are only responsible for passive counterattacks, and they will stop you when you grab the command flag. But as long as you are fast enough, you can run out with the command flag. I think they are in their current state. Can't stop you. Let's go soon. Yang Shen shouted impatiently. The 4th floor master of the Immortal Ascension boundary was helpless, and he bravely walked out of the crowd. While watching Ku Gaoyi vigilantly, he pushed his consciousness to the limit, trying to find Yingju's hiding place. But no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to detect where Yingju was hiding. This blood servant hall expert didn't seem to be here at all. Huo Xingchen still shook the folding fan calmly. Chu Yimeng's pretty face also had a quiet smile on her face, her beautiful eyes staring at the person who came, and there was an obvious gloating in her eyes. Being stared at by her like this, the visitor couldn't help but feel even more nervous. Walking slowly, this person gathered his strength, secretly guarded, bypassed Huo Xingchen and Chu Yimeng, and stared at Ku Gaoyi who was standing in front of the nave, with a nervous expression on his face. Humph! Ku Gaoyi snorted suddenly, and the man was so frightened that he almost hit the hidden moves. If this move is played, Ku Gaoyi can counterattack on the spot. Ha 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 ha! Huo Xingchen couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Chu Yimeng also pursed his lips and couldn't help laughing. The disgraceful appearance of his subordinates made Yang Shen's face very ugly. The man's face was blushing, and he seemed to be a little ashamed of himself. He was so embarrassed that he walked briskly into the nave. If you enter a land of no one, you will not encounter obstacles at all. There was a commotion inside, and soon, the man rushed out with the flag on his face. Sixth son, I. Before the announcement of the good news was finished, there seemed to be a figure flashing in the darkness, and everything quickly calmed down. The man was standing at the door of the nave with the flag in his hand. Half of his body had already left the nave, but he could never take that step. The expressions of Yang Zhao and Yang Shen changed suddenly, and the warriors behind them also changed color. Dead, a blood servant beside Yang Zhao said solemnly, his eyes wandering in the air, it's Ying Zhu's shadow dance kill. So fast, Yang Zhao asked in a low voice, with horror in his voice, have you seen Ying Zhu's hiding place? I didn't see it clearly. The blood servant slowly shook his head, Ying Zhu's assassination and hiding skills are second to none in the blood servant hall. After a pause, he shook his head again and said, but what makes me feel strange is that Ying Zhu should not have been severely wounded, how could he still perform such a blow? Isn't his injury going to heal? Yang Shen asked in a startled voice. Suddenly, one of his subordinates died, and Yang Shen was in a very bad mood. Impossible. The blood servant next to Yang Shen also interjected, shaking his head and saying, Ku Gaoyi and Ying Zhu's injuries are extremely serious. When we saw them during the day, they were still empty of energy and blood. It's just a daytime, it's impossible to recover. That's the tyrant blood-mad technique. Yang Zhao inferred confidently. When the two blood servants who spoke before heard the words, they nodded silently, with a trace of sadness on their faces. Ying Zhu's blood-tying madness is probably the last bloom of his life. After tonight, there will be no Ying Zhu in the world. The blood servants all have feelings between them. Although they won't talk about it, this feeling is even closer than that of a brother. It is an emotion that can save the other's life with one's own life. In his state, how long can the tyrannical madness last? Yang Zhao asked aloud. Even though he was reluctant to answer, the blood servant beside him still whispered, in about half an hour, his only vitality will be overdrawn. Then wait for the first half an hour. Yang Zhao made up his mind. The mansion fell into a brief period of peace, only Huo Xingchen sat back on the chair of the master again, drinking and having fun while humming an unknown tune. Burning with anger. Time passed slowly, and the feeling of waiting was tormenting. After half an hour, Yang Zhao nodded, it's almost there. Yang Shen was refreshed. There was a hint of decisiveness on his face, and he said, Brother Chu, let the two of your Chu family go up this time. I don't believe that you can't get Ling Qi back. Chu Zeruo smiled when he heard the words, but according to 6th Young Master's orders. With that said, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th floor members of the Chu family gave a wink, and the two stepped forward at the same time. Before they could be dispatched, Chu Yimeng suddenly said solemnly, Brother, if I were you, I wouldn't joke about their lives. Your decision is too reckless. Chu Zeruo frowned and sneered, Sister, don't make a fool of yourself. Yang Kai is destined to be out tonight, you've always been very accurate. But this time you're probably going to be disappointed. With so many of us here, you can take what resistance. It's stubborn. Chu Yimeng shook her head in despair, and said nothing more. Yang Shen waited for their siblings to finish speaking, and then waved his hand. Said, I'll go up, divide half of the people, entangled at Ku Gaoyi, and the other half will bring me the flag. There was a sound, and a dozen figures flew past, these people. Half of them are in the Immortal Ascension Boundary, and the strongest of them are at the 8th layer Immortal Ascension Boundary, and the rest are not weak. Among the dozen or so people, headed by the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension Boundary, and leading 4 or 5, they wrapped the Kugao boxer who had been standing still. He didn't do anything, just surrounded him. Even if they knew that he was severely injured, these warriors from the first-class forces did not dare to take the initiative to attack the blood servant. Ku Gaoyi was like a 1,000-year-old mountain, standing still, just glanced at them indifferently. The rest of the people rushed to the nave and rushed towards the man who died before, trying to take back the command flag in his hand. There was excitement on the faces of these masters, and it seemed that victory was in sight. Ying Zhu should have no power to attack at this moment, that is to say, whoever gets the command flag will own it. Taking the command flag is also a great achievement for Yang Shen. Are you afraid that there will be no reward? 7 or 8 hands grabbed towards the flag together. At this time, a little light broke out in the darkness, and a thin figure suddenly came out. This man was holding 2 daggers that circulated the dark light, and when everyone was excited, he brought out a cold light of Dawson. This thin figure was hazy and blurry, and suddenly split into a dozen or so, each of which was cold and dark, and each of them was decisive. Shadow dance kill! Exclamations, screams came out, and blood splashed out. How could the masters who tried to snatch the flag could resist the assassination of the blood servants on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension Boundary? In an instant, 3 people were brought to the ground. Others saw the opportunity and quickly retreated, but still could not avoid the fate of being injured. In an instant, the dust settled. Yingju was alone, holding double daggers, like a ghost in the darkness, standing at the entrance of the nave, reaching out to retrieve the command flag in the dead man's hand, throwing it at random, and hanging it back in the nave. The figure quickly blurred and disappeared into the air without a trace. There is no tyranny of blood. Yang Zhao exclaimed in surprise. The characteristics of the blood servant after he performed the blood domination maniac were very obvious, and his blood would glow red, but Yingju had no such sign at all. Second brother. Yang Shen's eyes were splitting. Just now, he mistrusted Yang Zhao's judgment, causing heavy casualties among his subordinates, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Yang Zhao gave him a cold look and frowned. Second brother made a mistake in his judgment. Then my loss, hey. Yang Shen also knew that it was unrealistic to ask Yang Zhao to compensate for his loss. RQ. Shumalo is updated the fastest, please collect Shumalo M. Chapter 430 U2. In front of the nave, Yingju ghost appeared, and after killing the three of them, they disappeared quickly. Those people under Yang Shen dared not make trouble again. He was full of questions. Yang Shen's face was extremely gloomy, and he was so annoyed that he didn't dare to give orders casually. Yang Zhao's brows were furrowed, and his stomach was full of scorn. Yingju didn't use the blood-tying madness, but he was still so fierce. With his injury, he definitely shouldn't be like this. Before he came, he also inquired clearly. Although Yingju and Ku Gaoyi were the elites in the Blood Servant Hall, they were severely injured, and any sixth floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary was enough to defeat them. Has his injury really recovered completely? Or what special cutting method was used to suppress the injury? Yang Zhao was at a loss, secretly speculating, curious to the death. Going to see that Ku Gaoyi again, he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, and his body didn't even move. Except for occasionally rolling his eyes, this blood servant was like a dead person. But after being surrounded by 4 or 5 people, he shrunk his face but did not change at all, as indifferent as water. Yang Zhao suddenly felt a headache. Although the people he and Yang Shen brought were not weak, if they wanted to steal the flag under the eyes of the 2 blood servants in their prime, they would have to take a lot of risk. The biggest question now is how powerful the 2 blood servants in Gong Yang Kai's house can play. If they were just pretending to be mysterious, Yang Zhao still had the confidence to let Yang Kai out tonight, but if not. After pondering for a long time, Yang Zhao snorted coldly and said, Lulu, it looks like you can't eat Lingqi. Yang Shen's face was cold, and he couldn't deny it. In that case, the second brother will help you. Yang Zhao stared at the bottom and said solemnly. Tonight's opportunity was rare, and Yang Zhao didn't want to miss it. Even though he knew that his decision was a bit inappropriate, he couldn't hold back the eagerness in his heart. I can help me, but the ownership of the flag. Yang Shen suffered a loss, and finally he was a lot smarter, and he knew how to ask clearly. Let's talk about it when the time comes. How could Yang Zhao do a loss-making business? Now Yang Kai doesn't know where he is. If he rashly agrees to give up Lingqi, he may not get anything. Yang Shen frowned, and didn't bother to entangle Yang Zhao's backsliding. After a long while, he nodded, okay. 4 of his subordinates died at one time, and Yang Shen couldn't wait to win a victory to save the situation. Then go. Yang Zhao chuckled and waved his hand. Behind him, the 2 masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary 5th floor brought by Yi Shinru from the Yi family, and the masters from the Shangnan family all dispatched together, and Yang Shen also gave the people he brought a wink. In an instant, the 2 brothers joined forces, and several thousand immortal masters approached the nave, and there were also a group of true essence warriors. Hey, let me make it clear first, you guys are fighting, don't get me involved, this young master is just watching the fun. Huo Xingchen shouted and took a few steps back. Chu Yimeng sneered, kicked his ass, kicked him forward, and Shang Tianxiao took a step forward. Chu Yutang and Shang Tianxiao's men and horses suddenly appeared around them like ghosts. The masters brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shen were not afraid, and they all approached the nave. Ku Gaoyi, who had been motionless for a long time, suddenly shouted angrily, and the violent real essence came out, and an invisible wave of air spread around, and the sound resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. If you want to enter the nave, let's talk about it after I've passed this level. He was full of anger, and there was no sign of injury. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's men and horses were already swept away by Yingju, who was hiding aside. After listening to Ku Gaoyi's roar, he didn't know which one was mentally inferior, but a faint light hit Ku Gaoyi. Ku Gaoyi blocked it and grinned wickedly. Because of the clan rules, the blood servant is only responsible for passive counterattacks. Before others attack him, he can't do anything at all. Now that he was beaten, Ku Gaoyi could naturally play without hesitation. The figure suddenly turned into a green light, and the next moment he appeared in the camp of a large group of enemies. Known as the most daring and most desperate master in the Blood Servant Hall, Ku Gaoyi is most proficient at breaking out in a short time. He was able to blow out all his true essence and divine sense power in a single stick of incense, and there was no trickle of it. And in this incense stick time, basically no one can cherish its edge. One after another, the power of divine consciousness that was almost visible to the naked eye burst out from his mind, and the tyrant's divine soul skill suddenly rumbled around. In an instant, people turned their backs, and there was chaos. No one would have thought that this blood servant, who should have been severely wounded and unhealed, dared to rush into the crowd to attack, and his moves were all deadly attacks, and there was no defense at all. After 3 breaths, someone fell to the ground and died, and then another flew out, bursting into a cloud of shards in midair, leaving no bones. Yang Zhao, Yang Shen, Shang Chu, Nan Sheng, Chu Zeruo and other 5 people suddenly trembled. They didn't seem to expect that the outbreak of this battle would be so ferocious. On the contrary, the 2 blood servants who followed the 2 Yang family disciples looked at each other and smiled knowingly. With their eyesight, it is natural to see that Ku Gaoyi has recovered from his injury, otherwise it would be impossible to exert such a strong fighting power. How did it recover? When I saw him during the day, it was still the same. How can such a huge change happen in one day? The 2 blood servants couldn't understand this. Ku Gaoyi's ferocity and bravery really made the enemy terrified. After 2 people were killed, the rest of them couldn't help but feel a little helpless, and no one dared to get too close to him. What are you afraid of? So many people still can't win a blood servant. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Zhao suddenly shouted angrily. Up to now, he has no turning back, either do not do it, or do it absolutely. He has already seen that Yang Kai is keeping a low profile. If he does not defeat Yang Kai tonight, the youngest younger brother of this year will definitely be his great enemy in the future, even more terrifying than the boss Yang Wei. He must be given 6 finals tonight. Yang Zhao's hair was ruthless. His shouting really made a good go-go, and those who attacked Ku Gaoyi were only deterred by the masters of the Blood Servant Hall. Ku Gaoyi only attacked and defended his style of play. Although he forced the enemy to be in a hurry, and even took the opportunity to kill 2 people, he also added a lot of scars to his body. What's more, there are too many of them, and they can completely avoid Ku Gaoyi's ultimate move if they move around Saturday, and they cooperate enough to kill this powerful blood servant. Unless he performed the blood tyranny technique, but no one supported him, he had no time to perform this forbidden move. For a time, everyone's expressions were greatly lifted, and they were full of courage. I saw more than a dozen rainbow lights, like a rainbow, flying from all directions, all of which fell to Ku Gaoyi, who was wrapped in the middle. So many energy beams were shot, and Ku Gaoyi couldn't resist even a master of the Blood Servant Hall, and there were many more scars on his body in an instant. But he didn't say a word, still bursting out his true essence and divine soul skills. With such a style of play, the final outcome is undoubtedly Ku Gaoyi's death, but more than half of Yang Shen and Yang Zhao's subordinates will surely die. Chu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flickered, and she glanced at the entrance of the nave, then looked at Yang Zhao and Yang Shen, her mind changed sharply. Yingju can't take action now. Once he takes action, either Yang Zhao or Yang Shen can easily take the flag with the blood servant. Only by hiding in the dark can he be a restraint for Yang Zhao and Yang Shen, and a weapon to deter the enemy. Yingju is obviously very clear, so even if Ku Gaoyi is surrounded by people, he is indifferent. But Yingju didn't make a move. Ku Gaoyi alone was not enough to defeat the enemy. Chu Yimeng also knew this. In the current situation, there is no problem with the flag of guarding the command. The biggest key is that the blood servant cannot die, otherwise the power in Yang Kai's hands will be greatly damaged. Go up and help, Chu Yimeng snorted softly after pondering for a while. Chu Yutang's people immediately dispatched. Shang Tianxiao waved his hand, and those warriors from Zhang's family rushed over from all directions, and second young master Shang even took the lead, waving his secret treasure sword, and rushed to the mouth bravely. With his strength, naturally he can't compete with the Immortal Ascension boundary, but it is impossible for all the people brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shen to be in the Immortal Ascension boundary. There are still some true essence boundary. These people are the targets of Shang Tianxiao. Kill one less. When he saw Shang Tianxiao rushing up, Shang Chu couldn't help but snorted, a look of contempt in his eyes. My younger brother is really good in aptitude and is quite popular in the clan, but no matter how good he is, he will never be able to become the head of the Shang family. It's because once a battle occurs, he will be the first to rush up. What family head would take the lead and ignore his own comfort? If this is the case, then the big and small families in this world, I am afraid that every few days will have to change the head of the family. The head of the family has to look like the head of the family, and the head of the family has to sit in the rear, coordinate the overall situation, and strategize. The one who rushes ahead is a general, not handsome. Staring at Shang Tianshao's figure, Shang Chu's eyes gradually darkened, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. You too. Chu Yimeng turned to look at Huo Xingchen, who was doing nothing with a smile on his face. Me too. Huo Xingchen's eyes widened. What nonsense, you are the son of the Huo family, don't they dare to kill you? Chu Yimeng scolded, and as soon as she mentioned Huo Xingchen's clothes, she threw him on the chaotic battlefield. Huo Xingchen screamed strangely, like a meteor falling from the sky, smashing to the ground, smashing the ground out of the boss's pit. Chu Yimeng sneered. No one dares to kill you, at most it hurts you. Stinky motherfucker. Huo Xingchen's feet were numb for a long time before he gradually regained consciousness, gritted his teeth and cursed, then raised his hands with a smile, and shouted, Don't hit me, I tell you, I'm Huo Xingchen, I'm the only seed of the Huo family. Whoever hits me, I'm not finished with him. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or-A Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommendation and monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 431. Let me tell you, I'm going to Wuhan tomorrow. I haven't been back for almost a year and a half, just as my classmates got married, so I'll go back and have a look. It will take about 3 or 4 days. The updates in these days will not be interrupted, and it will probably be maintained for 2. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Huo Xingchen shouted loudly. Who has not heard of the name of this uninhibited Zongdu wolf Sun Huo? Hearing what he said, both sides of the fierce battle couldn't help rolling their eyes, and Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's faces turned even darker. Huo Xingchen's pestle on the battlefield is completely a constraint. Anyone who makes an attack must carefully avoid him, and those turbulent true essence must not touch him. Otherwise, if he really hurt this person, with his playful personality, he would definitely have to settle accounts in the autumn. At that time, even with the protection of Yang Zhao and Yang Shen, the person who hurt him may not be able to avoid the bad luck of being revenged. Of all the people present, only those from the 8 great families were qualified to fight against him and capture him, but the battlefield was so chaotic that Yang Zhao and Yang Shen did not have the courage to go down in person. Before Huo Xingchen's words were finished, a 3rd-level Immortal Ascension Boundary Warrior was kicked out of the ring by Ku Gaoyi, just bumping his head into his shoulder. Mr. Huo became angry on the spot, raised his hand and slapped the fan over with a big ear, and scolded, I'm stupid, I already said that I am Huo Xingchen, you are so short-sighted, you hurt me, you can stay with me, rise. The 3rd-level Immortal Ascension Boundary was beaten by Ku Gaoyi and couldn't breathe. His blood was tumbling all over his body, his chest was agitated, and he was slapped in public by Huo Xingchen. He had nowhere to vent his anger in anger. Wang blood spurted out and fell down limply. It actually gave me dizzy. Something without eyes. Huo Xingchen snorted softly. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's faces became more and more ugly. Huo Xingchen's approach was too rogue, except for him. No one from the 8 great families of Zongdu has the face to do such a thing. A wry smile appeared on Yi Xinru's charming face, and Chu Zeruo also shook her head. Everyone is ashamed of this man. On the contrary, Chu Yimeng stood not far away with a smile, admiring the performance of the rogue Huo Dagongzi. Huo Xingchen seemed to be in a no-man's land, walking around in the chaotic battlefield. Anyone who saw him coming would have to retreat, which made Huo Xingchen extremely bored. Standing still and scratching his head. Depressed, he turned around and said, Chu Yimeng, can I come back? No one is fighting me. It's all about his share, who would dare to fight him? This is the only seedling of the Huo family, unlike other families who have at least a few descendants who can pass on the lineage. Just stick it there, Chu Yimeng replied with a smile. She suddenly realized that this swinger can play a big role. No, Huo Xingchen suddenly had a bitter face. Outside, Yi Xinru's beautiful eyes turned. He said softly, Second young master, let me go and capture him. Although Yi Xinru's reputation is not as good as Chu Yimeng's, she is still the leader of the younger generation in Zongdu. Some people even call her and Chu Yimeng the 2 delicate flowers of the central capital. Moreover, her own strength is not weak, and with all kinds of extraordinary secret treasures, it is enough to compete with the general Immortal Ascension Boundary. To capture Huo Xingchen, she is somewhat confident. Others don't dare to touch Mr. Huo. It doesn't mean that the people of the 8 great families don't dare to. Yang Zhao shook his head when he heard the words, with a solemn expression on his face. You are not his opponent. Yi Xinru was stunned for a moment, then laughed dumbly and said, second young master looks down on people, don't look at people so delicate. In fact, I have some skills. Yang Zhao smiled slightly and said meaningfully, I naturally understand your ability, and I didn't underestimate you, but you underestimated this young master Huo. Yi Xinru looked stunned and hesitated, you mean he? Yang Zhao chuckled lightly. Before the children of the Yang family returned to the central capital, there were 3 of the most famous among the younger generation, and Huo Xingchen was ranked 3rd. Do you think he was only famous for his lewdness and lust? Xinru, you are too young. Look at the background of the Huo family. Yi Xinru's face straightened, and then she nodded lightly. Second young master is right, maybe it's because I don't like this person, so I despise him. When the 2 were talking, Shang Chu, who was standing beside them, gave a wink to a master of the Immortal Ascension boundary below without a trace. The Immortal Ascension boundary master understood, quietly got out of the battle circle besieging Ku Gaoyi, and touched Shang Tianxiao, who was fighting against a true Yuan boundary peak warrior, intentionally or unintentionally. The battlefield is chaotic, and no one has the heart to pay attention to such a small detail, even Shang Tianxiao himself has no idea. After a while, the Immortal Ascension boundary expert came to Shang Tianxiao's side not far away, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible spiritual power burst out. Right at this moment, young Master Huo didn't know what was going on. He stumbled under his feet and moved a few steps to the left. It was such a crucial few steps that made him stand in front of Shang Tianxiao. The power of divine consciousness rushed into his mind and exploded. Huo Xingchen's body swayed with a blue halo, which was the secret treasure of the soul he carried with him, which played a defensive role. Seeing this blue halo, Huo Xingchen looked left and right suspiciously, just in time to meet the gaze of the Immortal Ascension boundary master who attacked Shang Tianxiao. It seemed that he had just reacted, and Huo Xingchen couldn't help but grin. Damn, you dare to attack this young master with a divine soul skill. You are not small. It is fortunate that I have a treasure of divine soul on my body, or else you will succeed, already. The man never expected such a change to happen, and he was shocked on the spot. Just now, someone accidentally bumped into Huo Xingchen, and was slapped in the face by him in public. Now that he used his divine soul skill to greet him, what would he do well? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly waved his hand to explain. Master Huo, I didn't mean it. Huo Xingchen's face was cruel, he gritted his teeth and said, isn't it intentional? Could it be unintentional? As he spoke, he slapped him. The master instinctively raised his hand to block Huo Xingchen's slap, and only after he blocked it did he realize that something was wrong. His face was full of strange and wonderful expressions. Young Master Huo, you have a lot of adults. Don't have the same knowledge as me, okay. No need to say anything. Huo Xingchen laughed wickedly. You are the Shang family, aren't you? Today, this young master will not abandon you. I will call Shang Xingchen in the future. Stand still for me. How dare that person move, wishing he could just knock himself out. If he hadn't instinctively blocked it just now and let Huo Xingchen let out a sigh of relief, I'm afraid it wouldn't have happened now. A mouthful of bitterness, like eating Coptis chinensis. Huo Xingchen turned around and looked around on the battlefield. I don't know which corpse to find a sharp weapon. After waving a few times, he walked back slowly, stood still in front of the master, his eyes were like knives, flashing cold light, and he looked up and down at him. You say it yourself, am I going to kill you with one knife or one knife? Even though this master was quite strong, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened at this moment. He quickly turned his eyes to Chu, full of prayers. Shang Chu smiled helplessly, although he was the future heir of the Shang family. But the Shang family is only a first-class force, so how can it be qualified to challenge the Huo family? He didn't dare to provoke Huo Xingchen, a scoundrel. Seeing Shang Chu's wry smile, the expert also knew that he was going to have bad luck today, so he gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Huo, you can do it yourself. Shut up, it's quite strong. Huo Xingchen was greatly surprised, as if he didn't expect that he would not resist at all. As soon as the words fell, the sharp weapon in his hand flashed a cold light. A muffled sound rang out, and the master standing in front of Huo Xingchen had one arm chopped off his shoulders, and blood poured out like a fountain. HMPH, I see that you still have a bit of backbone, I'll give you an arm. The master was in unbearable pain, but he still didn't dare to resist, running his true essence to slow down the outflow of blood. His face was pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you for not killing young Master Huo." Huo Xingchen said carelessly, "Shang family, you should be abolished, and the Nan family, everything should be like this. If you guys don't get out of the battle for succession and go home, this young master will take yours away. After all the arms are cut off, it will be renamed one-armed Shangjia and one-armed Nanjia in the future. Wow, ha ha ha." There was a burst of wild laughter, and Shang Chu and Nan Sheng's faces became incomparably ashen. Huo Xingchen's words are obviously mocking the fact that the four masters of their family were forced to give up their arms by Yang Kai. This is a great shame for the Shangnan family. Whether it was Shang Chu or Nan Sheng, they couldn't help clenching their fists at this moment. This time they followed Yang Zhao to find Yang Kai's troubles, but after fighting for so long, Yang Kai never showed up. He used the rogue method to destroy everything, and even a master was cut off by him. It's more embarrassing than slapping them in the face. "Second young master, please do justice for us." Shang Chu gritted his teeth and said to Yang Zhao in a low voice, with an unforgettable hatred in his tone. He was really pissed off. Yang Zhao couldn't help frowning. To be honest, he didn't want to go down and meddle in the battle at all right now. First, Ku Gaoyi was still attacking furiously, and the raging energy made every corner of the battlefield unsafe. Second, Yang Kai never showed up. He didn't know what the younger brother, who was keeping a low profile and pretending to be a pig and a tiger, was playing. But the two families of Shangnan were a big help to him. If he didn't express it at this time, it would only make people feel cold. After pondering for a while, Yang Zhao said, "Okay, this young master will go to meet him in person." Hearing his promise, Shang Chu and Nan Sheng couldn't help but look overjoyed. The next moment, Yang Zhao and the blood servant beside him fluttered into the battlefield. Seeing him appearing in person, Huo Xingchen quickly restrained his unrestrained expression, became solemn, and said, "Second young master is so elegant." Yang Zhao chuckled lightly, "Others don't dare to fight with you, so I'll accompany you." Huo Xingchen smiled bitterly, "Isn't this over?" Looking back at Chu Yimeng, "Beauty, think of a way to save me, or I will be captured by second young master. Although I think Yang Kai loses, I don't want to be caught, it's a shame." Chu Yimeng turned around, brought a bright light, and sat firmly on the chair of the Grand Master, with a smile on her face. "It's all right, anyway, there is not much more of you here, and there is not much less of you, you can go in peace." "Why are you so cruel? The most poisonous woman's heart, doesn't the Zongdu Lang Huo son who has read all over the flowers still understand?" Chu Yimeng smiled like a poisonous snake. Huo Xingchen was speechless. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 432, A Little Gift for You. Young Master Huo, being careful, Xiaoyang Zhao smiled lightly, reminded him kindly, and then slowly raised one foot and stomped down. A few strange straight lines suddenly bulged on the ground, and there seemed to be huge earthworms undulating underneath. A trace of terrifying energy came from below, causing Huo Xingchen to change in front of him. Earth Fiend Dragon Technique. With a high-grade martial skill, Yang Zhao showed his extraordinariness as soon as he made a move. Each of the dragons of this earth is condensed with the spirits of fifth-order monsters. They are contained in the body by Yang Zhao, and can be used flexibly when facing the enemy. And Yang Zhao can now use 7 dragons of the earth evil. With this move, when he confronts the enemy in the real Yuan realm, he can often defeat the enemy without much effort. Huo Xingchen looked solemn and stepped back quickly. He stepped on a magical and mysterious footwork. Every step he stepped on, there would be a lotus blooming energy brilliance under his feet. To block the swallow. Hidden Moon Lotus Step. It is also a high-grade martial art, and Yang Zhao's Earth Demon Dragon art is an opponent, and will meet a good talent. After withdrawing 7 steps in total, Huo Xingchen stopped his steps in a panic, looked up at Yang Zhao, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a chuckle, "Second young master, don't be so ruthless. Friendship of whoring, last time I was in Chunfeng Dai building, you invited me. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Zhao couldn't help rolling his eyes, and then snorted coldly, "You are really pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. What did the second son say? I don't understand, hee. Since the second young master is going to make a move, this young master will accompany him." During the speech, Huo Xingchen's hands gushed out energy of different attributes at the same time. Wind in one hand and thunder in the other. The wind and clouds roared, the thunder and lightning flashed, and the two energies merged into one, gathered into a big hand, and attacked Yang Zhao. Wind Thunder Aki Mahamudra, the Huo family's Zon-level low-grade martial arts. The two forces of wind and thunder merged with each other, and their power increased greatly. Yang Zhao not only did not show panic, but his face was calm, and he didn't even mean to dodge, only a calm smile hung on his face. Catch him. When the big mudra of Fengli Hechi came in front of him, Yang Zhao suddenly gave a faint command. Huo Xingqian's face changed greatly, and he shouted, "Second young master, isn't this inappropriate?" Yang Zhao shrugged his shoulders and chuckled, "The wicked have their own grind." During the conversation between the two, the blood servant beside Yang Zhao had already taken action. The blood servant was indeed unable to take the initiative to attack due to the rules, but now that Huo Xingqian launched an attack on Yang Zhao, he could counterattack logically. Yang Zhao obviously planned to let his blood servant capture Huo Xingqian from the beginning, so he didn't dodge his martial arts. He didn't even think about it. Just now, Huo Xingqian used the method of rogue and hooligan to mix up the enemy's camp. The blood servant just waved his hand, and the two forces of wind and thunder disappeared. Even if this martial skill was of the Zon level low rank, Huo Xingqian would not be able to shake the blood servant in the slightest. After breaking the big mudra of Fengli Hechi, the blood servant didn't hesitate, and grabbed Huo Xingqian with his hand. Young Master Huo had a dead father's expression on his face, as if he didn't expect Yang Zhao to be as shameless as himself. At this moment, two people with hidden heads and exposed tails came out from nowhere in the slanting stab. Both of them were wearing black tights, one hand protected Huo Xingqian and stepped back, and the other one fluttered out a palm, towards the blood. Wait it up. The master of the blood servant hall turned cold, and the real energy in his body surged wildly. With a bang, the man in black with his head and tail exposed took several steps back to stabilize his figure, but it was the blood servant, whose figure was calm. A fight against each other, the strength of the two is determined. The blood servant is undoubtedly stronger, but the two men in black are not weak either. There are still helpers. Yang Zhao's face sank, he never expected that so many masters were ambushed in Yang Kai's mansion. Ku Gaoyi and Ying Ju alone restrained most of the people he and Yang Shen brought. Seeing that Ku Gaoyi was about to exhaust his true essence and spiritual power, victory was in sight, but he didn't want to be at this juncture, and unexpectedly popped up two strong men whose strength was only a little bit worse than the blood servant. Yang Kai's mansion is equivalent to having 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th layer masters in charge. In addition, there are Chu family Chu Yutang, a group of people from Shang family, and even the rogue Huo Xingqian. On the other hand, although he and Yang Shen were not inferior to each other in terms of strength, or even surpassed, the two blood servants could not take the initiative to attack, and they had no hope of eating this place. Where did Lao Ju get so many helpers? Yang Zhao almost blushed. I'm so stupid. Huo Xingqian looked at the two masked men in black, his eyes almost bulging out. Yang Zhao didn't know who the two were, but he knew. The two had been with him for so many years, Huo Xingqian could recognize him even if he was blind. These two guys with hidden heads and tails, who looked like roosters and mice, were clearly the guardians who had been by his side all the time. For a while, Yang Zhao and Huo Xingqian were stunned. Chu Yimeng sat on the teacher's chair and laughed, as if she had won the grand prize, she couldn't be happier. Yang Shen's face was as black as carbon. The two sides faced each other for a while, and then Yang Zhao gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "Go. There is no hope of eating Yang Kaifu tonight, so what are you doing here?" Yang Zhao is also a decisive person. With an order, the warriors who were besieging Ku Gaoyi jumped out of the battle circle. Ku Gaoyi was covered in blood, gasping for breath. The warriors brought by Shang Tianxiao and the troops of Chu Yutang are also quickly separating from the entangled enemies. Sixth son, is that enough? Chu Zeruo asked rather unwillingly. He couldn't wait to defeat Yang Kai in order to prove his ability, and when he heard the order to retreat, he was a little dumbfounded. Then what else? Yang Shen replied angrily with nowhere to vent his anger. In tonight's battle, the people he cheated on cost him more than Yang Zhao, so he would naturally not be in a good mood. While speaking, Yang Shen sighed. Just as he was about to leave with Yang Zhao, a figure suddenly flew in from outside. A loud shout came. That's it, the old nine is a little bit sorry, and I will send back a small gift for the second brother and the sixth brother. While speaking, the overwhelming sword light attacked from midair. The Zon-level martial arts of the 9 Stars Sword Sect, all swords are united. Mixed with the sword glow, purple dim light burst out, and the mysterious and cold divine soul skill burst into treble. The sound of tiger roaring, the sound of cow beer came out, and the beast soul skill burst out. Thousands of blood-red sharp petals fell from the sky, fluttering like snowflakes, but those pieces were sharp weapons for killing. This vast number of attacks were fired almost at the same time, covering all the enemies. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just calmed down became tense and murderous. "Master, be careful," an exclamation sounded. The two blood servants were the first to protect Yang Zhao and Yang Shen, and the masters of Shang, Nan, Chu, and Yi all flew towards their own young master and sister, and the brilliance of various martial arts and secret treasures first ensured their own the safety of the young master and the young lady. The energy between the heavens and the earth suddenly became disordered, and the violent real essence raged. After a while of attacking, the earth-shattering movement gradually subsided. The people who came to attack Yang Kai's mansion fell down 6 or 7 people, and the rest of them didn't look very good. Yang Zhao's icy gaze turned to the starry sky. In the middle of the sky, Yang Kai stood with a sword in his hand with a smile on his face, and said, "Good evening, second brother and sixth brother." The old ninth went out only to return. The reception was not well received. "Between us brothers, you probably won't care." Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly, and Yang Shen even screamed, "Old Jew, did you really go out?" Before Huo Xingchen and Chu Yimeng said that Yang Kai was not at home, he and Yang Zhao still didn't believe it. They thought that Yang Kai was afraid of being captured, so he hid. Now that he really flew back from outside, he had to believe it. "Yeah," Yang Kai nodded. "Long night, I went to the third brother's house to walk around. I didn't expect you to come tonight. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed and entertained." Old third mansion, Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing that his ninth younger brother's daring act, he couldn't help but admire for a while. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao asked, "How is the situation with the third one?" "The third brother is defeated." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The fifth brother and the seventh brother joined forces to attack, but the third brother could not hold on. "It's normal that he didn't hold on, but it's your brother who is here. It's far beyond the second brother's expectations. You have gathered so many helpers, and the second brother admires it. Second brother has won the prize." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "So, who took the third brother's command flag and people?" Hearing Yang Zhao's question, Yang Shen couldn't help but cast his gaze over with interest. "The news will come out tomorrow." Yang Kai chuckled without saying anything. Yang Zhao didn't ask any more questions, just nodded lightly, and said with a chuckle, "If that's the case, then the second brother will leave. Kai brother, let's go to Japan for a long time. Next time, the second brother will come back with all the preparations. I hope you don't let it go." "I am disappointed. I'll try my best to satisfy you. Go," Yang Zhao shouted softly, leading his men to retreat quickly. Before leaving, Shang Chu and Nan Sheng glanced at Yang Kai with dread. The last time they were in Taifang Mountain, Yang Kai left a deep impression on them. Even though they have been clamoring for revenge, now see when it comes to Yang Kai himself, he can't help but feel anxious. Yang Zhao left, and Yang Shen naturally didn't want to stay any longer. Those people took the body of their companion and quickly disappeared into the night. The battle for succession, the battle of the first night, came to an end. Function Temple, on the top of the 8 immortals, the elders who belonged to the major families also slowly opened their eyes, and the external consciousness gradually retracted, and a pair of turbid eyes could not help but show a touch of amazement, meaning, when their strength has reached their realm, and their age has reached their age, it is difficult for all things in the world to make their mood fluctuate. But tonight, someone did it. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 433. After being silent for a while, an old man with white hair asked in an extremely weak voice, "The northwest corner is the mansion of the first boy of the old Yang family." Someone pondered and replied, "It seems to be the youngest one." Everyone nodded lightly and exclaimed, "It's true that heroes have been young since ancient times." The elder Yang Liting, the elder of the Yang family, couldn't help laughing, with a proud look on his face. Even though he has no pursuit of all things in the world, and his heart is like a still water, after seeing Yang Kai's performance tonight, he still can't help but feel a little comforted, feeling that the Yang family has successors. The Chu family's supreme elder, Chu Daoran, nodded and said, "You are bold and your personal strength is impeccable, but in the battle for succession, these 2 points alone can't win. I just don't know if he has any more helpers. Pay more attention to his performance. This dazzling battle seems to be much more exciting than previous years." Everyone nodded in unison, agreeing with this point of view. The 8 supreme elders above the immortal wanderings are all figures of the ancestors of the major families. Before nightfall, they have penetrated their divine senses into every corner of the war city, monitoring the movement of the four directions. Yang Kai's actions naturally failed to hide their perception. It's just that only 1.8 people can't understand what method he used to suddenly burst out such a tyrannical and strange power of consciousness. In terms of his cultivation realm, it is impossible to have divine consciousness at all, so there is only one explanation left, that is, this youngest Yang family child has a powerful divine soul secret treasure on his body, which can release that kind of divine consciousness coercion, creating an illusion. Although the 8 people expressed interest in Yang Kai, they were limited to this. These 8 old men will not participate in the battle for the inheritance conquest, nor will they interfere in the battle for the inheritance conqueror. Almost after the 8 people took back the ocean-like consciousness, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He could sense that someone was watching him, and more than one. But those people on the other side had such a powerful consciousness that he couldn't do anything to hide his whereabouts. Thinking of the rumors, Yang Kai quickly understood who was monitoring him. You must advance to the Immortal Ascension boundary as soon as possible. With the protection of the Sea of Aaa knowledge and the help of Wensh and Lian, Yang Kai believes that he can hide from the prying eyes of the 8 people, so it is convenient to act. The feeling of being monitored is very uncomfortable. Even if he knows that they will not take any action, Yang Kai will not allow this to continue to happen. I have too many secrets in myself. Yang Kai. Chu Yimeng was overjoyed, stood up from the Taishi chair, raised her head and greeted. Glancing at the bottom, Yang Kai ordered, let people clean up the blood of the corpse here. All the corpses on the ground belong to their own people. The enemy's corpses had already been taken away by them. The Chu family Chu Yutang lost 6 people. Shang Tianxiao also lost 7 people. 13 corpses were laid out in front of the central hall, the smell of blood soaring to the sky. After speaking, his figure flickered and he fell in front of Ku Gaoyi. In this battle, Ku Gaoyi single-handedly delayed the onslaught of nearly 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, some of whom were on the 7th or 8th floor of Immortal Ascension Boundary, and he had already reached his limit. If it weren't for him being so fierce, it's hard to predict how tonight's ending will be. But now, Ku Gaoyi's body, which has just recovered, has been severely injured again. His whole body is covered with blood, and there are enemies as well as his own. My subordinates live up to the entrustment of the young master. Ku Gaoyi gritted his teeth and said solemnly. You did a great job. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Being praised, Ku Gaoyi grinned, and his burly body swayed a little. In the darkness, a figure appeared like a ghost. Yingju appeared to shelter Ku Gaoyi and supported him not to let him fall. Send him back to rest. Yang Kai ordered Yingju. Yes. Yingju nodded, supporting Ku Gaoyi to slowly disappear. Yang Kai turned to look at the 2 men in black with their faces covered, their heads and tails exposed, and chuckled lightly, there are 2 of you. The 2 didn't say a word, just clasped their fists at Yang Kai and left like a whirlwind. Huo Xingchen has been staring at them, until now, those eyes are biting on their backs like leech, and a sneering sound of ho 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 emanates from his mouth, so it is not treacherous. After they left, Huo Xingchen looked at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, gritted his teeth and said, you're amazing. It's up to Lao Su. Yang Kai smiled sympathetically and shook his head gently. There is no need for them, it is safe here tonight, at most you are taken away. Okay, I won't tell you. Huo Xingchen also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Yingju, who was in his prime, was hiding aside. Neither Yang Zhao nor Yang Shen dared to act rashly. If you can cooperate sincerely, you may succeed if you use one of the blood servants you brought to entangle Yingju, and the other person goes to get the command flag. But are they likely to cooperate sincerely? They are rivals to each other, and if they have advantages, they will cooperate, and if they have no advantages, they will share. Who is willing to make wedding dresses for others? Yang Kai obviously had already counted this point, so he ran out with confidence and boldness. Chu Yutang and Shang Tianxiao's men were collecting the corpses. Yang Kai swept it around and said loudly, the battle for the succession was voluntarily participated by you. How many people died? You must be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Chu Yutang and those from the Shang family couldn't help frowning, and suddenly felt that this Yang Kai was not something. Someone else came to help him win the air, and he died in battle here. He didn't even say a good word, at least to be comforted. What if you are young Master Yang? It's not the animals that died here, it's the lives of people. With a cold expression, Yang Kai changed his words and continued, I will keep all the dead in my heart, and I will pay several times as much compensation for your losses in the future. So, just live and wait. Chu Yimeng suddenly looked happy and smiled lightly. This sentence is enough. Although the time she spent with Yang Kai is not too long, it is not short, and she has never heard any promises made by him. A man who doesn't promise much, must be a man who keeps his word. For a time, Chu Yimeng was full of anticipation for the future. She still remembers that Yang Kai once said that what he needs is an ally who is still standing beside him unswervingly when he is most in danger and embarrassment. And the people who are here now are all allies who came to him when he was weakest. No matter what the reasons are, they have obviously won his approval. In the battle for succession, the earlier the capital is invested, the greater the return will be obtained. If you want to make a good relationship with someone, don't make friends when he is weak, and when he becomes stronger, I am afraid there will be no chance. Chu Yimeng was a little fortunate that she made the right choice. This man is indeed a man who can bring miracles. After this battle, the mansion was also severely damaged. After Chu Yutang and the Shang family collected the bodies, they immediately devoted themselves to the renovation work, and they didn't even have time to rest. Chu Yimeng was like a real housekeeper, commanding the little power she had, trying her best to fill in and repair the broken walls of Yang Kai's mansion. Young Master Huo had disappeared for some time, and no one knew where he went. Zancheng, outside the city, Huo Xingchen swaggered out and went straight for 10 miles before slowly pausing his pace and shouting, "Come out, what are you hiding for?" The next moment, 2 old men on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary walked out of the darkness, came to Huo Xingchen, and shouted respectfully, "Young Master." Huo Xingchen looked at the 2 of them with a complicated expression on his face. After a long while, he said, "Dad asked you to protect me secretly." One person nodded and said, "Yes, my master is afraid that something will happen to you tonight, so let us watch in secret." Huo Xingchen is the only seed of the Huo family. Although Huo Zheng hates iron not being steel, he is extremely opposed to him choosing Yang Kai as an ally in the daytime. Naturally, if you arrange a hand, you will feel at ease. Father asked you to protect me in secret. Huo Xingchen gritted his teeth, "You don't understand what secret protection means. What are you running out for? Then Yang Zhao's blood servant didn't have the guts to kill me, at most he was holding him. Young master, I can't lose a single hair. And you two are, actually still covering your face, hiding your face and showing your face, shameful. This young master is mad at you. Fortunately, you took cover and only fought against blood servants. One trick, those people probably won't be able to see your origins, otherwise, wouldn't my Huo family be embarrassed this time?" Among the masters sent by the 8 great families of the central capital to participate in the battle for the succession, except for the blood servants of the Yang family, the others are no higher than the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, will surely become a laughing stock. The 2 masters glanced at each other and both looked embarrassed. The person who spoke before said, "We also have difficulties." "Difficulties? If you have any difficulties, let's hear it." Huo Xingchen squinted at the 2 of them. The 2 old guys suddenly looked embarrassed, babbled, and recounted what happened during the day. When Huo Xingchen heard this, his face became more and more ugly. After they finished speaking, he laughed and said, "2 pots of small wine, I bought you all. I think you should go to Chu's or Yang's house. I'm Huo's house. Probably there is no such kind of nectar and jade liquid for you to enjoy." "Young master, calm down." The 2 of them were extremely frightened and said quickly, "The key is the 2 pots of wine that Sister Chu Xiaolu personally sent. It's really hard for the 2 of you to refuse." Huo Xingchen pouted, glared at them, and then scolded, "These adulterers and prostitutes are extremely cunning. I also blame you 2 idiots for not hiding yourselves well and letting people discover their whereabouts." To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA Dang. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 434. The 2 powerhouses of the Huo family on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary looked embarrassed, and had the heart to explain to the young master that it was not because they were not hiding well, but they couldn't say anything. They still don't understand how they were exposed, and there are deceitful remarks everywhere. "This young master is finished now, there is no real place to die, so I can't go back to heaven." Huo Xingchen sighed and shook his head. What happened? The 2 strong men were shocked. They had been with Huo Xingchen for so many years, and they had never heard such serious words from him. "Abnormal, how can you not worry? Master, I'm going to run around naked for 10 laps in the battle city, do you think I'm doomed?" Huo Xingchen said angrily. The expressions of the two strong men suddenly became extremely strange, and they thought to themselves that although this young master of his own family was good at eating, drinking, prostitutes, and gambling, he had not been cultivated such indecent hobbies since he was a child. Looking at each other, the two seemed to see the scene of Huo Xingchen running in the battle city with bare buttocks, causing the women in the battle city to scream again and again. I don't know how to do it, but I can't help laughing and almost laughing. He quickly restrained his expression, and said alone, Master, what's the matter? Why do you want to cough and do that? Did someone force you? No one is forcing me, I just made a bet with that bastard Yang Kai when I was impulsive during the day. Huo Xingchen felt itchy with hatred when he remembered the scene of the bet during the day. Yang Kai's bastard clearly had a plan long ago. It was ridiculous that he thought he had no resistance tonight, but was actually attracted by a golden feather eagle, and excitedly agreed to his bet. At that time, I thought that this fool was a little whimsical, but now it seems that the fool is not Yang Kai, but himself. After briefly recounting the day's bet, the two masters of the Huo family were suddenly speechless. They all knew the temperament of their own young master. Huo Xingchen had a very bad reputation outside, he was dissolute and unrestrained, but he was such a person, and what he said would definitely be fulfilled. In other words, this person's gambling is quite good. He is indeed a bit of a rogue, but he has never regretted his gambling with others. From the fact that he didn't have enough silver taels, it can be seen that he directly mortgaged the Shuangguang club to Yang Kai. This is a relatively conceited person who doesn't like to owe people things, including bets and favors. Since he has already gambled, and now he has lost, I am afraid that he really has to go to Zhancheng to strip naked and run 10 laps. The two Huo family powerhouses could almost have predicted that when this matter was passed back to the Huo family, the scene in which Mr. Huo Zheng was so angry that his 7 orifices bleed to his death. What's the trick to let this young master escape this disaster? Let's hear it. Huo Xingchen walked to the side and sat on a large rock without any image, and asked the two of them sideways. The two powerhouses looked at each other, one of them coughed lightly, and said, Young master, I don't think young master Yang Kai really wants you to run around naked for 10 laps in the battle city. Young master, you can be regarded as one of his ally. No matter how he wants to save you some face, he might as well explain to him directly, he should sell your favor, and make big things into small things. Fart, Huo Xingchen shouted, although I don't get along with him much, I can probably figure out how this person's temper is. This bastard is a bit ruthless, even harder to deal with than this young master. If I do, he will definitely let me run 10 laps, maybe he is looking for me now. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth. This bastard's personal strength is extraordinary, if it weren't for this, the young master would just beat him to relieve his anger. Thinking of the scene that night, and thinking about how he defeated Shang Tianxiao with one move, Huo Xingchen felt a little resentful. Everyone is the son of the 8 great families, why is he so powerful? What do you want to say, young master? One of them could not help but ask when he heard the sound of Huo Xingchen's words. I don't know, that's why I'm asking you guys. Huo Xingchen shrugged his hands off the shopkeeper. The man pondered for a while and said slowly, it's not like this, anyway, young master, you have already claimed to be an ally of young master Yang Kai. Although the master objected, it would not help. What's more, Yang Kai's mansion seems to be short of people now. There is a shortage of materials, our Huo family has strong financial resources and a lot of talents, we might as well ask the master to order people and things to send over. In this way, young master Yang Kai is afraid that he will not pursue your gambling contract anymore. Huo Xingchen smiled when he heard the words, pointed at the expert and said, you said that, this young master didn't say anything. I'll go home later. If my father asks, you can report it truthfully. The master couldn't help but be stunned, and immediately smiled bitterly. Only then did he understand that Huo Xingchen had this plan long ago, and was just trying to induce him to speak out. As a result, Huo Zheng asked, and there were reasons to explain. Huo Zheng was annoyed that his son was acting recklessly and did not give him any power to mobilize. However, if these two strong men acted as lobbyists, they might really be able to mobilize manpower and materials from the Huo family. Okay, let's go home, we have to settle this matter before the sun comes out, lest that bastard say that this young master has gone back on his promises and is not keeping his promises. Huo Xingchen carried his hands on his back and swaggered towards Zhongdu, with 2 behind him. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th layer powerhouses followed step by step. From an angle that no one could observe, Huo Xingchen's face became solemn and serious, and he no longer had the debauchery and unruly before. In this battle tonight, everyone was only amazed at the powerful guardian ability displayed by the two blood servants, and was also attracted by their own rogues. It seemed that no one had time to think about how the two blood servants were in one day, time to recover from the battered body to the pinnacle. Huo Xingchen admitted that he underestimated Yang Kai. Before nightfall, he really thought that Yang Kai would definitely lose tonight. Even if he guessed what he had left behind, he could not save the situation. But he really didn't expect that Yang Kai could easily guard his mansion, and even ran a circle outside. This young son of the Yang family is really interesting. Not only him, but the young children of the Yang family are not easy to provoke. The original intention was just to play casually in this battle for succession to pass the boring time, but now, Huo Xingchen is actually looking forward to it, looking forward to the final outcome of this battle for succession, want to see that Yang Kai is defeated or won. With deep eyes, Huo Xingchen thought a lot on his way home. On the first night of the battle for inheritance, a total of 2 battles took place, one was in the third oldest Yang Tai's mansion, and the other was in the old 9th Yang Kai mansion. The final outcome of these 2 battles greatly shocked the attention of the crowd. Similarly, in these 2 battles, there is a figure entangled in it, that is Yang Kai. Youngest Yang Tai's mansion battle, at the last moment Ling Qi and his people were taken away by Yang Kai, and his own mansion, without him guarding it, was perfectly defended. This is simply incredible, no one who heard these 2 news was willing to believe it. After repeated inquiries, the truth of the news was confirmed. At the same time, another blockbuster was thrown out. This Yang Kai not only had Huo Xingchen as an ally, but even Chu Yimeng from the Chu family temporarily left the family and became his helper. Huo Xingchen is just fine, a dandy son who has nothing to do. It is understandable that he has no vision in choosing people, but why is Chu Yimeng willing to temporarily leave the family to help him? The name of Miss Chu Day is very resounding. She has always been known for her vicious eyes and eyes. Chu Yimeng's actions made people think a lot. All of a sudden, no one cared about it, and he became a Yang family disciple with the support of 2 young masters of the 8 great families, not only shocked the entire city but also spread the name of Yang Kai widely. The popularity of Yang Kai's limelight is temporarily unmatched. The moon is hidden, the sun is rising, and it is dawn. In the courtyard, Yang Kai was using the proud golden body art, and Chu Yimeng walked over with a tired face. She hadn't slept almost all night. After the war yesterday, she cleaned up the mess and kept her busy until now. When he came to stand 10 feet away, Chu Yimeng's beautiful eyes showed suspicion. She has seen this set of punches and kicks that Yang Kai used before, and she will not be unfamiliar with it now, but she can't see the cleverness of this boxing and kicking art. It seems that she can easily use it. She doesn't know why Yang Kai has a soft spot for such a set of fists and feet, and every time he chooses to play it when the sun rises. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked softly. Your cousin is here. Chu Yimeng rubbed her forehead and replied. That fat man. Well, that fat man. Let him find a place to live by himself, and I will find him later. Oh, Chu Yimeng nodded, took a few steps and turned back. I forgot to tell you, you'd better take a day off today. Doing what? Probably someone will come to join you. Don't know the one you don't know. Yang Kai frowned, still unhurriedly using his fists. Some people will come to defect today. It must be because of the news from last night. Although many forces have already chosen allies in front of the south gate of Zhongdu during the daytime yesterday, more forces are secretly observing. I will only make plans after seeing the performance of the young masters last night. Yang Kai's performance last night was too show-stopping, and it is not surprising that some people will come to defect. Hearing Yang Kai's answer, Chu Yimeng rarely refuted, but gently led the way. All right, someone I don't know is here, I'm afraid it's for profit. She can think that Yang Kai is a person who has a clear view of him. Jia Ji must report, eat soft and not hard, and now they have finally eased the relationship between each other, how can Chu Yimeng go against him and make him hate him? Answered, and went back to work. After half an hour, Yang Kai finished his work, and there was a happy cracking sound from his bones, and he still couldn't unfold all of the arrogant golden body tactics. It is full of the true meaning of martial Tao, and the further it is used, the more pressure it bears. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, he can only display half of it at most. He estimated that at the very least he had attained the top of the immortal movement before he could fully unfold the proud golden body art. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 435. In the outer hall of Yang Kai's mansion, Dong Qinghen was drinking tea, recalling some of the things Feng Yan and Yun told him after they came back last night. The shock in his heart has not completely subsided until this moment. Although he was not present at the time, through Feng Yan's description, Dong Qinghen was still aware of Yang Kai's terror. My cousin has grown like a god over the past few years. Dong Qinghen couldn't help but feel a little envious. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai came out sweating profusely. Dong Qinghen didn't blame him for taking the air or anything. He beat him a lot when he was a child. If you see your brothers and you want to kiss, naturally you won't think too much. You brat. Fatty Dong didn't get up, just looked at Yang Kai playfully. Have a hand, I'm not arrogant, I'll lend you Feng Yan or Lao in the middle of the night. Yang Kai smiled. There is no diamond, no porcelain work, I have 2 seniors last night. Yang Kai also respects Feng Yan and the others, not only because they are the guardians of his cousin, but also because Feng Yan was alone before the great calamity of the High Heaven Pavilion and came to report the letter from thousands of miles away, so that the hundreds of people from High Heaven Pavilion had one thing. Time shifts ahead. If Feng Wei hadn't arrived in time, the High Heaven Pavilion might have suffered some losses that time. If this happens, then the relationship with Chu Yaimeng cannot be eased now. Feng Wei smiled wryly and shook his head. Lao Yun and I only went around for a while, and didn't do much. If you really have the ability, it's still you, young Master Kai. Yun Wei was also silent, and the 2 elders looked at Yang Kai with admiration. There are no young people today who make them so beautiful, and the son of his own family is considered good among the younger generation, but compared to this young master, it is still far from enough to see. Feng Yan does not know how a person like Yang Kai can grow. I have brought you 30 people this time. In addition to Feng Yan, there are also 5 Immortal Ascension boundaries. The rest are all in the True Essence boundary, the lowest at the 5th floor. Dong Qinghen straightened his face. Besides, my father also asked me to bring some supplies, most of them are finished medicinal pills, and there are also some materials, not too many, not too many. Yang Kai nodded silently and smiled. Uncle has a heart. The Dong family is Dong Suzu's natal family, and Yang Kai is Dong Suzu's son. As a first-class force, the Dong family can come to so many people, so many Immortal Ascension boundaries, and also carry the medicinal materials, which is already very good. After all, before this, Yang Kai's voice for victory in the battle for the inheritance was almost 0, and there was no hope at all. These people who came out of the Dong family must have made a mental plan to sacrifice all. The loss of this group of people, especially the loss of the masters of the Immortal Ascension realm, is also a blow to the Dong family. Yang Kai knows the contribution of the Dong family. I have already given all the people and things to your housekeeper. Dong Qinghen smiled, the slightly obese face was as obscene as it could be. You said Chu Yaimeng, Yang Kai said stunned. Who else is there besides her? Boy, you are proud of the battlefield, and you are also proud of the love scene. You are really good at it. Dong Qinghen looked envious. Also, I heard from my sister that there seems to be a pure and innocent person. Charming and stunning person, I miss you day and night. It was full of envy and jealousy. Rao is the son of a first-class family, and it is difficult to compare Yang Kai's Yan Fu. When Yang Kai heard this, he was about to ask, but Chu Yaimeng walked in from outside and said with a smile, what are you 2 brothers talking about? Why do I seem to hear bad things about me? Don't dare. Dong Qinghen quickly got up from the chair. When facing Yang Kai, he can do whatever he wants. Everyone is cousins. In terms of intimacy, they are more intimate than those of Yang Kai's cousins, but in front of Chu Yaimeng, Dong Qinghen did not dare to say anything abrupt. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, but before answering, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking at a woman beside Chu Yimeng, his brows slightly wrinkled. This is a rare beauty, with beautiful black hair flowing down like a waterfall, curved willow eyebrows, a pair of star-like eyes, a beautiful nose, slightly red cheeks, and 2 cherry-like cherry lips. The flower-like melon seed face is very glamorous, the skin is frosty and snowy, the body is beautiful, charming and affectionate, suitable for hilarity and anger. The figure, appearance, and temperament of this beauty were not even inferior to Chu Yaimeng. But if someone you don't know waits to see her at a glance, she will definitely not be attracted by her beautiful face. What attracts the eye is the pair of full breasts on the chest. This pair of jade peaks is really a rare thing, almost bursting out, trembling and elastic. The second is the waist. The water snake-like waist is soft and boneless, and the round buttocks are quite round, and it seems to be able to swing out a circle of attractive ripples when walking. Yang Kai's gaze couldn't help but stay on the pair of crisp chests for a while. Chu Yi dreamed that his eyes were completely closed, and he snorted without a trace, and straightened his waist. After sniffing, Yang Kai's gaze moved upwards, just in time to meet the woman's pair of watery eyes. There seemed to be some joy and regret in those eyes, but also some excitement, embarrassment, all kinds of expressions, and so on. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly, and the woman pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai, do you still remember this girl? Dong Qinghan asked with a smile. Naturally remember. Yang Kai nodded and greeted the woman. Senior Sister Lan, long time no see. Yeah, it's been 3 or 4 years since we said goodbye last time. The woman restrained the complexity in her eyes and answered calmly. This woman is the Lan Chuti from the High Heaven Pavilion back then. Yang Kai had bought 2 seeds of Yang Attribute Spirit Grass from her, and later in the Inheritance Cave, he went with her in a team, but in the Inheritance Cave, Yang Kai and this senior sister had a bit of trouble. So happy, we all parted ways. Later, those first-class forces heard that there was an Inheritance Cave near Lingxiao Pavilion, and many disciples benefited from it, so they went to forcefully poach people. At that time, Lan Chuti was dug into the Dong family by Dong Qinghan. She has also gained a lot of benefits by inheriting from the cave. At the beginning, Lan Chuti only had the 7th floor of Qi, but now, she has reached the 6th floor of the True Yuan realm. For this senior sister, Yang Kai's impression is neither good nor bad, only that she is relatively powerful, everything must be fought, and she is careful. After such a long time, Yang Kai's little entanglement in the past will not be bothered. Lan Chuti was alone in the High Heaven Pavilion, and she was a woman, so there was nothing wrong with the real power, especially because she was born beautiful and had physical capital. If a woman like this did not want to improve her strength and become a strong person, she would wait for her. Will only be reduced to a man's plaything. Everyone has their own difficulties. Yang Kai can understand. Senior sister is amazing, and the strength rises so fast. Yang Kai praised as his mind turned. How can a junior brother be so powerful? Lan Chuti pursed his lips and smiled. Senior sister never thought that I would have a junior brother from the Yang family in the middle capital. If I had known earlier, senior sister would not have charged you for the 2 seeds, already. Speaking politely, even a little reserved, it seems that this time, with the change of Yang Kai's identity, Lan Chuti is slightly uncomfortable. Chu Yimeng watched her words and expressions, and couldn't help but feel that the relationship between the senior and the younger brother was a little too bland, and there was no joy in reuniting after a long absence. Although she didn't know the reason, she was as smart as she could deduce some information. Dong Qinghan smiled and interjected. Yang Kai, Miss Lan is now the leader of the younger generation of our Dong family, and many people in the Dong family admire her. Really? Yang Kai looked a little surprised. The strength has increased rapidly, and the person is beautiful, I don't know how many people like it. Dong Qinghan said intentionally or unintentionally. A blush appeared on Lan Chuti's cheeks. She gave Dong Qinghan an angry look and said, Master Dong, don't talk nonsense. While talking, I secretly looked at Yang Kai's reaction and found that he was indifferent, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. All right. Chu Yimeng clapped her hands, interrupting their futile conversation, and said, for the time being, let's postpone the reminiscence of the past, and take advantage of the crowd now. Yang Kai, you should tell us first, plan for the next few days. What's your plan? Yang Kai looked at Chu Yimeng in amazement. Miss Choer blinked twice. As the owner of this mansion, you won a big victory last night. Don't you have any plans for the next few days? What arrangement do you want? Yang Kai laughed. You can attack your old man Yang Quan. As far as I know, although Yang Quan's subordinates have a blood servant who is on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary as his squire, there is only one. With our current strength, we can completely eat him. As long as you attack him, you can let one of Ku Gaoyi or Yingzhu entangle that blood servant, and it will be as easy as the palm of your hand to take someone or capture the flag. Do you think my brothers are vegetarians? Yang Kai laughed dumbly. They will just watch me attack the old man and remain indifferent. Naturally they are not vegetarians, they will sit on the mountain to watch tigers fight and gain the benefits of fishermen, especially if you set the precedent, but last night, except for your eldest Yang Wei's strength, the strength in the hands of others was not lost. There will be losses. In the next few days, they will only recruit troops and expand their strength. How can they have spare energy to manage you? Even if they do, it will only be harassment. The old 8 is eliminated. Your ambition is not small. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. I admit that what you said is reasonable, but I will not attack the old man. Why? Chu Yimeng looked suspicious. If you miss these few days, you may not have such a good opportunity in the future. Dong Qinghan also nodded solemnly. Miss Chu's right, I also think it should be dispatched tonight. He couldn't participate in the battle last night, so naturally he couldn't wait to stir up the storm. Have you not figured out the rules of the inheritance war? If you defeat the old eight, then you will have a chance to grasp the power in his hands. Why are you hesitating at such a good time? Chu Yimeng was a little incomprehensible. If you replace her with Yang Kai, there is no need to think about it. Tonight, I will definitely strike while the iron is hot, and then I will turn the world upside down and make my name even louder. So listening to Yang Kai rejecting her proposal made her a little confused. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 436. In the side hall, not only Chu Yimeng was puzzled, but everyone else didn't understand why Yang Kai didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue him. Now he should have the qualifications to attack Yang Quan. Could it be that you are still thinking of brotherhood at this time? Chu Yimeng sneered, don't forget, you were only attacked by 2 brothers last night. How did they ever think of you, the battle of your Yang family for succession? To put it bluntly, the weak will eat the strong, and use the blood and bones of other family warriors to pile up your road to fame. Yang Kai frowned. Although he admitted that what Chu Yimeng said was the truth, he still had nothing to say. Chu Yimeng didn't seem to see his face, and continued, what's more, even if you don't attack Yang Quan, someone will attack him sooner or later, in hand. Junior brother, there must be a reason for doing this, right? Lan Chuti suddenly spoke, and a soft, understanding light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Chu Yimeng felt uncomfortable in her heart for no reason, and snorted softly, what's the reason? Think about it for yourself, you are so shrewd as Sister Chu Xiaolu, you can naturally figure it out. Yang Kai chuckled. Chu Yimeng stared at him blankly, her slightly ups and downs mood suddenly calmed down. Her tone was so aggressive just now, firstly because Yang Kai had never accepted any suggestion she made, which made her feel a sense of discouragement, and secondly because Yang Kai just glanced at Lan Chuti's chest, makes her very uncomfortable. This girl has it too, but it's not that big. Chu Yimeng is shrewd and intelligent, and naturally has her own method and way of thinking about things. After the mood calmed down, his mind quickly turned, and Yang Kai's intentions and powerful relationship for not attacking were studied. Dong Qinghan saw the tense and subtle atmosphere, and didn't dare to interject, he just kept silent, pretending to be deaf. The needles in the side hall could be heard, and after a while, Chu Yimeng's eyes lit up, she raised her eyes, looked at Yang Kai with the same eyes, and said with a smile, I see. If you know it, don't propose it again. Yang Kai nodded. Well, I won't point fingers at you from now on, I feel like I'm playing an axe. Chu Yimeng pouted, with a depressed look on her face. Good, women should be obedient. Yang Kai cast a look that you are still acquainted with. Dong Qinghan just took a sip of water, and when he heard these words, he almost spit it out, and he couldn't stop coughing, and his admiration for Yang Kai deepened. Who would dare to say such a thing to Chu Yimeng? None of the young masters of the 8 great families in the central capital have the courage, let alone the qualifications, only my cousin dares. So fat, but the elder sister Chu Dalu didn't even refute it. Lan Chuti listened in a daze, but was embarrassed to ask, and still couldn't understand the meaning of it. On the other hand, Fengyan Erlao pondered for a while, then nodded secretly. That, can I ask? Dong Qinghan became curious, what kind of riddle are you guys playing? Chu Yimeng chuckled lightly, looked at Fengyan and said, if the 2 seniors guessed it, just talk to young Master Dong, so as not to upset your young master. Fengyan glanced at each other before Feng Wei coughed lightly and said, the 2 old men can only see one reason. If they are wrong, please ask young Master Kai and Sister Chu Xiaolu to point out. After a pause, he continued, young Master Kai is currently in the limelight, and none of the remaining 7 young masters can match it. On the surface, it seems that it is indeed a good time for him to take advantage of the situation, and the young masters next to him suffered heavy losses last night. I have no time and no mood to pay attention to others. As for the eldest son, Yang Wei, since he didn't take action last night, it is obviously because he has relied on his identity as the boss, and gave the brothers 3 points. This time, if young Master Kai attacks Yang Quan Mansion, with young Master Yang Wei's temper, he probably won't start secretly, at most it is to join forces with young Master Kai to share the benefits. But if young Master Kai really does this, he will lose the 2 young masters of the Yang family in a row. In this way, his reputation will naturally be louder, but that loud name will also push him to the forefront. Above the mouth, the other 5 young masters will definitely regard young Master Kai as the biggest enemy, and maybe they will force those people to join forces to suppress. Feng Wei looked horrified and said solemnly, Mu Shou Yulan, the wind will destroy it. Hearing what he said, Dong Qinghan and Lan Chudi suddenly realized that they understood why Yang Kai did not agree with Chu Yimeng's proposal. Feng Wei's analysis is inexhaustible, and it is indeed very possible. No, that will definitely happen. If the other Yang family sons were forced to join forces, Yang Kai's life would not be easy. If you do something in the limelight, you can do it once, but doing it twice will only be counterproductive. For a time, Dong Qinghan felt a lot in his heart, and secretly thanked that he was not born in the old Yang family. If he was born in the Yang family, with an insidious generation like Yang Kai as his opponent, I am afraid that he would not even know how he failed. Feng Yan slowly shook his head again. The old man only sees this one reason, but I think there must be other reasons for the young master. Can the young master help the old man? Just this one reason is not enough. Dong Qinghan was stunned. This reason alone was enough to make Yang Kai hold back. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There are indeed other reasons, but I can't say it right now. Saying it will only make people think that I am too arrogant, and I will understand it in a few days. Feng Wei nodded lightly. Since young Master Kai has difficulties, then don't force it, let's wait and see. Chu Yimeng sighed, I can't understand you more and more. Even she didn't see the second reason why Yang Kai didn't attack, and even he didn't know the third reason. A group of people were talking, and Shang Tianxiao walked in with a meticulous look, clasped their fists and said, Kai Xiao, someone has come to seek refuge. I'm not saying that it's okay if you don't know each other. Yang Kai frowned. The person said he knew you. Shang Tian replied with a smile. Which one? Yang Kai was a little surprised. The Lu family. Yang Kai and Chu Yimeng looked at each other and smiled, knowing that Lu Liang had sent someone. Since you're here, let them come in. Yang Kai ordered, not looking at the monk's face and looking at the Buddha's face, the Lu family must have come here as a gift. Shang Tian smiled and went out to say hello. After a while, Lu Song led the two powerhouses on the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary and walked in with a thorn. Lu Song really didn't want to give Yang Kai the supplies he brought. When he wanted to come, Yang Kai must be a treacherous and cunning person. Otherwise, how could he blackmail his Lu family's property? I have never seen such a shameless person before. If it was possible, he would definitely bring this batch of supplies to the other Yang family disciples, but after Yang Kai's bizarre performance spread last night, Lu Song suddenly realized that it was impossible not to send things over. Not to mention what Lu Liang had instructed, no matter how Yang Kai performed in the battle for the inheritance, he had to give him everything. What's more, his performance is not ordinary brave. If this batch of things was handed over to others by him in private, it would be a family law after returning. This time, it is necessary to give gifts and bring someone to Yang Kai as a thug. Lu Song is disgusting. There were quite a lot of people dispatched from the Lu family this time. 2 7th level Immortal Ascension boundaries were the guardians of Lu Song, 1 Immortal Ascension boundary was 4th level, 2 were Immortal Ascension boundary 3 level, and there were 20 other True Essence warriors. With such a help, whoever the young master goes to, will definitely be welcomed into the mansion. This Yang Kai is very arrogant, and he actually let a subordinate lead him in, and he has no intention of welcoming him. Lu Song was annoyed. When he walked in, his expression was normal. After seeing Chu Yimeng, he quickly stepped forward and said, Lu Song has seen my cousin. Chu Yimeng nodded lightly. Well, you have worked hard all the way. Lu Song smiled. It's not hard, just bring something over here, it's nothing. While speaking, he scanned the crowd and asked, which one is young Master Kai? Yang Kai nodded. I am. Lu Song's eyes came over, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he said with a light smile, I have seen young Master Kai, and Lu Song has long admired his name. When Chu Yimeng heard this, Dame couldn't help frowning slightly, and Lu Song's tone was slightly provocative. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't care, just said, Patriarch Lu has spent a lot of money. It was a strange thing for young Master Lu to be in a good mood when he blackmailed Lu Liang, so Yang Kai didn't want to bother with him. Lu Song didn't think that Yang Kai's performance was so bland, so he didn't feel embarrassed to put on another face, and said, Before I came, my father ordered that things should be delivered to young Master Kai. I can help young Master Kai in the battle for succession. I see. Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, then you can take care of yourself. The mansion is very big. Let Chu Yimeng help you arrange a courtyard to rest. If there is anything, I will greet you. Yang Kai didn't show any surprise at the change in the attitude of the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Liang, but he didn't care much about this group of people from the Lu family. If he guessed correctly, Lu Song's group should have already arrived at the battle city. They didn't show up yesterday, and only came today. Obviously, they were waiting to see if they would be out last night. Whether this guess is correct or not, we have to find out the people from the bamboo gang. For such allies who arrived later, Yang Kai naturally would not treat them the same as the Dong family and Chu Yimeng. Chu Yimeng smiled and was about to arrange Lu Song and the others when Shang Tianxiao ran in again and said, "Young Master Kai, someone else." "Which one?" "Zhui Valley." Chu Yimeng's eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "It was Xiaoman who brought people here." While talking, he hurried to Yang Kai and whispered, "It's not that Xiaoman didn't want to help you yesterday, but you also know that Xiaoman is a girl. Although she has some status in Zhui Valley, the key is big. But she has no right to decide the matter. She must have spent a lot of effort to bring people here today, you have to thank them well." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 437. The situation of Luo Xiaoman and Chu Yimeng is quite similar. Both of them are daughters, and their status is not low in their respective forces, but because they are daughters, they often seem helpless. "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "Let's go out and meet us." Hearing what he said, Chu Yimeng immediately smiled brightly, "You still have some conscience." Standing up, Yang Kai led a group of people out. Before leaving, Chu Yimeng turned around and told Lu Song, "You guys wait here for a while, I'll arrange for you later." Lu Song nodded indifferently, and couldn't help but feel a sense of being despised in his heart. After all, when he came just now, Yang Kai didn't go out to welcome him like that. Outside the mansion, the group of Zhuegu, led by Luo Xiaoman, were waiting quietly. After a while, Yang Kai walked out with Chu Yimeng, followed by Dong Qinghan and Lan Chudi. "Sister Chu." When Luo Xiaoman saw Chu Yimeng, she shouted with joy, and she was about to rush up, but when she saw Yang Kai was beside her, she immediately stopped, her neck shrank, and she became extremely timid. The fear of Yang Kai has penetrated deep into her soul. "I don't know how, anyway, as long as I see Yang Kai, or even think of this person, Luo Xiaoman is too scared." If it wasn't for being with Chu Yimeng this time, how could she have the courage to choose to stand on Yang Kai's side? "Xiaoman." Chu Yimeng knew that she was timid and quickly stepped up and took her hand, comforting her for a while. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, and then looked at Lan Chudi who was following Dong Qinghan. Surprisingly, the two women have one thing in common. That is, they both have a pair of proud breasts. The two women are not tall, they can even be said to be petite and exquisite, but the capital on the chest is very strong. After taking a look, Yang Kai suddenly felt that two bad omens were coming, and he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Lan Chudi took his unbridled gaze into his eyes, and his face was a little red. "Fan Hong of Zhui Valley. I have seen young Master Kai." A young man walked out from the crowd in Zhui Valley and greeted him with a smile and clasped fists. "Brother Fan is not an outsider. You don't need to see outsiders." Yang Kai chuckled. Fan Hong smiled bitterly. "If there was something offended in the High Heaven Pavilion last time, please don't mind young Master Kai. Fan Hong is here to accompany you." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. The attitude has also become much more friendly, and he smiled brightly. "Brother Fan can come to help me, it is my honor, the past things are fleeting and have long been forgotten." Last time in the High Heaven Pavilion, Dong Qinghan of the Dong family, Bai Yunfeng of the Bai family, and Fan Hong of Zhui Valley, together forcefully poached people from the sect. Later, they met Yang Kai and learned that he had a set of Zon-level martial arts in his hands. They are more excited, and each offer wants to buy back the Zon-level martial arts from Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan knew the details of Yang Kai, but Bai Yunfeng didn't know, so he offended Yang Kai, and finally Bai Yunfeng died in the Spider Mother's lair in Canyon Evil Land. At that time, Fan Hong's attitude towards Yang Kai was not very good. But at least he didn't bully others like Bai Yunfeng, so Yang Kai didn't want to take revenge. Hearing what he said, Fan Hong was instantly overjoyed and thanked him more than ever. "Go in and drink tea, and talk while drinking." Yang Kai greeted warmly. There are not many people coming to Zhuegu this time, not too few. The strength of the people brought by the Lu family is almost the same. Since the battle for the succession is a stage for the younger generation, these people are naturally only Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman. However, Luo Xiaoman and Chu Yimeng have always been inseparable. Yang Kai guessed that the people in Zhuegu probably obeyed Luo Xiaoman's orders. In this way, it was equivalent to obeying Chu Yimeng's deployment. "You can also really be your own helper." Yang Kaizi turned around, positioning the people of Zhuegu in his heart. When I came to the side hall, Yang Kai introduced the young masters and sisters of the various forces, and everyone exchanged greetings before taking their seats. Lu Song's expression was originally not very good, but when he saw Yang Kai went out to greet Luo Xiaoman, a clear expression appeared in his eyes, and the anger in his heart subsided a lot. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beautiful women, and such a girl has come to seek refuge. Yang Kai will take the initiative to go out to meet, it is understandable. A pair of thieves' eyes kept circulating on Luo Xiaoman and Lan Chudi, and their hearts were greatly moved, secretly comparing which capital was more abundant. Luo Xiaoman was originally an eccentric girl, but since she went to the evil land of dark clouds, her temperament has changed greatly. She is even less daring than a mouse. Being stared back and forth by Lu Song like this, she suddenly felt a little uneasy and endured. He couldn't help but hide beside Chu Yimeng, but Lan Chudi, standing beside Dong Qinghan with a remarkable demeanor, a pair of beautiful eyes stared back, not afraid at all. There was a hint of coldness in the corner of his smiling mouth. Lu Zan suddenly restrained a lot. Although Yang Kai was chatting with Fan Hong and Dong Qinghan, he also took in the expressions of everyone in the side hall, aware of Lu Song's embarrassment, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Senior sister Lan is not easy to mess with. She is a strong person, how could she be taken advantage of? Before he could say a few words, Shang Tianxiao, the errand man, actually walked in again. Before he could speak, Yang Kai asked, "Which one is it?" "There is only a couple of young men and women, and their strength is about the 7th floor of the True Yuan realm." Shang Tianxiao replied meticulously, "It is said to be Kai Xiao, your old acquaintance, one is called Chen Zuzhu, and the other is called Shu Xiaoyu." Yang Kai looked surprised. "You know?" Chu Yimeng asked in surprise. "Well, I know." A smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. "I met a couple when I was training outside, a couple, a brother and sister, who were born in the Moonlight sect." Yingyumen. Chu Yimeng frowned. "If I remember correctly, this Yingyumen should only be a second-class sect." "It's a second-class sect." Yang Kai nodded. Shang Tian smiled and said, "Young Master Kai, they are just 2 people, and there seems to be no expert accompanying them. What do you think? There are only 2 young warriors with strength around the 7th floor of the True Yuan realm, and they can't play any role in the battle for the succession. If you want to participate in the battle for the succession, the major forces in the world will either send a group of people to assist, or provide animal funds. It is impossible to send only 2 young people with low strength to help." When Shang Tianxiao asked this, he obviously thought that Chen Zuzhu and Shu Xiaoyu wanted to use their old acquaintances as an excuse to climb the big tree of Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, even if it is an old acquaintance, if you have bad intentions, you should know how to refuse." As a cousin, Dong Qinghan felt obliged to remind him. If he did this, it would only chill the hearts of other allies who brought people and supplies to seek refuge. After all, after the victory of the battle for inheritance, the Moonlight Gate would also have a share of the pie. But if they come to help sincerely, then even if there are few people in low strength, it doesn't matter, it is their heart after all. They won't. Yang Kai shook his head, got up and tidied up his clothes. "Wait a minute, I'll go out to meet them myself." Chu Yimeng's expression was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai was so serious when he treated a second-class sect person. Even the person who greeted Zuegu just now was not so happy. Thinking about it, Chu Yimeng chuckled lightly. Turning his head to look at Lu Song, he found that the young master of the Lu family had become quite ugly. Frowning his brows, Chu Yimeng knew that he was resentful because of Yang Kai's different treatment, so he couldn't help sighing secretly. Lu Liang sent his son to participate in the battle for the heir apparent this time, which was probably a bad thing. Chu Yimeng didn't have much contact with this young master of the Lu family, and she didn't know his character before, but now it seems that this cousin is not enough to make a big deal. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Lu Song, don't think too much, since the 2 of them are known to Yang Kai, it's okay for him to go out to greet them. Wait for them to come in later, just run them away, just run them out. A second-class sect person, I am afraid that he is not qualified to stay here." Dong Qinghan couldn't help but glanced at Chu Yimeng with some surprise, as if she didn't expect this young lady Chu to have such a small belly that it would be difficult to tolerate. Lu Song was secretly annoyed, and when he heard Chu Yimeng say this, he immediately became overjoyed. Thinking that Chu Yimeng was supporting him, he nodded quickly and said, "Cousin said, which of you here is not from a first-class power?" "That Yingyumen. It's interesting, the mere second-class sect actually only sent 2 people to participate in the battle for the succession. It's ridiculous. I'll see later what kind of face they continue to stay." Chu Yimeng smiled and nodded, and said no more. With the encouragement from her eyes, Lu Song was immediately gearing up. waiting for the two Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu to come in and give them a slap in the face. Outside the mansion, two young men, a man and a woman, were waiting anxiously, looking forward to it. Xu Xiaoyu looked inside, and after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Yang Kai, and he couldn't help pouting, and said, "Senior brother, do you think that Yang Kai is this Yang Kai? Why do we report the name and no one cares about us?" Quote. Chen Zushu smiled bitterly when he heard the words, "Aren't you asking the wrong person? How do I know if this brother Yang is brother Yang? In this world, there are many people with the same name and surname." Ah, Xu Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If the Yang Kai here is not the one we know, then we ran over to defect and was rejected by him, what a shame. If you lose face, you will lose face. The master didn't want to participate in this battle for succession. Our Yinuman is only a second-class force, and the capital is not strong, so there is no benefit to participating in it. Just because I heard that there are only Yang Kai, the master allowed us to participate. If the person here is not the one we know who refuses, it would be a good thing, we can just go home and save the trouble. I think he is, Xu Xiaoyu suddenly affirmed. Do you still remember his performance in other places? The few people in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom were played around by him, and he saved all our lives. Apart from the Yang family in the central capital, I am afraid that no other force can cultivate such a person. Recalling the various experiences in different places, Chen Zushu also smiled bitterly. If there was not Yang Kai that time, the group of warriors of the big man would have been wiped out, and not a single one would be left. Yes or not, we'll find out later. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is the biggest motivation for Silent. Chapter 438 Provocation. The two brothers and sisters were talking when they saw Yang Kai hurried out from the inside. Brother Chen, little sister Xu, stay safe. Yang Kai smiled, as if he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu were still guessing whether the Yang Kai they knew was the one from the Yang family of the central capital. After seeing the person, they couldn't help but be in a trance. They forgot to answer and stood in the same place. Look. At this moment, the two of them had their hearts beating suddenly for some unknown reason. They didn't seem to have thought that the two of them were fortunate enough to be friends with such a person. I have flowers on my face. Seeing their restraint, Yang Kai teased. Hearing the affinity in his tone, the two brothers and sisters recovered and returned to their normal state. Chen Zushu greeted calmly. Junior brother Yang, it's been a long time. Xu Xiaoyu pouted even more, looked at Yang Kai 6 times, and said angrily, You guy, you are really from the Yang family in the central capital, we don't know at all, we hate it to death. Junior sister, Chen Zushu tugged at Xu Xiaoyu. Clothes, stared, the Yang family has rules, children go out to practice, and must not reveal their identities, and junior brother Yang did not intend to deceive you. I know, Xu Xiaoyu smiled, it's just a bit of an accident. It's not too late to know now, let's talk about it first. Yang Kai greeted warmly and let the two in. Along the way, Xu Xiaoyu just kept asking, like a sparrow, she was only born in a second-class sect, although she was the future pillar of Yinuman, but after all, her status was not high, and she was usually even a first-class force. The young masters and the younger sisters are rare to see, and now suddenly seeing a person from a superpower, it is natural to be full of curiosity. Especially this person she knew in advance, and everyone still suffers and suffers together. Xu Xiaoyu's questions were complex and chaotic, as if a village girl from the countryside had entered a large city, and all kinds of problems were overwhelming. While Yang Kai led the two of them towards the inside, he replied casually. Chen Zushu smiled bitterly and shook his head. How big is your Yang family? I heard that it occupies 1/10 of the entire central capital. It takes 3 days and 3 nights to run a lap on horseback. Is it true? Xu Xiaoyu, the more you ask, the more excited you become. Before Yang Kai could answer, there was a contemptuous laughter. The voice came into his ears, and Xu Xiaoyu couldn't help but stunned. He turned his head to look around and realized that before he knew it, Yang Kai had led them to a side hall, and there were already many people sitting in the side hall. Those young masters and little sisters are luxuriously dressed, and they are of extraordinary origin at first glance. They are basically surrounded by powerful guardians, and the jewelry they wear also has a halo. Obviously, they are all good quality secret treasures. On the other hand, although she and Chen Zushu also possessed secret treasures and dressed appropriately, compared with those people, they were like heaven and earth. The one who laughed was a young master sitting on a chair, and he was looking at him with the eyes of a country bumpkin. Xu Xiaoyu's face turned red in an instant, wishing to find a hole in the ground and dig straight into it, and never come out to see people again. Yang Kai frowned slightly and smiled and said, "Don't listen to the nonsense of people outside. Although the Yang family occupies a large area, it is not so exaggerated." Oh, Xu Xiaoyu's eyelashes flickered. Even with Yang Kai helping her, she was still embarrassed. Chen Zushu squeezed her palm without a trace, conveying his comfort. Xu Xiaoyu's mood, this is much better. She really didn't expect that there were so many people waiting here. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have asked so many idiotic-sounding questions. She really hasn't seen much of the world, but when she is out, she also knows what to say and what to do. It's just that Yang Kai was very easygoing before and didn't mean to underestimate her and Chen Zushu because of his extraordinary background. Xu Xiaoyu was happy and asked a few more questions, but he didn't want to spread it to other people's ears. "Come and let me introduce you." Yang Kai took the embarrassment just now, and said with enthusiasm, "These two are my friends who have experienced common hardships in a different place, Chen Zushu and Xu Xiao of Yinyumen. Language." In the other place, Yang Kai received a lot of advice from Chen Zushu, and after that, the two brothers and sisters wanted to walk with Yang Kai and take care of each other. At that time, they were on the third floor of the True Yuan realm, and Yang Kai was only on the third floor of the Separation and Reunion realm. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu obviously wanted to take care of him. Because of this, Yang Kai is also very fond of the two. Chen Zushu smiled and shook his head. "Junior brother Yang is serious. It was junior brother Yang who saved the lives of my brothers and sisters. If it wasn't for junior brother Yang, my two brothers and sisters would have been reduced to bones by now. The grace of saving lives will be remembered in my heart." As Yang Kai's friend, that's Dong Qinghen's friend. Fatty Dong smiled and clasped his fists in a pleasant manner. Fatty Dong knew that the friends Yang Kai had made in the past few years were all made with heart. The mouth of a friend who is not mixed with the slightest interest in interest. Such a person is Yang Kai's favorite. Generally, the sons of wealthy families have such a common problem. When others come to befriend him, his first thought is to doubt whether others want to have an interest relationship with him. Therefore, Fatty Dong is also quite serious. It turned out to be young Master Dong. Chen Zushu had obviously heard Dong Qinghen's name. His eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly returned the salute. "Little Myrtle Valley, Fan Hong. I've seen Brother Fan. Chu's family, Chu Yimeng." Miss Chu Dan smiled lightly, her pretty face glowed with an astonishing luster, and she was absolutely stunning. Chen Zushu looked shocked, and Xu Buyu looked at Chu Yimeng in surprise. It turned out to be Miss Chu Dae. "I have been looking forward to it for a long time." This is not a polite remark. Chen Zushu's words are sincere, his long-term admiration is beyond words, and there is still a look of admiration on his face. Chu Yimeng laughed, "Very useful," and gave Yang Kai a provocative glance. "There is a sense that you don't take me seriously, but this little sister is still famous in the world." Everyone in the seat took the initiative to say hello to Chen Zushu on Yang Kai's face, but only Lu Song sat on the chair with a trace of contempt on his face. Chen Zushu turned to him, smiled and clasped his fists. "Dare to ask who this is?" He naturally saw that this person looked down on himself and his junior sister, and he was also the one who made the ridicule just now. People from the second-class sect went out, and it was normal for people from the first-class family to look down on him. Chen Zushu has read a lot, so naturally will be resentful. Moreover, the people here should all be allies of Yang Kai. How could he embarrass Yang Kai? There is also a desire to resolve the conflict between Xia and Luzon. After all, if everything goes well, everyone will work together in the future. There are conflicts between allies, and Yang Kai, who is the main family, is also difficult to do. Unexpectedly, Chen Zushu lowered his posture and asked, but Lu Song did not say a word, as if his ears were deaf, and he was blowing with tea in his hand. Yang Kai's eyes stared at the past, and a cold smile gradually emerged from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he turned to look at Chu Yimeng again. After all, Lu Song was also Chu Yimeng's cousin. He wanted to see who gave Lu Song the courage to show his face here, and who was supporting him. Turning her gaze, she happened to meet Miss Chu Da's beautiful eyes. Chu Yimeng actually smiled and shook her head slowly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, his eyes slowly narrowed, and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. Chen Zushu waited for a while, but still didn't see Lu Song's reply. He couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. He continued to ask patiently, "This brother, is there anything that Chen has offended? If so, Chen is here for you. Not to accompany you, please invite a large number of adults from Shanghai." After saying these words, Xu Xiaoyu's eyes were instantly covered with water, and there was an urge to cry. Chen Zushu is her senior brother and her lover. It's okay for her to be laughed at by Lu Song, it's just embarrassing, but seeing the hero in her heart apologize in such a low voice, how could she not feel bad? Especially when the other party is embarrassing and despising them for no reason at all. With tears in her eyes, Xu Xiaoyu turned her head and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, hoping that he could make a roundabout so that his senior brother would no longer be embarrassed. Yang Kai grinned at her, his mouth moved. Xu Xiaoyu didn't see what he said, but the meaning of the eyes of the gods was understood. Take it easy. Xu Xiaomei's mood suddenly calmed down a lot, knowing that Yang Kai would not sit idly by. She couldn't help sucking her little nose, holding back the tears that were swirling in her eyes, and said nothing. Chen Zushu asked twice. Lu Song finally put down the teacup in his hand, and shook his head arrogantly. It's serious, but I'm not offended, but I'm a lonely person, and I'm not good at communicating, especially with people I don't know. The people who are more speechless. Chen Zushu's expression was stagnant, and he smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Then Chen is abrupt. Lu Song raised his eyes, looked at Chen Zushu, and said with a light smile, you are from Yinyuan. Yes, Li and junior sister's apprenticeship is Yinyuan. How many people came here to participate in the battle for succession this time? Chen Zushu's face was embarrassed, and some wondered. For the time being, there are only me and my junior sister, but... Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a sneer from Lu Song. The eldest young master of the Lu family stood up and walked forward with his hands on his back, with an air of aloofness, and said, there are only 2 people on the 7th floor of the True Essence realm, so you want to participate in the battle for succession. You should play as children. What about home? The sarcasm made Chen Zushu speechless and his face flushed. Lu Song was triumphant, and quietly glanced at Chu Yimeng. Miss Chu's face was smiling at the moment, and her face was full of approval, which made Lu Song feel that he should strike while the iron is still hot, so that these 2 guys who want to get in touch with each other to make money, it's good to run. Do you know how many people from my Lu family have come here? Lu Song looked at Chen Zushu contemptuously. 2 of the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, 1 of the 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and 2 of the 3rd floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Besides that, there are 2 others. 10 True Essence warriors, countless supplies. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at E+or-AC copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency first release a cent to vote for recommended votes, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 439. In the side hall, Lu Song was arrogant and sarcastic. Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong were both laughing and laughing. They were not as idiots as Lu Song. Naturally, they already understood something, but Yang Kai and Chu Yimeng didn't say much, and neither of them would interject. Just watch the changes and watch the show. Lu Song received the praise from Chu Yimeng's eyes, and became more arrogant. He sneered, if you want to be rewarded, you have to invest first. Can your Yinyuan provide so much power and materials? I'm sorry, I forgot. You are only a second-class sect, so you probably don't have that kind of strength, but at the very least, half of my Lu family's strength should be taken out. Young master. Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the 7th floor master of the Immortal Ascension boundary of the Lu family. He was still observing his words and expressions at a young age, and of course he could clearly see the coldness and displeasure on Yang Kai's expression. This young master of his own family is talking loudly in other people's mansion, bullying and oppressing Yang Kai's friends who are suffering. Isn't this not giving Yang Kai face? What's more, when Yang Kai introduced Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu just now, his tone was quite serious. These 2 are not high-born, but they clearly deserve Yang Kai's attention. Let Lu Song go on, I'm afraid it will be a bad thing. Young master, after talking so much, let's sit down and have a drink. In front of everyone's eyes, the expert was not easy to explain, so he could only wink Lu Song quietly. Unexpectedly, Lu Song turned a deaf ear, still sneering, talking endlessly, and became more and more arrogant. Chen Zushu's face became more and more ugly. Lu Song. Yang Kai suddenly looked coldly at the young master of the Lu family and snorted softly. Kai Gongzi, what's your order? Lu Song immediately stopped taunting and hurriedly asked. To Chen Zushu, he could not lie at all, but to Yang Kai, he did not have the courage. You go. Well, Lu Song was stunned for a moment, with a confused look on his face. I'll give you 30 breaths of time, don't leave my mansion within 30 breaths, I'll let you stay here forever. Yang Kai's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Lu Song was completely stunned, never expecting such an ending. Yang Kai's words clearly meant that he wanted to chase people, but what made him confused was that the people he chased were not the two of Yinuman, but he was actually himself. Kai Gongzi is joking, right? Lu Song's mouth twitched slightly, and his face gradually turned red. Really want to be kicked out by Yang Kai in front of so many people, and his face is also lost. I'm not joking, you still have 25 breaths. Yang Kai snorted. How is it possible? Lu Song screamed, looking at Yang Kai in disbelief. Our Lu family has come to help you in the battle for succession this time, but you want to drive me away. Don't you want this help? Yang Kai didn't answer, just looked at him coldly. Noticing the chill, Lu Song couldn't help feeling a little terrified, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and shouted, and my cousin is here to help you. She is a big help to you. You drive me away, aren't you afraid that she will go too? Quote. If she doesn't know each other, I will let her get out too. Yang Kai sneered again and again. There are still 20 breaths left. Chu Yimeng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Cousin, Lu Song finally panicked, secretly regretting all the nonsense he said just now, looking at Chu Yimeng eagerly, expecting her to say a few good words. Let Yang Kai stop being so arrogant. Chu Yimeng sighed. Lu Song, you better go. This man said one is one, and the other is me. You angered him, I can't help you. Buddha A. 15 breaths. Yang Kai issued his final warning. Master, let's go. The 7th floor master of the Immortal Ascension Boundary smiled bitterly and comforted him. Lu Song didn't see the mystery hidden in this farce, but he understood it and knew how to say more. To no avail, he hurriedly drove out in Luzon with another person. Seeing Lu Song's coercion and helplessness, Xu Xiaoyu suddenly flushed with excitement and secretly clenched his fists. At this moment, all the insults and ridicules he received before seemed to have gone back. Can't help but look at Yang Kai gratefully. There was a shout from Lu Song outside. I'm not going, I brought people and supplies to participate in the battle for the succession, and some people actually drove me out. He drove me away today, and I'll smash it out tomorrow. Let's see who else dares to come to him in the future. In the side hall, Chu Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the performance of the young master of the Lu family, how could Miss Chu be so sinister and push him out? No matter how the Lu family was supported by the Chu family, they were still close to each other. If there was a chance, Chu Yimeng would be happy to let Lu Song stay here. Hearing that he actually made threats, Chu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that her decision was correct. To drive him away now is just embarrassing for him. If you let him stay, maybe one day Yang Kai will kill him. Have you encouraged him? Yang Kai looked at Chu Yimeng deeply. Although Lu Song was a little idiot, but without Chu Yimeng's support, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of him. He was so arrogant and unscrupulous just now. Clearly when he went to greet Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu, Chu Yimeng gave him some hints. Well, just say something. Chu Yimeng nodded lightly. Is this bad? I don't think you wanted to keep him. Well, I didn't want to keep him, but he brought a batch of things. It's not very good to chase people. Yang Kai smiled slightly. So, you have to thank me. Chu Yimeng's beautiful eyes were full, and she did not shy away from taking credit. With Yang Kai, she has no polite thoughts. This man is too strong. If she is weak, she will only be led by the nose for the rest of her life. Yang Kai pretended not to hear, just looked at Chen Zushu and said, Brother Chen, you have suffered. Chen Zushu scratched his head. From what Yang Kai and Chu Yimeng said just now, he also understood some meanings. It seems that this time is a trap for that person. And myself, just in time. He didn't care, just smiled and said, I can contribute to junior brother Yang, and Chen will not lose a piece of meat when he is told what his father has. Frowning his brows, Chen Zushu said, just driving him out like this might not be good for your reputation. Yang Kai's face didn't matter. Leaving him is the trouble. This person is too unprofessional. Even if you don't have a conflict with you now, you will have a conflict with other people in the future. A mouse shit can ruin a pot of porridge. Such a thing is not allowed to happen. It would be better to cut the mess with a quick knife. Did you not see Chu Yimeng, this cousin, and don't want to care about him? Chu Yimeng pouted. Don't run on me, you make me look like some kind of scorpion-hearted woman. If you drive him away, I have to explain to Lu Liang. Hey, I hope Lu Liang understands my difficulties. Who will he send? Well, why did you choose this person? Aware of Chu Yimeng's embarrassment, everyone fell silent. At this moment, some power fluctuations suddenly came from outside, occasionally mixed with a few muffled groans. Everyone's expressions changed. I don't know why there was a battle. Yang Kai quickly let go of his consciousness. Soon, his expression calmed down and looked at Chu Yimeng and said, I'm very glad that you found a way to kill Lulu. Song was chased away. What happened outside? Chu Yimeng asked in shock. Others were also puzzled. He messed with someone who shouldn't be messed with. Yang Kai sneered, it's really my own fault for not having the eyesight to do this. While speaking, the fighting outside had subsided, and Lu Song's tragic howl came into everyone's ears, which made people shudder and shudder. What the hell is going on? Chu Yimeng was so anxious that she couldn't help but want to go outside to see the situation. Damn, how dare you hit me? A scolding voice came from outside, and after a while, Huo Xingchen walked in with a look of annoyance, cursing, who was I? Don't even open your eyes, you're really brave. After entering, he raised his voice and shouted, Hey Yang Kai, what happened to that kid just now? Why do you want to rob me when you see me? What are you robbing you? Yang Kai was stunned, his consciousness only detected the general situation, and the specifics were not clear. My dear, Huo Xingchen waved his hand, carry it in. Immediately, a group of people came in with a few boxes and put them on the ground. Holding his hands around his waist, Huo Xingchen said, that's all, that kid wants to rob me, but he doesn't know why he's crazy. Chu Yimeng was extremely helpless, and hurriedly asked, what did you do to him? Broken a few ribs and threw them out. Huo Xingchen replied indifferently. Hearing this, Chu Yimeng couldn't help but feel relieved, and looked at Yang Kai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lu Song was probably kicked out and ran out of supplies. He happened to meet Huo Xingchen with something, so he wanted to grab one to make up for the loss. There were 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries on the 7th floor beside him, and Huo Xingchen only had 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries by his side. On the 5th floor, in terms of strength comparison, it is clear that he has the advantage. Unexpectedly, these 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries on the 5th floor are not ordinary Immortal Ascension boundaries. Fortunately, Huo Xingchen didn't want to kill Yang Kai's mansion, otherwise Lu Song's life would definitely be explained. After listening to Chu Yimeng's simple explanation, Huo Xingchen suddenly realized, it turned out to be your cousin, fortunately I did it lightly, or else I would have killed you. Chu Yimeng, how could you have such an unbearable cousin? Quote. Let's not talk about me, but you suddenly disappeared last night, what did you do? Chu Yimeng asked back. Huo Xingchen couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. Your father actually deployed a clan expert for you. Chu Yimeng was overjoyed when he heard that, with the addition of the Huo family's new force, Yang Kai's power would be greatly increased. It won't work if you don't give it. Huo Xingchen was extremely embarrassed and did not want to explain too much. He walked over to the boxes and opened them, shouting to Yang Kai, look, a box of alchemy materials, a box of alchemy materials, the most at least they are all at the heaven level, a few of them are at the mysterious level, a box of finished medicinal pills, healing and meditation, and a box of secret treasures. Arm some men and horses, and some of them can be taken out. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with majesty and asked, 4 boxes of things, and this young master, you can choose what you want. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 440. Huo Dagongzi's words can be said to be sonorous and powerful, with a clanging sound. Everyone in the hall was stunned when they heard it, and their eyes swirled around him and Yang Kai stupidly, as if they felt that there was an unusual relationship between the two. Lan Chudi and Luo Xiaoman, the 2 big-breasted beauties, covered their mouths in surprise, with an unbelievable look in their beautiful eyes. Yang Kai's face darkened, knowing that Huo Xingchen's words were too easy to misunderstand, so he couldn't help but snorted, explain more clearly. Huo Xingchen also realized that there was something wrong with his words, he couldn't help laughing, and said embarrassingly, don't get me wrong, it's just that I made a bet with Brother Kai yesterday, betting whether he can survive last night, and he lost his eyesight for a while. Quote. What is the bet? Chu Yimeng suddenly became interested, she really didn't know about the bet between Yang Kai and Huo Xingchen. I lost, I gave Jin Yuying to him, he lost, hee. Yang Kai looked at Huo Xingchen with a smile, Master Huo will take off his clothes and run 10 laps in the battle city. A burst of uncontrollable laughter came out, and many women couldn't help but blushed a little, thinking of the scene in front of the young Master Huo running naked in the battle city, it was really funny. If you lose, you don't need to say it. Huo Xingchen was extremely depressed, and suddenly looked resentful, and said, Yang Kai, you choose, if you want these things, our bet will be cancelled. If you say no, I will take off my clothes now and fulfill my bet, but you don't want these things and people, even this young master, you have to leave here. As he said that, he opened the folding fan and shook it. This young master has never broken his trust in a bet with someone. When he spoke, his face was full of contentment, and there was no sign of nervousness at all. He obviously felt that under such a great temptation, Yang Kai would definitely accept the masters and materials he brought. Compared with letting him run around naked for 10 laps in the battle city, these masters and supplies are more affordable things. As long as Yang Kai is not stupid, he definitely knows what to do. Yang Kai smiled and said casually, then ask Mr. Huo to undress. Huo Xingchen's expression gradually solidified, and the movement of shaking the folding fan gradually stiffened. He said with a bitter face, Kai Xiao, don't be like this, I have nothing to offend you, why should I kill them all? Chu Yimeng pursed her lips and chuckled. Huo Xingchen hurriedly turned his eyes to her, and said while bowing, Chu Yimeng, tell me a few words, what are you watching? Chu Yimeng slowly shook her head and said solemnly, I have nothing to do with this man, you know that. Huo Xingchen was helpless and turned his head to look around, just in time to see Fatty Dong sitting there. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This fat brother, at first glance, you have a good relationship with Yang Kai, please help me with a few good words. Dong Qinghen's face darkened. Huo Xingchen calling him fat brother really made him unhappy, even if he was a little unhappy, but because of his identity, Dong Fatsi was not easy to attack. He just smiled bitterly. Young Master Huo, forgive me, next time. People are soft-spoken, this intercession thing. As he was going around, Fatty Dong was extremely depressed to find that this young Master Huo was staring directly at Lan Chuti standing beside him. His eyes were shining like a wolf, and he couldn't say any more. Cannot help but cough. Beauty. Huo Xingchen praised without hesitation, turned his head to scan the surroundings, and found Luo Xiaoman, a stunner in this world again. The light in those eyes became more and more vigorous, and even the nostrils spurted out clearly. Visible heat wave. Luo Xiaoman timidly hid beside Fan Hong with a look of horror on his face. She has never seen such a daring disciple, she almost wrote the word lust on her face, she is even more shameless than Yang Kai. Yang Kai, these people are all your allies? Huo Xingchen asked suddenly. Well, it's all over today. Huo Xingchen's face suddenly became serious, and he took a few steps to the front of Yang Kai, first clasped his fist solemnly, and then said solemnly, Kai Xiao, the previous bet was really short-sighted by me, Huo Xingchen. There are a lot of less of you, don't care about me like I am. I am just a dandy boy, how can I compare with you? In the battle last night, I also deeply realized my mistake, so I rushed back to the central capital with the stars and the moon. I beg you to get some people and supplies from my father. From now on, I, Huo Xingchen, will be the one who will spare you in life, and will be the one who will spare you in death. There is only one thing, please keep me. After speaking, he sat down unexpectedly and said dully, I'm stuck here anyway, and you won't be able to drive me away. Chu Yimeng shook her head and sighed, looking at Yang Kai and said, I think it's better to let him go. If I really want him here, the female relatives who come here will not feel at ease. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, that's what I meant. Kai Xiao, Miss Chu Xiaolu, I'm wrong, why are you doing this? Huo Xingchen was about to cry, although he read countless women, he rarely met Lan Chuti and Luo Xiaoman. The woman, who I met occasionally, was also a woman who was attracted to him by his identity and money. Okay, Yang Kai frowned, and he didn't bother to mess with him anymore. He waved his hand and said, let your people bring things in. He didn't want to do anything to Huo Xingchen, let alone bring people and supplies. It's just that a dude like Huo Xingchen, if he doesn't take care of it, he will not be obedient in the future. After suffering this loss, Yang Kai estimates that he will restrain a lot in front of him in the future. Hearing this, Huo Xingchen was overjoyed. He quickly got up from the ground, and shouted at his subordinates, what are you still doing, hurry up and send things in, and let's be honest, don't think that you were born in Huo home is so amazing, people here are all friends, do you understand? Yes, the Huo family members responded and hurried away with the boxes. Huo Dagongzi smiled and looked triumphant. After taking a few steps, he ran to Luo Xiaoman's side, and asked with a smile, what is your name? Luo Xiaoman was frightened, got up timidly, walked to Chu Yimeng and pulled her clothes, Sister Chu. Huo Xingchen's heart was greatly moved by the delicate appearance of being helpless and praying for protection. Chu Yimeng patted her hand and sneered at Huo Xingchen, if you dare to hit her idea, I will let you die without a burial. Huo Xingchen laughed dryly, so there is someone behind you, don't worry, Chu Yimeng is the one you cover, I promise not to move. After speaking, she rushed to Lan Chuti again, and before she could ask, Lan Chuti smiled and said, I am Yang Kai's senior sister. Huo Xingchen suddenly lost his temper and was extremely depressed. Don't make trouble. Chu Yimeng snorted softly. Although you are lustful, but you are not so thirsty, not to mention, as the young master of the Huo family, you can't get any beautiful women you want. Use this, it's such a clumsy way to diffuse your embarrassment. Huo Xingchen scratched his head and sneered. Just see it when you see it, how boring it is to say it. As he said that, he shrugged his shoulders and found a seat to sit down. When he was quiet, Chu Yimeng smiled slightly. Yang Kai, I think you have to plan well, your mansion will probably become more and more lively in the future. It was quiet here yesterday, and I will come today. With the help of 3 batches, the other sons should not be so attractive, although there are many people, but the various forces are not familiar with each other, and if the coordination is not appropriate there may be some inevitable contradictions. Yang Kai chuckled. With you here, do you need me to bother? Chu Yimeng gave him an angry look. You really used me now. Those who can do more work. Fatty Dong also had a big smile on his face. If Sister Chu Xiaolu came to dispatch and coordinate, my Dong family would have nothing to say. So is Zui Valley. Fan Hong nodded lightly. They are all first-class forces, and their strengths are similar to each other, but Chu Yimeng is different. She was born in the Chu family of the middle capital and has strong personal strength, so she is indeed qualified to coordinate the overall situation. Although I'm a little embarrassed to say that, but I am also willing to listen to Sister Chu Xiaolu's mobilization, not only us, but I think the people who come later will have no objection. Chen Zushu raised his voice. Who will come next? Chu Yimeng's eyes lit up and asked. Yang Kai also looked at him curiously. Chen Zushu smiled and said, because we can't be sure whether this Yang Kai here is the one we knew before, so my junior sister and I will take a step forward to inquire about the situation. If it is, I will participate in the seizing the inheritance. Fight, to help junior brother Yang, if not, then I will not be involved in the muddy waters of this time, eh? So that's the case. How long does it take for the people from your division to come? Chu Yimeng didn't mean to despise Yinumen because it was a second-class sect, which made Chen Zushu very happy. It will arrive in 3 days, and it is already on the way. We will wait for us to pass the news back, and they will decide whether to continue to come. Chen Zushu smiled and looked at Yang Kaidao. Not only are Yinumen, but also many others. Passers-by, all on the road. Who? Yang Kai was a little surprised. It's all people you know. Chen Zushu smiled slightly. In addition to our Moonlight Gate, there are Shuiyutang, Wenxin Palace, Feiyu Pavilion, Wanhua Palace. The people from Wanhua Palace have also come to participate in the battle for succession. Chu Yimeng couldn't help but be moved, and Huo Xingchen laughed even more, and said, interesting, now you can feast your eyes. Wanhua Palace, a very special sect, a first-class sect composed entirely of women. Because they are all women, their fighting spirit is not strong, and they have never asked about the battles of the past, but they did not expect that the people of Wanhua Palace would actually participate this time, and they still chose Yang Kai's side. Well, these sects have suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Kenyan evil land a few days ago, so they didn't intend to participate, but everyone heard that there was Yang Kai here, and they moved their minds. Chen Zushu explained one sound. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.